The story begins with a flashback of the hero falling into a deep sleep after encountering destructive black magic. The events that took place forced him to leave his comrades and friends. 300 years have passed since then. But the restored peace and calm everyday life were only an illusion. Now the whole world is shrouded in darkness. The main character stands in front of shelves filled with books and studies them carefully. Suddenly, a figure appears in the doorway, distracting the guy from gaining knowledge. When the hero turned 13, a man came to the magic tower for him. He had snow-white hair and golden eyes. The guy who studied literature was named Lin. His title was Archmage. The girl who appeared on the doorstep could not believe that this boy was the same magician who appears once every 100 years. He did not react in any way to her not very pleasant statement and continued his work. The maiden was surprised that he did not react to her words, so she called out to him. The blonde decided to communicate more politely with the guy, said hello, and asked if he could hear her. The guy gave his name and added that he was neither a child nor a genius. The girl approached him and exclaimed enthusiastically that he was the one she was looking for, the young 4-star Archmage. She mockingly called him a child anyway. She also added that it was hard to call the boy a genius magician when he still needed to have his diapers changed if he agreed to join her team. She would do it personally. The young man, clearly tired of his friend's chatter, created a fireball in his right hand. The girl, thinking that her friend wanted to destroy her, apologized and said that it was a joke. She covered her head with her hands in fear. At that time, something was threatening to happen to the books that lay on the very top. Suddenly, an abundance of literature fell straight down on the blonde's head. The hero couldn't believe the fact that his spell was so powerful that the surrounding things began to fall. The boy had no choice but to watch his friend, who was unconscious. Lin found this funny and began to laugh good-naturedly at the girl. When she woke up, she showed self-irony, and then the hero became interested in her. Coming closer to her, he extended his hand to help her out from under the rubble. Her name was Esther Alter Chirupin. She was a counterfeit warrior of the Heavenly Church of the Dragon of Light. The maiden asked the young man to help defeat the abyss that was spreading from the South Pole. In other words, she asked him to join her group of heroes, which already included 2 famous people. They were the famous archer of the Caius Empire and the priestess of the fire dragon from the Republic of Dragon, Frida. After listening to his friend's proposal, he stated that he did not want to die, to which he received the answer that no one wanted to. Suddenly, the young man asked her if the other members of the group were as interesting as the fake warrior. After thinking about this question, she answered that they were as crazy as she was. Then the girl says that there is something more interesting. Lin was all ears. The blonde answered this question with just one simple word: peace. This statement caused a storm of emotions in the boy. Since he had been studying magic in the tower all these years after being rescued from the slums, he had only one goal: to become the highest-ranking magician in the Empire. He was told that upon reaching the 7th star, he would be able to see the truth of the world. The boy wanted to reach that dimension where no one had ever stepped. Living in a tower reading books about magic for the rest of my life would be nice, but to reach the 7th star, he needed to know about the world outside the magic tower. However, pointless travel seemed too tiring to him. The young man wondered whether he needed it at all. And then this clumsy hero comes on stage and offers the guy to save the world. This was enough to pull him into the outside world, despite the lack of a burning sense of justice to save the world. Without thinking twice, the boy accepts her offer. Kaze turned out to be quite the alcoholic, as his accuracy dropped catastrophically without a drink. Also, unexpectedly for the magician, the archer turned out to be mute. Frida, the priestess, was a heavy smoker. As a priestess of the fire dragons, she should have been able to cast breathing spells. Of course, this was a joke. The guys stopped somewhere in the forest to rest, and suddenly a huge one-eyed monster appeared behind them. Having already had a lot of experience in battles, none of them were even afraid, except for the novice magician, respectively. The priestess and the archer were masters of their craft. They cracked these creatures like nuts. Kaze fired a clean shot straight into the bastard's eye. While he was in pain, Frida was preparing a powerful spell. Once the process was complete, the priestess finished off the monster with a huge magical wave. The terrible creatures that the heroes encountered on their way were too tough for the guys. During her travels, Esther often joked with the boy, forbidding him to fall in love with her. During one of their stops, she invited him to go on a journey with her when all this was over. The maiden was afraid that the magician was so innocent that he would be deceived by another girl. Thus, the boys traveled for 5 whole years. When the journey ended, signs of erosion appeared on the hero's body. This was the result of the guy being attacked by enemies for so many years. After the final battle with the abyss, he was dying, consumed by the poison that was poisoning his soul. Looking at his comrade's body, the archer clearly wanted to say something, but could not. The warrior asked Frida to do something, but she could not help. The disease was incurable, and Esther was depressed, realizing that all her plans for the guy had been ruined. Lying on the ground, he could barely speak, but through the pain he blurted out that he didn't want to die. My friend said that she would find a way to help, and also asked me to just hold on. He asked his comrades not to worry and said that he had done it. The boy lifted his clothes. On his body was a seal, a spell of immortality, carved on his heart. Magic that can put the body into a sleeping state and heal the hero. But the young man had no idea how much time would be needed for this rebirth. This was the only option. His body began to be covered with something that looked like ice. Grabbing his girlfriend by a piece of cloth, he said that he would return and asked her to win. The guys shook hands, and she promised that they would see each other again no matter what. She asked the magician to definitely come back so that the four of them could go see the world, adding that she would stay with him until he woke up. At parting, before the complete transformation, he made a promise. The hero's consciousness was drawn into the cold grip of death. There was a feeling of buoyancy and emptiness, like diving into a swamp. He reasoned that he could not see the truth from the magical system of the seventh star. This shared journey across the vast world ends here, before the army of the abyss, rushing forward with screams. All that is left for the magician is darkness. Tired of floundering in it, he opened his eyes. He looked different. Black hair, red eyes. He stood next to a woman with red hair. She addressed him by the name of Rain and asked if everything was okay. He turned to her, calling her mom, and wondered if he really had parents and wasn't an orphan. Finding himself in the middle of a crowded street in some city, he asked where the heroes were now. The mother was concerned about her son's behavior and said that this was Heroes Square in front of the Vatican. The guy thought that there should be a monument here in honor of Esther's group. Indeed, his guesses were correct. He stood in front of a monument on which 4 heroes were carved. Her son's actions frightened her more and more, because he asked what year it was. She replied that it was now 1418 according to the Teresa calendar. Hearing this number, the guy fell into despair. Was he really reborn, or was his memory superimposed on someone else's body? The hero had strange sensations and didn't understand what had happened to him. Esther's laughter, Kay's drunken delirium, Frida's cigarette smoke. Was it really 300 years ago? The guy asked a pointless question, whether they had won the last battle. If they hadn't won, there wouldn't have been a monument, which is why the sky is so peaceful now. Mother said that if you climb the Vatican Tower, you can see the frozen remains of Lord Lin. The guy wondered how he managed to take possession of someone's body. Mama added that Lady Esther remained by her friend's side until she passed away. The boy suddenly started laughing, which greatly surprised his mother. Coming closer to the monument, he was surprised by the fact that the girl kept her promise. Coming even closer, I realized that someone had not kept their word. That man was he, Lord Lin, or a boy named Rain. He didn't know what the 3 were saying about him, but the guy managed to become a historical figure. The emperor personally erected a monument in his honor, and many towers of magicians and families revered him as a saint. But what remains in the head from the past 300 years? Only magic, memories of travels to many places and the faces of comrades who smiled brightly in these memories. Esther once said that moments only become memories when they are shared with someone. Until the hero dies and meets him, his thoughts will remain unshared. These are memories he must live with, like an unanswered echo. At the moment when melancholy overwhelmed the hero from his thoughts, his mother brought him coffee. Holding a mug in his hands, he thought about how he should live on. Suddenly he had an epiphany. He had something to work on. The Holy Human Empire divided the Mage class into 7 levels. The hero in his past life reached the 5th. Only 2 people in their life reached the 6th, that is, the Sage. In a sense, they have reached the end of truth. If he hadn't left with Esther, he would have probably reached the 6-star level, then grown old and died. But I would regret it all my life. If I could turn back time, I would travel with her again and again. The world that the boys so desperately defended, was it really the way she wanted it to be? Those who reach the end of magic, that is, the truth, can see the true face of the world. So in this world, he must become a 7-star magician. He will try to escape from this sadness and emptiness. The hero was again overcome with memories of Esther calling him to look at the beautiful flower. Frida thought it was too romantic to show it to a charmless brat like Lin. He remembered how he always grumbled and said that he would rather read a magic book than look at this flower. The people in Esther's group were all equally eccentric, but the boy really enjoyed traveling with them. Looking at the monument, the young man named his friends and said goodbye to them. The dead remain in the past and cannot be together. The living, following the flow of time, must move into the future. And so the hero's second life began. Lin was walking through the forest with his friends when he suddenly responded to Esther's question. She asked him if he regretted never having a family. He replied that he did not, because he had never even seen his mother's face. The future savior of humanity lived in the northern slums. If the school director Osiris had not noticed his magical talents and taken him in, he would have died an orphan on the street. Upon hearing this story, Frida hugged him, calling him poor thing. Jumping away from the priestess, he blurted out that even if he had a family, he wouldn't know how to treat them, so he didn't need anything like that. His friend tried to encourage him by telling him that it wasn't that hard. He just had to cherish them. She called him a good child and said that he would succeed. The maid woke up the black-haired man, saying that it was already morning, adding that she would immediately start preparing breakfast. Having stretched and put on his slippers, he walked over to the mirror. Memories of his old life returned to the spoiled 9-year-old boy just 20 days ago. This boy, Rain, is the eldest son of the Ludwig family, one of the 5 great families of mages of the Empire, an orphan reborn into a noble family. Therefore, in order to adapt to this life, he had to work tirelessly. He entered the room where his mother was present. She asked him to inform his father about the prepared breakfast. The guy went to the office where his dad was. The head of the family was busy, reading something. His name was Kevin, and he reported that his son had a bad complexion. He reported that his son looked tired after the trip. Rain relayed the information from his mother to his father, to which the head of the family suggested that the child have breakfast first. The guy noticed a roll of paper lying on the table and asked if it was magic. My father confirmed this information, saying that the dissertation presentation was next week, so he was in a bit of a hurry. Food leaves him with a foggy head, so he tries to concentrate and get as much done as possible in the clear morning hours. The boy was surprised that his father could not cope with what was depicted on the parchment. Rain offered his help. Kevin thought about moral support, but the young man had something completely different in mind. He offered to help him solve the magic circle. The father took this as a joke, so he suggested that they go have breakfast anyway. But the son did not listen to him. He took a pen in his hands and began to philosophize, saying that magic is expressing natural laws numerically and then distorting them. The Go rune complicates the equation and conflicts with the Cha rune, so it is better to replace it with the Gu rune. After the work was done, the black-haired man suggested using the 41-2 equation. The father, looking at his son's work, was amazed at his abilities, surprised by such a method of solution. It was a difficult problem that even the best scientists in the Empire could not solve. And yet it was a high-level spell that was about 200 years old. Looking at the child, the head of the family did not believe that such a genius had been so close all this time. If this spell was restored, it would be able to protect many people from natural disasters such as floods or landslides, like Rain, who had just mastered combat magic, was able to do. Judging from his knowledge of basic magic, he was no ordinary person, however. Considering that the guy was from a line of mages, it meant that he did not inherit the talent for magic. With a sly smile, the young man asked whether his father could now have breakfast with the family. Hugging his child, he agreed to take part in the morning meal. Reina's family was small mother, father, and 6-year-old sister. The little girl who peeked through the door was named Sari. She had iridescent black hair like silk and red eyes. She was a cute girl who inherited the physical traits of the Ludwig family. Noticing that her brother was looking at her, she became embarrassed. When the young man turned his gaze completely to her, the maiden ran away in fear. In the memories, he was never kind to her. Instead of being cold, he was simply indifferent to everything. Memories came flooding back to him again. The boy remembered his friend. She reminded him that he should take care of the people dear to him. Several more instructions about love for one's neighbors came to mind. They made the protagonist nervous, so he aggressively closed the book. Suddenly, he called his younger sister to him, wanting to teach her magic. Looking at her with his indifferent gaze, he asked her if maybe she just wanted to play. The girl, like last time, simply got scared and ran away. He felt downcast and realized that children were too difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, she entered his room with literature typical of the main character. The book described the basic formulas of magic of 1 star. He was very surprised by the fact that his little sister was reading such complex tomes at such a young age. Esther came back to mind again. Lin always complained about her treating him like a child, but in reality, the guy loved those moments more than anything in the world. Having seated his sister on his lap, he began to explain to her everything that she did not understand. He explained complex topics to her in a language understandable for her age, comparing formulas to a game of house. The shape of the magic figure determines the attribute of magic. If you draw a triangle, it will be the attribute of fire, the shape of a fan, the attribute of wind. The next step is runes. They determine the effect of magic. Otherwise, they are called magic words. While explaining all these topics to her, the hero uttered a word such as mathematics. The sister found this word funny and laughed, which greatly surprised her brother. Realizing how much she would have to learn, I suggested starting with addition and subtraction. The servants watching the children noticed that Rain had changed, at least because he stopped treating his sister like a nobody. The parents also noticed this, especially the mother. She was very surprised by the following picture. The brother and sister fell asleep sweetly hugging each other. She would like to capture this moment. The father, approaching the table, saw that same red book, noting that the boy began to teach the youngest magic. It seemed to Dad that after returning from the square, his son became a completely different person. His tone suddenly became more mature. The mother suggested that the abyss had possessed the child, but the father dismissed her guesses, citing the fact that the boy took after him. The head of the family remembered a story from his childhood, how he managed to meet Lord Lin. He bragged to him that he became a 3-star magician, but during the war, the future hero rose to 5. Living in the peaceful era that the heroes created, he realized how complacent he had been. Perhaps Rain had similar thoughts. The parents, walking down the hallway, were debating whether Lin was really frozen in time. Father remembered an interesting fact: there was a trace of Lady Esther's magic in the ice, and only these two could awaken it. Perhaps her action is a letter to the hero after he awakens. The father also turned to his wife and said something important. Perhaps their son is considered a genius. Moreover, he may well reach the level of a sage. He solved the magic square that Dad had been working on for more than a year. He did it just by looking at it this morning. After these words, the mother understood why the head of the family did not miss today's breakfast. After some thought, he decided it was time to teach his son the family magic. Rain can become a mage thief who can read and steal any magic. This ability is only allowed to be used by those who belong to the Ludwig family. Father was not sure that his training would bring any results, but it was worth a try. The boss had an idea that he clearly didn't want to share with his wife. The hero, meanwhile, lay under a blue sky among tulips, a beautiful region, a third of which belonged to his family. Standing up, he realized that in order to develop, it is necessary to set medium-term and long-term goals, especially if this is the path to truth. To become a 7-star magician, there is a lot to do. No matter how young you are, there is no time to waste. Placing a piece of canvas in front of him, he declared that first it was necessary to call the guide. Suddenly, his sister appeared behind him, terribly interested in what her brother was doing. The guy explained to her what he was going to do, but due to her age and lack of experience, she did not understand at all what he was talking about. He suggested making the same for the youngest. The girl was very happy to hear the support that she had been missing for so many years. Looking at the stormy emotions that emanated from his sister, the guy thought that she liked it. As I explained to her the basics of what they were doing, I thought to myself that her speech was awkward for a 6-year-old child. What he showed her was high-level magic containing 4 different elements. Only a 4th-level mage could handle it. As I continued to draw with my pen on the parchment, something resembling lightning began to appear little by little. The work Rain did greatly surprised his little sister. The hero felt ill, he grabbed his heart, and blood started coming out of his nose. He didn't have enough strength to cast such powerful spells. It's good that it was a guide spell. If he had created a combat spell, he would have definitely died. After the magic dissipated, Rain thought that his current body was just trash. While wiping away the blood, the boy summoned a creature named Rudian. It turned out to be a magical butterfly that landed on the youngest girl's finger. This creature is able to evaluate the user's abilities and determine potential magical power. While the girl was studying the magical insect, her brother explained to her what it was and why it was needed. He continued to tell her about runes. Ju tells her about basic magical power, and Yu about the use of magic. In a word, here are the best runes for learning. It may seem simple, but this is 4-star magic. Looking at his sister's delighted face, the boy asked if she liked it. After all that he showed her, he told her to go and study somewhere else. Rain thought that he needed to restore his magical power first. He would summon the second Rudian later. After the butterfly appeared, it assessed the hero's physical condition. His magical power was equal to 3024, which was below the level of a novice magician. After thinking for a moment, Rain realized that he had a long way to go. Suddenly Rudian gave out such information. The bloodline magic was discovered. It is assessed as trainable. The boy realized that his current body was not so useless, because he could easily learn the magic of the Ludwig family. Here, the hero was flooded with memories of when Lin had just started traveling with Esther, and he met a young magician. He wanted to prove himself as the best mage in the Empire, and wanted to join the party instead of the hero. There was nothing special about his skills, but his eyes gave the boy no peace. With his own eyes, he could see all the magic that Lin used and only counterattacked. The boy understood that this was the power of the bloodline magic of the Ludwig Bell Sidious family. Just by observing the flow of magic, he could determine what kind of magic the opponent was using. If their magic skills were equal, the one who used it better would gain the advantage. Belcurious, the legendary eye that has only been opened by 3 people in the entire history of magic. Sidious is the ability to recognize magic, and Curious is the ability to steal it. The reason why the Ludwig family is known as Mage Thieves is because of this eye. Looking at the butterfly, the hero was in thought. Now the goal of childhood has been achieved. Without magical power and endurance, one cannot become a great magician. Rain was happily browsing through his new family's library when his father suddenly called out to him. He asked if the guy was interested in their family tree. The head of the family added that it was a bit early, of course. But wouldn't he like to try to learn? Rain agreed. Then Dad said that Elin would be the mentor, and later Kevin himself would begin to teach his son. The father added that the above-mentioned person is a good person, has great magical talent, and above all, is an aunt who loves her nephew more than anyone in the world. The boy met her when he was 6 years old. Looking at the young man, she was outraged. Did she, a brilliant professor, really need to come here in order to teach this unlovable child? Aggressively grabbing the child by the head, the girl asked if he was ready to learn. She asked Rain to address her formally, adding that she couldn't stand slow-witted people who didn't understand the first time. The girl, looking at the guy with disdain, asked him not to ask questions after she taught him something once. Thus began the training of the bloodline magic of the Ludwig family. Such magic is not recorded so that other magicians cannot steal it. The girl began the training, so she asked to watch carefully. She used the power of her eyes, which greatly surprised Rain. This action immediately mentally transported him to the day when he fought with a member of this family. The young man was impressed by what he saw, but the girl could only be happy for herself. The Virgin added that to create something like this, it is necessary to calculate 3 spells at the same time. She mocked the boy, saying that someone like him could only dream of this, but Rain countered that he was capable of it. Elin, satisfied with the hero's reaction, wrote down several formulas. This was an analysis of magic. Looking at them, the young man realized that this was more theoretical than he expected. If the founder of the family, Ludwig, did not impose genetic restrictions on them, then Lin could take advantage of this. A girl came up to the guy and asked if he thought it was too difficult. He replied that no, he just needed a little time to understand. Having thanked her for guiding the boy, he was now going to sort out what he had received on his own. She did not believe that the child could cope with this on his own. Began asking him questions regarding learning, receiving nothing in response, and asked him not to ignore her. But the guy no longer cared what the girl was saying. He sat and carefully studied what was written on the paper. Angry, Elin walked away, saying in parting that it was unlikely that the boy would succeed without her help. After some time, she returned and sat down at the table, starting to read a book. The hero clearly stopped at some point and had absolutely no idea what to do next. Suddenly, the girl took the piece of paper from him. Having humbled her pride, she nevertheless decided to help him. Elin picked up a pencil and began to scribble something on the parchment. As soon as she finished, she returned the manuscript to the protagonist. Then she buried her head in the book, clearly showing that she was still angry at being ignored by the boy. Then, while he was studying the sheet he had received from Elin, she slipped him another one. And again she buried herself in the book, the hero. Looking at this whole process, did not understand at all how to react. In his mind, he wondered if this was how modern magical education worked, or if this was how she was testing him. Suddenly the girl, about to get up from her chair, announced that it was necessary to take a break. Then the mother approached Rain and asked him if he agreed that his aunt was unusual. She continued that the girl is not very honest. She strives to teach him everything. So even if the guy knows something, then let him ask questions anyway. She was the same when she went after the mother and father of the main character. The boys continued their training. Rain tried to understand what was written on the paper, and Aelin continued reading the red book. Suddenly the guy looked at her with a burning gaze. Having met the young man's gaze, she became frightened and again buried her face in her textbook. The boy was already at his limit. His aunt turned out to be annoying, much more than his younger sister. He told her that he couldn't understand some part at all. Could she please explain it to him? She immediately screamed, "How can he not understand such obvious things? The Ludwig family is doomed." Despite her character, she still decided to help him by solving the problem for him. If the young man uses this formula, he will be able to solve the problem much faster. The guy only apologized in response. She continued to be indignant towards the main character. In response, he continued to apologize. Elin's teaching was always like this. It required quite a lot of effort. But thanks to her, the guy significantly reduced the time spent on studying theory and gained practical experience. On the 10th day, after receiving instructions, the boy felt a burning pain in his eyes. It felt like all the blood in my body was rushing to my head, and the world was slowly turning blood red. Then it happened. The eyes glowing red were engraved with the mark of death. The guy was very scared because numbers began to appear rapidly around him. All the information about everything in the universe came to the brain in the form of numbers. He was surprised at what it was like to be the creator of the world. It was then that the young man realized that in that battle, all the wizard's magic looked like numbers. Looking at the boy, the aunt was shocked. She did not think that the boy was able to awaken abilities so early, only 10 days. But she was also angry with him, because it took her 7 years to do the same thing. She started yelling at Rain about how he was able to use several spells at once without any knowledge, from scratch. Daiva added that with his current abilities, the guy could easily compete with Lin, who was called a master of simultaneous summoning. The father experienced the same emotions as his aunt when he found out how many days it took his son to awaken Belsidius. The girl turned to her brother, saying that Rain was an amazing young man. Thanks to him, the Ludwig family could become a leading family of magicians. Dad fell into a little despair, as he had nothing more to teach the boy. Suddenly, the head of the family called a certain man named Yud. He gave him instructions to send a message to his father. He asked Kevin if he meant the former head. Dad, clearly unhappy with this question, asked if Judas had any problems. The old man said that this was not what he meant at all. Kevin had no choice but to answer the question, yes, to his father. Please guide your grandson, who clearly has talent, on the right path. The old man smiled and told the chief that he had gone through fire and water for the sake of his son. Spring ended and a short summer began. It looked like it would last for about a year. Dark clouds covered the continent, pouring rain day after day. During the meal, the guy remembered that he had been incredibly busy last summer. During the day, I studied household magic from Elin, putting up with all her antics. He also taught his younger sister the basics of magic whenever possible. At night, he concentrated on training his physical and magical strength. The development of modern magic that the boy learned from Elin's books was truly astounding. For a person who lived 300 years ago, it was a shock. Reading what was written on the piece of paper, Rain reasoned that by simplifying such complex formulas to such an extent, the activation time would be reduced, and the power would increase significantly. The level of magic has increased significantly compared to what it was 3 centuries ago. The guy was a little sad that he could lose to a 4-star mage, since magic grows over time. With his current knowledge, becoming a 7-star in this era is almost impossible. This requires incredible strength and knowledge, so the boy decides to ask his father for help. He asked them to send him to the City of Magicians, even though it would take 3 years. The boy's sister came up to him and asked if he was going somewhere. The young man confirmed her words, saying that he was planning to go to the Golden Rose, the City of Magicians, where the best university, Delayton, was located. His sister pounced on him, trying to keep him there and asking him not to go anywhere. His father asked him to think carefully about this, since the boy was still very young. Children from magical families enter there when they turn 16. The father also added that an important meeting had also been scheduled. My father's sister almost choked when my father took out the letter and said who it was from. The former head of the family. The mother looked at the girl in bewilderment while she tried to clear her throat. The teacher immediately became indignant, and the head of the family ordered her to wipe her mouth. The little sister hung on her brother. Apparently, she was also very upset by this situation. Father noted that there were only 3 people in their family who had awakened Bel Curious. At that moment, Rain realized that his grandfather's name was Skaltsi Ludwig. Dad added that grandfather would be the boy's new mentor. The father noted that before starting his studies at the university, he needed to visit the former head of the family. Almost arriving at his grandfather's, the boy was amazed at the place where his ancestor lived. The boy was scared and interested at the same time, because he didn't know what awaited him. He realized that there was no point in delaying this, so he firmly decided to go in and greet him. Entering the huge room, the young man discovered a tall man at the end of it. He stood by the window and watched what was happening on the street. Suddenly, the grandfather turned around. His look was a little crazy. He immediately cast some kind of spell with his hands. The heroes found themselves in a black and white space. The young man was scared, because he was there for the first time. Looking at the man, the guy tried to understand the course of his thoughts. Grandfather immediately began preparing the next spell. Realizing that there was no time to waste, he also began to do at least something to resist the former head of the family. Suddenly, the entire aura that the man had created disappeared without a trace. The guy realized that it was Bel Curious just now. The grandfather, looking at his grandson, said that it could control visible magic at will. The father, looking at them and listening to their dialogue, was glad that they found something in common. The former leader stopped using his power and said that using Bel Curious was not enough. He asked his grandson what level he was at now. The youth reported that he could barely cast 3rd star level spells. The grandfather said that using the family's spells required enormous magical power and hinted that he would help the boy on his path to power. He asked the former head to lead him to this level. Grandfather added that his training would be very hard, but thanks to it he would learn correctly. He also added that his greeting was rather rude and asked both of them to join in. The grandfather offered his son a drink after he checked Rain's suitability. The father had no choice but to bow obsequiously. The training began. The former head said that the grandson should freely use his abilities. He advised him to quickly read the spell and also asked him not to screw it up. The training was tough, and the guy clearly couldn't handle it yet. But despite all this, the grandfather was happy. He saw a genius in the boy. The guy tried his best, encouraging himself that he still had to learn to use the power of his eyes and develop magic. His grandfather advised him to risk his life in order to grow significantly. Rain understood this, but he still felt like something was missing. The former chief said he was now planning to create a fireball. He added that if the guy fails to dodge, he will die. The grandfather decisively went on the attack against his grandson. The guy had no choice but to use the power of his eyes. A huge clot of magic in the form of a fireball flew towards him. He gave him advice, mastering his opponent's magic with Belcidius and manipulating it with Bel Curious. The guy still couldn't get his bearings, although the ball was already close. The guy's right eye started bleeding from the strain. He was finally able to use the power he possessed. Everything around was transformed into numbers. Looking at his grandfather, he saw not him, but a silhouette in the form of a code. The fireball, meanwhile, was rapidly approaching. The words about the universe being transformed into equations and sent straight to the brain immediately popped into the guy's head. It was necessary to change the formula at his own discretion. The young man was about to take action, so he stretched out his hand forward. The magic array consists of 2 triangles. The designated runic symbol is the formula of Rutihen, the solution of the equation, like an imaginary root. Thanks to his knowledge, Rain got rid of the magical fireball. The grandfather, watching his grandson's actions, was amazed. But despite his victory, the guy was exhausted and began to lose consciousness. Fortunately, the former head of the family instantly teleported to him and caught him. Looking at his grandfather, he asked him whether the boy had succeeded or not, to which he received the answer that the result exceeded all expectations. And the grandfather also said that now the guy needs to increase his magical power. The former leader couldn't believe the fact that the young man managed to awaken Bel Curious at the age of 14. He added that he barely achieved this at the age of 39. I thought in my mind that this boy could rewrite the history of the empire. After the boy came to his senses, the grandfather decided to talk to him. He started by saying that he would not interfere in his life, but when he turned 16, he should knock on Delayton's door. The young man admitted that he was not very interested in it. Grandfather added that if his grandson finished it, he would have a chance to meet Archmage Lin. Rain thought to himself that this was not the way to treat the dead. Suddenly he remembered that Esther had left a letter, and the guy had a burning desire to read it. An image of his best friend appeared in his head, who dedicated the rest of her life to protecting the boy. The grandfather continued to praise his grandson, saying that at his age no one had ever awakened Bel Curious, and he was sure that the young man would be able to read the letter. The boy was a little confused, so he ignored some of his grandfather's words. This is a story about a journey, following the path of former comrades, following Esther's letter. There was about half a year left until the entrance exams at Delayton. Rain was going to use the yacht as an opportunity to visit different places when he went south. The family wished him success. The father asked if he planned to stay in the magical city after the exams. The son answered yes, since it is the place where all knowledge is collected. At the end of the year, there is a notoriously difficult exam, and those who pass it begin their first semester in March. The father was worried that the boy would not have security, although he understood that his son's skills were exceptional and there would be no danger if he followed the known path. Someday, when we look back, will he be able to call this conversation a memory? 15 days have already passed since the beginning of the journey. The young man found himself in the southern part of the Holy Empire, in the region of Garum. In a small town there were many taverns and inns. Surprisingly, all the people leading the way were wearing bamboo hats. Having asked one of the locals this question, he asked him a counter question: does the guy really not know about Lin's caravan? The stranger also asked one more question: how, despite such a smart look, he could not know about this holiday a long time ago. The local leader of this settlement received help from the Archmage. They wear bamboo hats as a sign of gratitude. This is a trading group with a great history. But who is this first leader? The hero asked himself. If he hears the name, then perhaps he will remember. But what are such respected merchants doing in such a small town? There is a problem on the road leading to the sunlit highway. Ferocious monsters have appeared and dozens of people have gone missing. People are waiting for the Lord's forces to come and destroy them. At that moment, the hero thought that this was a good way to practice his magic. Creatures whose essence has been distorted by magic are called monsters. They resemble animals, but have a much more grotesque appearance and dangerous magical abilities. The boy thought, as long as it wasn't a top-level monster, he shouldn't be in danger. Meanwhile, night had already fallen outside. The young man was not afraid to travel through the forest at such a time of day. But there was a feeling that someone was watching him. Despite this, it did not dare to attack. Perhaps it felt the difference in magical power, like an animal instinct. The boy could easily deal with monsters of this level. But despite this, he believed that it should not concern him. The monster extermination team could handle them with ease. Suddenly he decides to go another way, by land. Suddenly, someone asked him how to go the way the young man had thought of. He mentally transported himself back to his past life. The girl suggested going along the Belisor River and then heading to Tervanop. She wanted the heroes to go through the flower field. The other mage from their room had no idea where it was. Suddenly, Lin yelled at the girls, asking them what they were doing. He reported that 2 groups of soldiers were destroyed while fighting at the front. They arrived before the boys. Because of this, the situation has stalled. They are barely holding on, waiting for help from other heroes. Do you at least understand the importance of the whole situation? The main character asked them. The red-haired one replied that several legions were heading to the battlefield, and all the strong mercenaries had crossed the sea for glory. So she understood that there was no need to rush. When all the strong ones left, the monsters started running all over the continent, as if they were waiting for this moment. Their danger level is C or B. Lin's best friend looked at him. She understood what he was feeling. She said that in this world, many people need help, even for such a trifle. There is no difference in asking for help. She hoped that when he grew up, he would help people. Even though 300 years had passed since then, their advice irritated the hero. It was necessary to rest. Rein was tired from the journey. He cast a strange spell in his right hand. As soon as the magic creation was finished, the boy exclaimed that it was necessary to find him. The forest and all its contents fell silent. Suddenly there was a loud sound. Rein ordered to bring him here. A semblance of a snake appeared in the air, twisting the body. This something was rapidly approaching the main character. Yes, the information was confirmed. The summoned creature brought the magician a monster resembling a dog. Looking into the monster's eyes, the boy wondered, and this is called a threat. The young man reported that he had exterminated countless numbers of his own kind. Rein offered to spare his life if he would stop touching people, although it is unlikely that the monster could understand human language. The snake squeezed all the internal organs of the creature. Walking away from the body, he thought about how boring it all was. The border between the central and southern regions of the empire. This place was called the Badantio Ridge. As soon as the hero stepped on it, he met other creatures. The guy was unhappy that such freaks could look down on him. Suddenly, someone shot several creatures with a bow. The stranger began to rapidly approach the magician. There were several archers. Lin could not see their faces, although one of them seemed similar to Kay's to him. This man jumped from a small hill towards the main character. The stranger asked the main character if everything was okay with him, at which time Rein smelled alcohol. There are often monsters in this place. Wasn't the young man warned about this? The boy received such a question addressed to him. The second archer said that they were descendants of the Great Palace and were guarding it. Rein caught himself thinking that it wasn't Kay's in front of him and thanked the guys. I also asked them if they were currently on the Badantio mountain range. The archers looked at each other in surprise. Then they started laughing at the main character. Rein, clearly not expecting such a reaction to his question, began to shout at them. It turns out that 300 years later this place was renamed Kislanton. After defeating the Abyss, Kays took root in this place, and the palace belonged to him. Before the young man stood the students of the school founded by the legendary Archer. Traditionally, this passage is guarded by those recognized by the school director. The guy wondered if the main goal of this school was drunk archery. One of the boys hugged Rein and said that he came at the right time, because today was a festival. A day when everyone could drink free alcohol. They say that alcohol is the path to the sun and the moon, the boy said. The archer who saved the magician told his comrade to behave more restrainedly. The boy was about to carry Rein to the entrance of the village. Walking through the forest, the young magician asked his comrade if the road was closed because the leaves were falling. The archer confirmed this information, adding that there were too many falling this year that they could be removed forever. Coming to a fork, Rain was told that if he climbed the wooden stairs, he would get to the training hall. And if he goes straight along the path, he will arrive in the city. The young man's attention was drawn to the stone, or rather to what was written on it. Something pinched in the protagonist's chest. In front of him, he saw the silhouette of Kay's. An archer distracted him from his memories by telling him that the boy could make a wish in this place. The comrade was going to tell something important to the main character. This place is home to the tomb of the legendary archer. People usually make a wish here, saying, "Please protect us this year too." It was strange to Rain that the tomb was built in such a place, on a mountain. The archer began to interrogate the young man as to why he knew nothing about this place, and doubted that he was even from this country. Suddenly, the comrade asked whether the young magician had ever heard of Kay's friend Lin. Everyone should know this fact, for example, that Lin was very shy. Kay's believed that Lin would return, even after death. Before his death, he said that if his grave was in the city, Lin would hardly come there, so it would be better to bury the archer on the mountain. The protagonist immediately remembered how he prevented Lin from sleeping, and also the moments when Kay's touched the boy's hair, and he didn't particularly like it, and those events when the young man taught the marksman hunter all sorts of symbols. As if after learning from books, the archer again touched the boy's hair. Rain felt good in his soul from these memories. Did Kay's know then that this farewell was forever? Suddenly, the young man realized that the archer had promised to return to him. The disfigured figure of the legendary archer appeared before my eyes. Rain got scared and ran away from there. Suddenly, since he was not familiar with this area, the guy tripped over a rock and fell headfirst onto the ground. He felt pain, both mentally and physically, and he screamed. The hero was already sitting on the edge of the cliff and thinking about what to do. He wanted to return to the grave to say goodbye. He lay completely leaning back on the stone, his own thoughts devouring him. Old memories appeared before my eyes again. A situation when an archer in the darkness found an eagle that the guys had been tracking for a long time. Or how the hero was amazed. Is it really possible to shoot so well while being so intoxicated? The more the boy remembered the different funny situations with Kay's, the wider his smile became. Here, Lin's best friend reminds her that the archer cannot speak. Here, no one can sleep because Kay's snores so loudly. I remembered the moment when the heroes stood over Lin's dying body. The smile turned into laughter, hysterical. He imagined his friends looking at him with bewilderment. The hero covered his face with his hand as he began to cry. And then, when emotions completely consumed him, he began to cry. When he felt better, he decided to get out of this place. The road led the boy to a place not far from which was a friend's grave. Coming closer to her, he began to use magic. He pointed his hand straight at the tablet. The blow was directed at the ground, not at the monument. All the foliage that was nearby began to burn. The area around the monument became deserted. Turning around, the main character walked away from this place. On the way, a dialogue with the archer came to mind, in which Lin told his friend that it was not because he was shy, because he lacks courage, the courage to meet your friends and ask them for forgiveness. The main character could not keep the promise he made to his friends. Autumn in the south was simply stunning. Under such a summer-autumn sky, a huge city spread out before the young man. The latter was many times larger than the one from which Rein came. The city of magicians was called the Golden Rose, and a university was built in its very heart. This city had been interesting to him since his previous life, but it did not live up to his expectations. At the market, he heard that someone was selling books on magic, as well as teaching aids. Someone tried to sell supposedly ability-enhancing artifacts. All knowledge of magic passed through this place. Approaching one man, Rain was about to ask the price of one item. The guy received in response that there were only 10 copper coins. He was surprised by such a low price. Holding this piece in his hands, he remembered how he had once paid 80 coins for such a thing. Suddenly, the guy is told that the bell on the clock tower is ringing, which means the exam will begin soon. The young man paid the merchant and hurried to the university. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to a man who stole something from the market. Watching him run away, I realized that the security in the city wasn't very good. An elderly man fell right in front of the Rhine. The guy asked him if everything was okay, and apologized for not being able to help because he was late. The man, in turn, began to whisper something about how it was not for sale, but a family heirloom that his grandson needed for the entrance exam. Turning around, the young man wondered why he needed help if he also had an exam. Something that sat inside the main character made him help the elderly man. An image of his best friend appeared, looking insistently at Rain. The young man followed the man who needed help. Having caught up with him, he told him to wait a minute. The hero decides to jump onto the roof, as this will make it easier to keep an eye on the thief. Casting a powerful spell in his right hand, he informed his opponent that he would turn to ashes. Suddenly, someone stops the main character. It turns out to be another magician, a girl. Sand suddenly appears around the thief. With her magic, she created several sand guardians. Standing on them, right in front of the enemy, she informed him that he had not chosen the best day for atrocities. The girl pompously announced that she was Kristaten. Looking at her, Rain realized that the maiden was Varden. Her family is located on the eastern edge of the border. Like the Ludwig family, it is one of the 5 families of magicians. Before he regained his past memories, he met her several times at family gatherings. The girl constantly teased him, asking questions like, "Does Rain really like living like an idiot?" Every time they saw each other, she would start acting smart, so he called her a nerd. Judging by her shape, she is most likely the same age as the hero. The thief turned out to be no slouch either, since he also possessed magic, and he easily destroyed the guards. The girl, left without support, hovered above the ground. The bandit's magic grabbed one of the boys. Rain decided not to stand aside and began to create something. He activated the power of his eyes. The hero also noted that the man possessed considerable magical powers. The young man was also interested in his left hand. The girl did not give up at this time. She began to create a spell in order to continue the confrontation. Both the thief and Rain were surprised that the maiden had created 2-star magic. If Ludwig's family is known as thieving mages, then the girl's family is known as commanding mages. A huge sandy something began to appear behind her. This creature turned out to be a sand golem. The thief was very surprised by what he saw. The eyes of the summoned creature were shining. Showing the girl his hand, he said that thanks to her, he was invincible. With a deft movement, the enemy pierced the golem's body. He didn't fall apart, but it was clear that he could no longer continue the fight. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a furious red color. Could the thief really have thought that the golem could crumble from such a blow? The girl was very scared when she saw that the enemy was going to use some kind of attack again. A lightning strike hit the summoned creature and it fell to pieces. By showing your trump card so early, you are sure to get counterattacked. The main character rushed to help the maiden. The enemy was shocked by the fact that he would now have to fight too. Rain gave the thief some advice. In magic, if you cast a spell first, it doesn't mean you've already won. The boy, looking menacing, began to create a spell in his left hand. He brought down a huge layer of water on the golem. The girl whom the hero helped asked if the young man was a water mage. She added that water magic might defeat Earth, but an unsummoned creature would hardly fall from the magic of a single star. The thief began to laugh at the boy's helplessness. He added that he doesn't know his place and still brags. Then the guy tried again. This attack already seemed stronger than the previous one. While he was trying to fix the situation, the girl informed him that it wasn't working. The thief, as if completely mad, advised the boys not to waste their time and simply wish to die. Rain tried harder and harder, putting in all his strength. The thief also did not stand aside and controlled the subordinate creature as best he could. The boy had no choice but to stop the spell and save the girl. The thief was furious that he could not deal with the children. While Rain was saving the girl, he clearly came up with an effective plan. The girl noticed this and told him that it was dangerous. But the young man could no longer be stopped. He began to cast a spell in his hands. The maiden was amazed that her new friend could perform such a large number of spells in a short time. While he was creating what was in his hand, he was simultaneously solving an equation. After the decision was made, the hero summoned huge tentacles that bound the golem. Powerful blows dug into the creature's stone skin. The thief was seriously scared that he had lost his strong ally. The summoned creature was finally immobilized. Then the tentacles appeared around the bandit. The guy approached his opponent and took from him the tools that the thief had used. Rain began to examine the golden artifact. The man began to shout at the young man to give him back the trinket he had stolen. Stealing control over magic is similar to Bel Sidious. There are 2 magic circles engraved on the stone, meaning the enemy could steal up to 2-star magic. The bandit was scared because he was able to cast such magic. Rain told him that he wouldn't believe him, even if he told him. The guy returned his grandmother's thing to her. She even burst into tears from the young man's kindness. All the people who observed the situation rejoiced. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he was late for the exam. A woman in a robe with a sword in her hand approached the thief, putting the weapon to his face. She turned her gaze to the girl from a noble family. The woman told her that the maiden had made a mistake. It turned out to be Professor Caroline. She informed her that using the golem was a reckless move. Quick self-reflection is a good quality of Krista. The girl said that the guy who helped her was amazing. His speed of casting magic was the same as the professor's. She also noted that during the selection, the young man did not seem so strong to her. The professor asked the girl if Rain had come for the selection exam. Then what was he doing there? It turns out that it started a long time ago, and the girl also forgot about it. At that time, the boy was running as fast as he could. The girl wanted the professor to accept her without an exam, but unfortunately this cannot be done. She asked if it was possible to be more lenient. since the girl was trying to help a stranger. Turning his attention to the bandit, the professor said that life is more fun with such people. The girl added that it would be better for the school to have funny characters. The woman meanwhile returned to her office. She read a dossier on someone, has no experience in magical competitions, and has no significant achievements in other areas. The genius prodigy that everyone is talking about may turn out to be a disaster sent from heaven to the Ludwig family. Suddenly she read that he had been Scalzi Ludwig's assistant for 3 years. She asked the question under the guidance of the former great magician and head of the school of Osiris. Just because he's a relative doesn't mean he can do anything. He is the type who will mercilessly reject someone who does not produce results. If he is an assistant, then why is he called a child prodigy in all 8 schools? Caroline, the professor, called Barden's assistant to her, asked to make an appointment with the rector. She needed to discuss something about an individual appointment. It seemed to her that history was repeating itself, with talent appearing in this city at the same time. 5 latecomers from 8 schools were admitted immediately. The Varden family also sent a child, but there may be problems with him. Since the conflict between the magical families and the 8 schools is very deep, it is not very pleasant to get involved in the students' disputes. But this is a special situation. The rector told the professor to keep a close eye on the students and intervene when necessary, but not often. Medelia, looking at the professor's face, asked what had happened. She thought that it was not worth jumping to conclusions. It seemed to her that there was another genius in this generation besides Krista. The rector asked if there were any new students she didn't know about. Caroline said no. Then she suggested that perhaps this child should be given an additional test. The professor said that the rector would not believe it, but she could see him at a family meeting. Medelia said her friend still has the habit of hitting hands. It was just the professor's personal opinion, but perhaps they would have given Rein Ludwig the opportunity to enroll. Looking at his file, the girl wondered how he would behave in this situation. But they would soon know the result, because after all, Owen was there. The rector was also interested in whether the young man really did not ask for any reward for his deed. Yes, this really turned out to be so. Because the young man does not like it when it turns out that he is a hero, it brings him problems. He prefers to just read his books quietly. The rector thought he was strange. The professor noted that such people make good magicians, as her teacher had said. The rector noticed that her friend was looking a bit gloomy today. She also noted that she was perceptive, as always. If Rein Ludwig caught such a thief, then it seems that it is connected with the Dark Church. The rector was sure that no. The Department for Combating Special Cases was going to contact them. They would be here soon. Caroline had a bad feeling about this. A friend asked her to be prepared for change. The young man was told that he had been accepted after he missed the exam due to being late. The professor asked the boy to pretend that he had passed an additional exam and was included in the list of successful candidates. She was worried that the extra exams would be seen as a disgrace for those who failed the regular entrance exam. But for him, it was not much of a problem. Fearing that he would have to retake the exam, he accepted the offer, and so he stood before the gates of the greatest magical university, where the pinnacles of the intellect of the sacred empire gathered. The hero stood in front of the gate, wearing a luxurious white cloak. While inside, he found himself thinking that he had never been involved with the school. In his past life, he studied under the headmaster of the Osiris school, and in this life with my family. Now the young man feels that he does not need to learn from anyone, but he needed to find what Esther left for him. For now, the guy needed to improve his magical skills at least to the level of his previous life. Suddenly he was noticed by the girl whom he helped in the battle with the thief. He reluctantly greeted the girl. She thanked him and then started screaming. The girl said that she could have managed without his help, and suddenly the other kids started calling the girl's name. Rein noticed that the girl turned out to be more famous than him. She immediately changed her emotions and began to boast about her status. Krista also added that from this moment on, the young man is her rival. The guy, because of his character, thought that he couldn't stand annoying creatures. She wondered if he was the new Lin. The young man immediately remembered his past life. He was having a dialogue with an unknown woman. She informed him about the brat who entered the tower. She insisted on being treated as a senior since she entered the tower first. Lin remembered that the maiden was very boastful. This situation made the hero laugh a lot. Krista thought that the young man was laughing at her. In order to somehow assert herself, she began to create a spell in her right hand. She created a powerful fog, which made it impossible for Rein to see anything. The other kids were affected too. With a haughty face, she asked if the hero had seen her true abilities. Looking around, the hero realized that the surrounding environment did not bother her at all. He caught himself thinking that she looked like Giselle. She must have reincarnated into her. Rein decided to put the girl in her place. The unknown person noticed what a dramatic performance was taking place at the moment. On one side, the best newcomer stood in front of him. On the other hand, there is a genius child prodigy who barely passed the additional exam. Suddenly one of the elders appeared and said that this was a comparison of extremes. A certain young man named Hubert appeared. He was from Rohuinam School, a graduate of De Layton High School. Rumor has it that he has been competing with Kristen for a long time. The girl said that it would be a shame if he fell into her magic and flew away somewhere, so he should be grateful to her for her attention. The guy started to be sarcastic, saying that he was so grateful to her that tears were welling up in his eyes, and he also advised the girl to know her place. She said that the finalist should not behave like that and hinted at a duel. Hubert looked at the girl through narrowed eyes and said that she was a disgrace to the family. Now he turned to Rain, saying that he had not noticed him. He called him a genius, clearly hinting that, in his opinion, the young man was nothing special. The boy asked the impudent man who he was to behave so badly. Rain also told him that if he was going to fight, he had to be good at magic. This gesture from the hero amazed everyone who was nearby. Especially Hubert. He asked Rain to repeat the words. At this time, the girl began to laugh at the arrogant guy. Looking at his stupid face, the girl wondered how the newcomer managed to trample his opponent with words. Suddenly a woman appeared and told all the newcomers to follow her. The same thing applied to the girl. She had to take an oath. Rain turned slowly and went about his business with an imperturbable face. The girl, seeing the guy, said that she would continue with her next time. Some spectators thought, how is this possible? A fight between Krista and a brilliant young master. Some thought that they couldn't be compared, while others had no doubts about the strength of the main character. One of the boys asked another if his friend knew that Rain was Principal Scalzi's assistant. The university entrance ceremony has begun. The disgruntled, arrogant guy was also present. Suddenly, Krista raised her hand. At this time, Rain sat and wondered when this would all end. His attention was drawn to the appearance of the rector. She wanted to tell something to the first-year students. Someone in the room began to whisper, calling her the best magician in the empire. The hall froze in anticipation of the rector's speech. Rain looked at her and tried to remember at least something directly or indirectly connected with her from his past. She was a direct descendant of the founder of magic, Emitsa Page. Hair color and purple eyes are genetics. The first thing the girl did was greet everyone who was in the room. She congratulated about 200 first-year students and said that half of them would not survive until their second year. They would either be held back or expelled. The crowd of young people was excited. Only 60 people will enter the third year, and half of that number will graduate. This is exactly the kind of place that this university is considered to be. A place where talents are honed. This is the policy of this educational institution. Unlimited competition. The kids will feel this acutely throughout their studies. Suddenly the maiden shouted loudly, "Sharpen your talents! Fight each other and split into two. Do this until the tiny stones begin to shine with their own brilliance." 3 years later, she suggested meeting here again. Then she greets them as a fellow magician. She added that she wishes each of them good luck. The boys started clapping. They were both disappointed and motivated. When everyone stood up, Rain remained sitting in the chair. The professor watched the process from the balcony, and she liked the energy that reigned in the room. She asked Professor Owen's opinion on the matter. He said that he only sees idiots with manure on their heads. He added that they were all doomed to failure. Meanwhile, after the ceremony, the young man was looking for the building of the faculty of the Hall of the Sleeping Dragon. When he found it, he was amazed by the beauty of the architecture. Finding the office was not particularly difficult for the young man. The young man went inside, but it was empty. The hero had no choice but to sit at an empty desk. Cold, fresh air was coming through the open window. This situation made Rain smile. Suddenly, someone distracted him from his thoughts by telling him that the guys were now classmates. Looking at the one who addressed him, the young man was very surprised. This person turned out to be Krista, whom he helped on the street. She began to praise herself again, urging Rain to fight her. A friend with purple hair appeared behind her. She translated what the girl said into normal language, meaning that Krista was very happy to sit at the same desk with the young man. The girl from the Varden family began to mock the boy, saying that she would bully him from the first day of school. Hubert appeared behind them, telling them how wonderful the situation was. He was not very pleased with the lady's rude behavior, pointing her finger at others. Krista's friend told the guy that this was part of the girl's charm. Even without that, she was still charming. At least more so than the one who was only impressive in appearance. The girl with purple hair was called Gertrude. The hero was stressed by all these disputes between the guys from rich families. This situation made him remember the dialogue with Frida. She asked Lynn if he wanted to study at school, to which she received the answer that no. He told her what the school could teach a 4-star mage. Frida began by saying that school is not a place to study for academic success. Looking at his classmates, Rain understood why his friend told him about this, so that he could meet people like these. It was getting close to the start of classes. The formidable professor appeared in the doorway. This man, it seems, was the curator of this group. There was a strange tension in the air. Krista reported that this man was stingy with his grades. The teacher looked at the boys with a menacing gaze. The kids who caught his gaze were stunned. He made a sad face and scratched his head. He had no motivation to lead these pathetic monkeys for a whole year. He added that they have manure instead of brains. A man threw chalk at one of the students because he looked away and not at the teacher. He then turned his gaze to the next victim. It turned out to be Krista's friend, a girl with purple hair. Both the arrogant maiden and Rain noticed where the man's gaze was directed. He asked the group what they were laughing at now. Do they really think that just because they got here, the whole world belongs to them? The man asked the children to cast aside all illusions. If they ever achieved something great, they could call the professor Sir. After asking about the presence of children from the 8 major schools, the guy who had been bullying Rain and Krista raised his hand. The professor called those involved in these establishments the most terrible thing there is. The strange mathematical formulas that these guys give in the name of tradition are simply amazing. He didn't expect anything from such kids. The next question was about the presence of people from noble families. Rain and Krista raised their hands. The professor called such people disgusting, because such children behave arrogantly without having experienced difficulties. Rain had no choice but to listen to the abuse directed at him. The professor set himself the task of making the children at least somewhat useful magicians. He added that anyone who fails will be thrown out. Approaching the red-haired boy, he asked him if the young man thought the teacher was scary, to which he replied that he didn't. Then he said that he would now conduct a test. The children had to form teams of 2. The last team will be excluded. The boys began to get a little scared, thinking that this was all just to scare them. Approaching the board, the professor began to draw something on it. Then he slammed his fist on it menacingly. He depicted a problem that the children had to solve and were given only 20 minutes to complete it. He added that those who fail to pass or pass last will be excluded. Then he asked a question to those sitting in the audience, which they stared at. He shouted loudly that the exam had begun. The man began to mock the boys, calling them monkeys. Rain looked at the girl carefully. Krista began to think in her mind about how to solve this problem. When she realized that she couldn't cope with it alone, she asked Rain for help. Then she snapped at the protagonist, ordering him to get down to business. The events are transferred to the past. The Varden family was finished. The children said goodbye to their parents, and the mother told the youngest that she was counting on her. She added that she is the only one who can revive their family. The girl, remembering this, was going to become the best in everything. Rain had been watching her the whole time. Then she snapped at him again, asking what he was staring at, and if he had managed to find the answer to the function. The guy silently handed her the written piece of paper. Suddenly, a strong wind blew towards the heroes from the street. The Virgin wondered why now. She tried to hold the manuscripts so that they would not be carried away by the wind. What her partner wrote caught her attention. She looked at the piece of paper carefully. Apparently remembering something, she shouted loudly. The professor asked the children to be quiet. The girls said that everything was ruined, and they would have to start from scratch. Looking at this, the main character used the ability of his eyes. He saw magic around his friend's hands. Her trail was heading towards a specific person. Someone clearly wanted to prevent the heroes from handing in their work. That person turned out to be that arrogant bully. At this moment, Rain thought that the 8 major schools were just playing childish pranks. The school this guy belonged to was the School of Wind. Their art has no sound or color, meaning he could manipulate the wind. The girl distracted him from analyzing the situation and urged him to start rewriting quickly. The hero looked at the manuscript that his friend gave him. Rain watched carefully what the girl was doing. He abruptly snatched the manuscript from her hands. He said that if they were to solve this problem in this way, they would not be able to complete it in 8 minutes. The girl asked how he could know about it if he hadn't even tried it, to which he replied that she wouldn't understand anyway. The task is doable, but the solution is very difficult for Krista. The hero deftly picked up the pencil, and he began to scribble rapidly on the paper. A moment later, the young man came up with a solution to this problem. He added that if a maiden burns out so quickly, then she is not capable of being a magician. A strong magician must remain calm in any situation. At this time, the young man remembered his past life. In the world he lived in, even 8 minutes was not enough. At the cost of a few seconds of delay, it was not an exception at all. It was a painful death. Rain was going to take the initiative, but the girl just needed to help the guy. The arrogant guy and his friend were already on their way to the teacher to hand in their work. He asked the professor to evaluate his knowledge. The man looked closely at the manuscripts. Then, creating magic in his hand, he directed it at the drawing. The leaf rose into the air and glowed green, reported that several runes are working correctly. Considering that the guys did the best job, this is a good result. He added that it wasn't great, so there was no need to be proud of yourself. The time limit for solving this problem should have been 2 minutes. That's why the guys got a C grade. The young man said that he could not come to terms with this result. The professor told him not to play the fool. He should understand perfectly well why he got a C. He also called the proud young man a monkey. The guy's friend also tried to find out the reason for such an assessment. Rain asked the boy to step aside. The guy was surprised that they solved the problem again so quickly after their answer sheet was torn up. Rain asked the professor to evaluate them. The man said that he was upset that our heroes had finished their work, and he would like the guy and the girl to be expelled from here. Rain stated that if you can't use magic just because the wind is blowing, then you have no right to be called a magician. The teacher said that he liked the young man's spirit. He added some kind of joke that puzzled the first people who handed in their work. The man was surprised by what was depicted and written on the paper. I thought the magic circle was different from what he suggested. Looking at the manuscript, I tried to understand the train of thought of Rain. The young man said that if you solve through these runes, the activation time is accelerated. The man added that they don't even remember this in high school classes, but the boy knows about it from somewhere. The girl listened to the dialogue between two geniuses and did not understand what they were talking about. You can't say you've used magic properly until you've completely mastered your hands. So with that in mind, the boy changed the shape of the magic circle. The teacher realized that Rain, based on his misunderstanding of the runes, was trying to shorten the activation time. The professor said that this was the correct answer, but whether it would activate correctly was another story. Rain suggested that the man test it. The teacher expected to see the young man fail. The girl had no choice but to hope for a miracle. The man wanted to understand whether this was skill or just a trick. A strange magic emanated from the leaf. Something appeared above the table. Then it disappeared, leaving behind a yellow spark. The teacher was amazed by what he saw. Both the girl and the other test takers were not left indifferent. Those who had been trying to solve the problem up until now were also amazed by what they saw. The man began to clap his hands. He said that he had been working for 13 years and had seen many geniuses, but our guys are the first to give such an answer. Those in the audience were clearly envious of Rain and Christine, and the proud young man and his friend had no choice but to hate the guys. The heroes received the highest marks for such work. The girl, unlike the boy, was unable to contain her emotions. She thanked the professor with all her heart. He told the boys to return to their seats or he would lower their grades. The man told the same thing to those who came first with the results. Krista demonstratively walked past her opponent, demonstrating her superiority. Rain made eye contact with the guy, which scared him. But, hiding his fear, he smiled awkwardly and asked if the red-eyed man really wanted to tell him something. The man told the boys to return to their seats or they would receive a disciplinary warning. As he was leaving, Rain told the guy that next time everything would be different. At the next lesson, the man informed the children that those who had passed the first symbol test had passed their first lesson. The young man tried to talk to his girlfriend, but she didn't listen to him. Then the hero became interested in why she was behaving this way. Meanwhile, the lesson came to an end. The teacher noticed the faces of those sitting in the audience. He added that next time it would be even harder. I asked the guys to get today's lesson into their heads. As they left the auditorium, Krista called the hero by his full name. The young man responded warily. The girl began to say something slowly. The boy pointed this out to her, and she shouted at him not to make fun of her. She reminded him that they were rivals and that she would return the favor next time. They helped each other only this time. All Rain could do was listen to her complaints. The next day, the boys went to an unfamiliar castle. Friends were looking for what floor the hostel was on. She accused the hero once again of showing off. Krista's friend came to the guys. The young man entered this beautiful building, which was decorated with dragons. Someone recognized the boy as the son of the Ludwig family. The young man approached the wooden door and wondered if this was the place he was looking for. He pulled out a red pendant from his pocket, which glowed strangely next to the door. She began to open up slowly. The young man was given a single room. It was well groomed. There was a small table and a library. It reminded him of being in a magic tower. Even in his past life, he sat in a room like this, concentrating on studying magic. I remembered a moment where the hero was in a similar room with his girlfriend. Inside the room, Rain looked around, and then he plopped down on the soft bed. Looking at his hand, he thought about breaking into the Vatican and examining his remains. But he understood that in the current state it would be problematic to do this. With his own hand, he created magic. Then a sharp pain shot through his body. 4-star magic still eluded him. Suddenly something struck the main character. A bird flew in through the window. It was an owl. Its appearance frightened the young man a little. She brought a small gift for Rain. Having taken the bundle, the young man let her go. The sender's name was not provided. Inside the box, there was a huge blue notebook. The boy thought that his father might have sent it. He found another book behind the notebook. The one that was badly battered was very familiar to the hero. It was the same diary that he had entrusted to Esther. The guy's hands were shaking. He was concerned about who could have sent such things. He looked out the window where the owl had flown in from. Looking around, he tried to understand who knew his identity. Events are transferred to a magical training complex. The guys trained there from time to time. At this moment, it was Krista and her friend's turn. The purple-haired girl asked the girl if something had happened to her, because she was more excited than usual. The friend suggested that the girl had met with Rain. She was very curious about what happened between them. Clearly trying to avoid answering, she smashed the models with all her might. But it was hard to fool the purple-haired girl. It seems that the rumors that the young man helped her during the exam are true. It's strange, but the guy Krista's friend met as a child was different. The action moves to the central hall of the hostel. Someone told the guy who gave the main character gifts that they were happy to welcome a loser with a C grade. The guy asked Logan not to joke like that. It seems the guys knew each other. His friend continued to bully Hubert. I reminded him that Krista had easily received the best score. Also asked about the genius boy. Hubert replied that his comrade should not care at all. Then, looking at him menacingly, he asked if he really wanted to challenge him. Logan didn't mind at all. The boys looked at each other with furious eyes. Someone with red hair entered the fight and told the boys to stop behaving like that. He also asked them to understand that they were not alone here, and that they could hurt someone during the fight. Logan approached the person, whose name was Lily, and told her that it was all a joke. The guy was planning a strategy to destroy Krista and the newbie. Lily was against it. She advised her friend to focus on development instead of bullying the weak. Hubert intervened in the conversation, saying that he would destroy them himself. Warn your comrade not to interfere. Entering another room, he called Logan a complete idiot. Then, to calm himself, he exhaled slowly. When he realized that this didn't help, he started punching the first thing that came to hand. He was extremely curious about how Rain had such skills at such a young age. He didn't understand how a guy who hadn't achieved a single rank could be so talented. Rain, meanwhile, was reading one of the books. The first part told about Lynn's life, the second about the fighting styles that the legendary hero used. Having closed the manuscripts, the young man began to think. Even if someone knows about the person, why haven't they contacted me yet? It was approaching 11 o'clock in the evening, and the hero was about to turn off the light, but his attention was drawn to what was lying on the chest of drawers. It was a diary related to Esther. As soon as he opened it, a magical butterfly flew out. The main character jumped back and the diary fell to the ground. The guy was horrified when he realized that he had created this Rudian in his past life. Then it dawned on him that this species was much larger and darker. He tried to understand how it had not disappeared in 300 years. The creature sat on the guy's hand and began to explore unique magic. Letters appeared against the background of the Rudian, from which sentences were formed. Looking at all this, Rain began to remember something from his past life. He realized that all the knowledge that Lynn had studied during his life was collected here. 12 original runes that were tested in battle 300 years ago. It gradually began to dawn on the hero. If this was all true, this means that he did not make a mistake in his path. If he continues in the same spirit, he will reach the end of his path. Suddenly, he had hope. She made him forget who sent the book. The next day, putting on his robe, he decides to begin his research. The hero immediately gets caught in the rain. Unlike the north, where the rain makes it cool, the southern regions remain warm due to the influence of the mountain range. And he walked away satisfied, humming a song under his breath. He entered some building and asked the girl who worked there if it was possible to freely practice magic there. She replied that this place would be even better than the battlefield. According to the headman, this is a place for practice with a wide range. The girl advised the boy to touch the student's ring to enter. The guy did just that. An imaginary gate appeared through which one had to enter. The girl also asked the guy not to be shy and to start training. In his mind, he asked for a target and let it be strong. A yellow spot appeared on the floor next to the hero. A greenish golem immediately crawled out of it. Its level was on par with 2-star magic. At the same time, Rain studied what was written in the blue diary. Having finished studying the rune, he closed the manuscripts. I started by constructing a triangular magic circle. It became possible to engrave the U rune. Then suddenly it began to crumble from the hero's hands. It seems like the 1-star magic didn't work. The guy clenched his fist tightly. Then the young man began to prepare to attack the enemy. He put all his strength into the upcoming strike. Rain finished preparing the spell. It seemed as if he was not attacking his opponent at all. Someone was watching the hero all this time. It was Hubert. He wondered what kind of trash magic Rain was using. A characteristic feature of magic is to be noisy. But judging by the young man's magic, it is still in its early stages. Rumors that he was Scalzi's assistant appear to have been proven false. At this time, something strange began to happen to the golem. He was all beaming. It seemed that a little more and he would explode. The summoned creature fell to the ground. Rain cursed that he had barely succeeded. Flame with the U trait penetrates the body and melts it from the inside. But the whole thing took 30 seconds. But the hero was not going to be sad. He still had plenty of time to figure this out. No matter how much he messes up, he will be able to solve this problem. Then the young man began to meditate, with Rudjin flying around him. He reported that the theory of mechanics had been restored. Rain appreciated the value of the butterfly, as it not only detected nearby magic, but also reported on the research conducted during the day. The hero realized that progress had increased by 0.1%, and he became interested in what had influenced this. He decided not to dwell on it, as there was still plenty of time. Suddenly the boy was enveloped in a wind. Someone not far from the young man was going to practice. It was Hubert. In his thoughts, the protagonist called him a novice magician. 3 creatures resembling bats formed around the guy. They began to attack the young man. He dealt with them without any particular problems. Looking at this, Rain realized that the guy wasn't so bad. Events are postponed to hold lectures. The professor explained the stages into which the application of magic is divided. Many magicians have difficulty with the third mathematical calculations. Therefore, to prevent the boys from turning into coal, the magician Lin created a discriminant. The teacher decided to demonstrate this with a specific example. Having explained, he ordered those sitting in the audience to solve the problem, for which he allocated 10 minutes. Taking the paper in his hand, Rain was about to begin. He wondered which of his friends had passed on this formula. After all, the trio with whom he traveled did not even know of its existence. Although there was one person, that annoying child who proclaimed himself to be Lin's disciple and followed him around. The man named Tarina. Could it really be he who passed on this knowledge? Impossible, thought the hero. Because it was 300 years ago. Krista distracted him from his thoughts. He offered her his help, which she hastily refused. The girl caught the professor's angry look and hastened to apologize. She handed the strange box to the main character. When asked what it was, the girl replied that it was a cookie. She added that after training she had some time left and decided to bake a dessert. The guy thanked her and thought that this was her way of paying back the debt. When he opened the box, he saw only coals. Closing his eyes, the young man wondered how this could even be called a cookie. He asked the maiden if she had used dirt instead of flour. The girl immediately began to resent the main character. Someone in the audience reported that this discriminant allowed him to decide that Lin was a genius. The guy continued to praise the legendary magician, which flattered Rain. The man's neighbor picked up on his idea and began to develop it, calling Lin the reincarnation of the great sage. The main character felt ashamed of what he heard, and he wanted the guys to shut up. Krista was puzzled by the fact that Rain blushed. She asked him if he was really so embarrassed over a few cookies. At this time, the professor approached her. He suggested that she attend additional classes. The lesson ended with the children handing in their answers. The heroes went outside together. The girl asked which club Rain was going to join. Virgo was about to join the magical volleyball. Rain suddenly had some business to attend to and ran away. There were many clubs at the university for exchanging experiences, such as the Combat Magic Club. There was also a club of fire attributes. There was also a festival magic direction available. These clubs are created by students united by common motives and goals. This gives everyone the opportunity to devote themselves to research outside of their studies. Because of his girlfriend, who was constantly distracting the hero, the guy couldn't concentrate. She wanted the young man to join the magical volleyball circle with her. He refused, saying that his father would not scold him if he did not honor traditions. Krista's friend entered the conversation, saying that this could not happen. She had already begun to persuade Rain to join. He became interested in the Fine Arts Club. In those days, people clung to survival. When the world became calmer, people began to do what they liked. When Lin grows up, the world will be prosperous. Esther hoped that the boy would be able to protect lives. He was distracted from his thoughts by a girl with purple hair. She asked where the young man was heading. He was going to check out the local development magic club. She thought that the glory of the Ludwig family might end with this child. I thought that the older sister of the Page family disappeared after a certain event. What if the Rain family also lost heart? Then the girl smiled strangely. She announced that a new era was now beginning under the leadership of Lady Krista. Turning around, the girl did not see her friend. She felt uncomfortable because no one was listening to her. She assumed that she had gone after Lord Rain. Everything turned out just like that. She really did go after the main character. Approaching the door, he assumed that this was the place. The hero opened the door slightly and heard a conversation. Several guys were talking to each other. One of them turned out to be Logan. He wanted to be given one of the rooms. The girl explained that this guy was a junior member of the Chehak school, a school that specializes in producing magicians with an emphasis on martial arts. Logan tried to persuade the person he was talking to into a duel. Krista explained that this happens quite often in order to conduct club activities. A space is needed. If there is a need to create a club in the absence of free rooms, then space must be taken through a duel. This is a clear and convincing method. Rain looked away and agreed with the girl. The founder of the club, to which Rain was in such a hurry, defended his point of view with all his might. Logan asked him questions mockingly. The guy with glasses said he wanted to find a way to use magic to overcome poverty. This club was created for these purposes, thinking about the people who are having a hard time right now. He can't give this space to someone like Logan. The guy just laughed, saying that if it were possible, he would have done it a long time ago. Then he grabbed the guy with glasses by the shirt. Lifting him into the air, he added, "What can we even talk about when the young man can't even keep the club from a newcomer?" I asked a question. Did senior students ever give a result? Does the creator of the club really believe that pathetic research left by worthless people can somehow change the world? He continued to verbally abuse the guy with glasses. The founder of the club, despite his position, still had no intention of giving anything to anyone. Logan asked him when he would stop living with stupid dreams. Grabbing the poor guy more tightly, he informed him that there was nothing he could do. Before throwing the young man to the ground, he said that he would help open his eyes. Someone interrupted this conversation. Rain offered to arrange for Logan to have a magical duel with him. The guy was surprised to see the young man in front of him. The main character announced that he had just joined the club. Progress in researching unique magic in the surrounding space continued. The level was increased by 0.8%. Esther wanted to create an oasis in the middle of the desert, so she could help travelers looking for water. After the journey, she would like Lynn to create some spells for her, such that everyone can create and use them, which will help people in trouble and make life a little easier. Such magic, Lynn. Please create them with your own hands. Logan just laughed at the fact that the young man was going to join this worthless, in his opinion, club. He noticed Krista in the doorway. He called her worn out and apologized for speaking his mind out loud. The guy said that he was going to greet Rain, but since he said there was a duel, trying to intimidate the guy, I asked him if Logan had misheard. Rain said he had understood everything correctly. He started laughing, not thinking that Rain might be stronger than him. The protagonist suggested that he would not use combat magic. Krista simply watched the guy's dialogue. Rain then suggested to his opponent that he would only use 3 spells developed by this club. Logan didn't believe him. The main character was 100% confident in himself. The arrogant guy just laughed, because Rain didn't know that it takes 3 days to approve membership. The hero suggested simply getting down to business. Logan suggested to the head of the club that if he lost, he would leave here and personally defend this place from his own kind. But if he wins, the guys will have to take their documents from this university. The reason should be the fact that Logan is an insurmountable barrier for the guys. The girl, looking furiously at the bastard, intervened in the conversation, to which he replied that outsiders should shut up. Rain told her not to interfere. Each of the guys was confident that they would win. Logan offered the young man to choose the place and date. The bastard added that he would invite the professor as a judge. Walking down the hallway, Logan was pleased with the way things were turning out. He predicted these events, calling this day memorable. After what happened, Krista asked if the hero knew about his situation here. Rain just joked with a serious face. She looked at him with hatred. Turning around, the girl called herself a fool and told him to do whatever he wanted. Looking after her, the hero did not understand why she was so angry. The guy with glasses, getting up from his knees, said that Rain did not understand what he had done. The descendants of a magical family never enter into duels. Rain asked him why that was so. Because they lose too much and gain too little. He became curious as to why the young man had helped him. The guy said that this was to some extent for the task. He was grateful, but also said that it seemed like Rain didn't realize how strong Logan was. The bastard is very good against long-range mages, and he is also very physically developed. His winning percentage is over 90%, so Rain embarked on a reckless adventure. He also thought that he had acted a little stupidly. The guy with glasses began to tell his story. He was born in a village. All its residents collected money so that he could study at this institution, and he decided to repay them by making the village a little better. That's why I joined this club and started studying magic. But everything did not go as planned, and the anxiety and worry only increased. The guy clung to it for personal reasons, but achieved nothing. He was sorry, but he would have to take part in a magical duel. Rain asked what was pathetic about that. He looked the guy menacingly in the eyes. Rain was going to borrow some books needed to prepare for the duel. He will return them when the fighting is over. Before leaving, the young man asked his new friend why Lynn started practicing magic. The guy with glasses didn't know what to answer. Rain did it for him to survive. Everyone starts for personal reasons. Rumors have already begun to spread. It turns out to be something more than expected. Someone called out to the main character. It was his relative who began to teach him the power of the eyes. He greeted Aunt Elin. Before he could say anything, she shut him up. She was told that the young man would take part in a duel. She was very unhappy with Rain's behavior. He confirmed this information. She continued to rub her fist against his head. The girl asked what he was thinking when he agreed to this. He asked her if she was worried. She started yelling at him again, adding that the guy shouldn't flatter himself. She said that the young man would come to his senses only after he got a thrashing from Logan. She walked away with a displeased look. He apologized to her because he didn't know he wasn't supposed to do that. He assured her that it would not bring shame on their family. The aunt replied that in the worst case, he could be expelled from the family. She added that she was very irritated by those who laughed at Rain as if he were a worthless offspring. She wished her relative victory and said that she believed in him. The Ludwig family name was on Rain's shoulders, so he needed to win to avoid being disgraced. The guy was going to show everyone a worthy lesson. The duel began. The guys stood opposite each other. Some did not understand what was happening and where the noise was coming from. A worthless aristocrat and a muscle man from Chekak enter into a fight. The professor who was teaching the children also observed the process. Another teacher asked him who he supported. He replied that fame, pedigree, or education meant absolutely nothing to him. The professor was going to support the one who was stronger. Theon acted as judge of the battle. Since the duel is officially sanctioned by the school, the loser will have to fulfill the winner's conditions. The contenders needed to take a step forward. Logan took off his outerwear. Rein did not react to this action in any way. The people in the stands were whispering, thinking that Logan had a better chance. Someone in a robe was watching what was happening, but her friend quickly figured out Krista. She immediately began to make excuses. Apprentice mages have a long casting time, so mages who can cast a spell right away are a threat. How was Rein Ludwig going to fight? This question really worried the professor who helped the guy get in here. The crowd froze in anticipation. The hero held something like a staff in his hand. Logan thought the guy was holding a wooden stick, but it turned out to be a broom. Everyone started laughing at the main character. The professor thought he came out here to clean up. The noble genius fights with a broom. Rain said he took it from the library after cleaning. Logan also smirked at the hero. He didn't like the fact that last time Rain was so confident in his abilities, and now he came with a broom. Logan suggested that the guy just give up so that he wouldn't be embarrassed. Rain said that from a senior's perspective, it was truly unfortunate. Logan didn't understand which senior student was being talked about. Why are young people nowadays only good at empty talk? Rain asked, since when did magicians start winning with words? The guys were glaring at each other, and the referee asked them to step back. He was about to give a final warning before the duel. If Logan loses, he will become a security guard for the Magical Development Club. If Rain loses, he will be expelled from the university. The heroes agreed to the conditions. The man asked them to move away. The duel will begin in 10 seconds. As time went on, the heroes warmed up. The girl who was standing in the corridor focused her attention on something. She suggested that the professor go and take a look, but she refused. She was surprised that her cousin was not too concerned about the fate of her nephew. She believed that Rain could be a sage, so there is no need to watch the spectacle. The result is already predetermined anyway. The duel has begun. The referee shouted that it was time to finish what had started. Logan began to tear his clothes. He started throwing threats at the guy. Used the secret technique of his school, strengthening the body. Krista's friend saw Logan's serious attitude. His body became much stronger. Green lines appeared. Another bully was surprised that his comrade used this technique, because if you make a mistake, the bones will be broken. It is not surprising that he is considered the most outstanding representative of this school. The young man began to twirl his imitation of a staff in his hand. Despite everything going on around him, Rain tried to concentrate. Logan, confident in his abilities, said he could finish it in 10 seconds. The main character exhaled slowly. The bully quickly rushed towards the young man. Everyone was in anticipation. Logan's fist almost touched Rain. The hero stood motionless, not moving at all. Strengthened body, a spell that attacks and defends at the same time. Logan was going to finish this with one punch. I wanted to smash that annoying face. Rain blocked his attack with his broom. He was taken aback by this action. Then Rain swung. He looked menacingly with all his hatred into Logan's eyes, and he delivered a powerful blow to the ribs. It was so strong that the bully flew upward. The guy with glasses was very surprised. The girls didn't stay away either. Even Hubert, who underestimated Rein. The professors were also amazed by the dexterity and skill of the main character. The teacher immediately realized that this was the staff technique of the Osiris school. 300 years ago, this achievement was what built this school. This technique was developed by Lin. Even mages needed strength to fight. It is said that he created this technique with the help of Esther. As the heir, Ludwig mastered this technique. But the fight was not over yet. Logan still had the strength to continue. The broom was not broken yet. If he had hit the body surrounded by body reinforcement with just a broom, it should have broken. He had reinforced it with magic. What good control, the professor thought. She tried to understand who he really was. Rain assumed a victorious pose. Everyone in the stands started clapping. They started discussing how Logan was thrown out by a broom. The bully didn't understand how this could happen. Everything inside him hurt from the blow. All his fortifications were broken because of one horror of a broom. Rain asked him how after 10 seconds he hadn't lost yet. It's no fun to torment a promising junior. So Rain was going to finish this in 6 seconds. He told Logan to attack. The bully didn't like that the young man started showing off after just one successful blow. He was going to continue the offensive. Used magic release. The ground beneath the protagonist began to crack and crumble. The area of effect of this magic was astounding. The girls were very scared for their friend. Hubert watched closely to see what would happen next. Logan jumped up, intending to try the attack again. Rain grabbed the staff tightly, apparently not knowing what to do at the moment. The enemy hit one of the stones, which flew towards the young man. He deftly repelled it with the power of his staff. Then he noticed that Logan was out of sight. The main character deftly turned back. Touching the ground with his staff, he tried to understand where the enemy was hiding. Another stone flew at the hero. Recapturing him was also not something impossible for the main character. While Rain was busy with the stone, he seemed not to notice how the enemy appeared right above him. Logan delivered a powerful blow across the area. This movement made the main character's new friends scared. Only one person was visible through the dust. Logan sensed something. His legs were pulled into the ground and he couldn't move them. Rain reported that this magical remedy is used for plowing fields, added that it is a 1-star spell, and this, what creates the temporary dam, is 2-star. I asked my opponent, it was quite useful. People began to look at each other. The professor was proud of the boy as he used Logan's close combat neutralization strategy. It's impressive how the young man anticipated the attack and turned the ground into mud, tying his legs. Another professor was also amazed by the young man's skills. Rain, looking at his opponent, said that now everything would end. He threw his staff-like form towards his opponent. The professors were amazed by this action. Hubert and the girls were also perplexed. Logan didn't understand his opponent's logic at all. Krista started yelling at Rain about what he was up to. "Just cast a long-range spell," she said. A red aura appeared around Logan's legs. He wasn't going to give up. He put all his strength into his fist. Rain seemed to realize that he had done something stupid. The bully looked at the hero with all his hatred. In a flash, something flew towards the Rhine. Krista, seeing this, understood what it was. She was afraid for her friend. Rhine remained unperturbed. Logan, gathering all his strength into a fist, flew towards the hero. Suddenly, wood magic appeared and enveloped the bully's hand. And then not only her, but the whole body. The guy could not move. These same roots began to grow from the place from which he jumped. It was a spell that breathed life into dead plants. Its effect lasts for about 10 seconds, but it could be used like that too. Logan, looking at the young man, thought about the broom. Rain, as promised, used only 3 spells. He suggested that we end it there. Logan was furious and started swearing. The fight shouldn't end like this, he thought. He wasn't going to lose to someone like Rain. Tried to make attempts to get out of these branches. Rain reported that he had put in too much magical power. He added that it was a vine, and it was very sticky. I asked my opponent if it hurt him, but he reassured me by saying that it would soon be more convenient. He pointed a sharp piece of broom straight at his eye. Logan closed his eyes in fear. Then he smashed a piece of the stick on his forehead. The young man turned around and walked away, throwing away what was in his hand along the way. Logan shouted back that the boy had promised to finish. He also said that he had already done everything, advised the loser to just shut up and remain silent. Rain asked the guy if he now understood how painful it was to get hit, and advised the thug not to behave like that again. The ground under the guy's feet began to disappear. It was the first time Logan had experienced anything like this. He immediately began to imagine how others would laugh at him because of his defeat. The vine began to crumble. Rain noted that it lasted a long time. It seemed to be magic with sufficient practical application. Then he remembered that victory is counted when one of the sides surrenders. Logan was in free fall and looked at Rain. Then something flew into his head, causing him to bleed. After what he did, Rain didn't consider it an attack. The audience was pleasantly shocked. Logan fell onto the rocks unconscious. The referee looked at the main character. A bat-shaped device flew into his hand. He loudly announced that the winner was Rhine Ludwig. The girls were happy for the main character. The professors too. especially the one who allowed him to join this institution. At the gate that led to the field, he saw a young man wearing glasses. He ran quickly towards the guy, calling him Lord. He thanked him with all his heart, trying to repay him somehow. Rain said what kindness he was talking about. The young man began by using 3 spells. He added that he felt his instinct in them, although they are still not perfect. The efforts of the elders were not in vain. Then he apologized for the unnecessary comment. Rain asked if he could ask the guy for a favor. He would like to see the young man continue to work wonders for local development. The main character was confident that the guy would succeed. He just smiled in response. He also worshipped Rain, who in turn simply left. I thought about what Esther would say at that moment. But he abruptly cut off these thoughts, preferring not to think about it. But still, did he manage to save his face? Everyone was gossiping until the evening about how the nobleman managed to defeat Logan. The guy was in the hospital and heard perfectly well what they were saying on the street. Then he raised himself slightly from the bed. His head hurt a lot after the fight. Suddenly, a professor appeared in the room and asked him what it was like to defame the name of his school. Looking at him, he realized that punishment awaited him. The teacher turned out to be an older brother for the boy. He barked at him to call him professor. The guy began to apologize hastily. He told him to rest. The young man said that the elders would beat him to death. The teacher told him not to get cocky, since there was nothing special about the guy. He asked the young man if he knew about Scalzi Ludwig. Students from Rivendell said he used Rain as an assistant for 3 years. The fact that the heartless grandfather kept the boy for 3 years means that Rain's abilities are real. This guy was going to be a big shot someday. So I advised the young man to start making connections with him right now. Logan refused it. He began to push his line that Rain was a disgrace and that Logan would defeat him someday. The older brother asked him if he was blind and stupid. The only pathetic loser here is Logan, the one who watched Rain closest and felt it was the young man. But if this is his only conclusion, then let him do as he sees fit. The older brother also reminded the boy about his promise. That's it, Logan bowed his head. He finally lost. When he was left alone in the room, he said that he was not afraid of him and did not answer any more out of respect for his brother. The events moved 15 minutes before the fight to the library. It is strange that Lynn's biography and diaries were delivered to him. Where could he go to get books? The girl herself handed them to him. One was about the life of Kays and his achievements, the other about the priestess Frida. Looking at them, the young man smiled and remembered his friends. The girl was interested in whose biography would remain thicker. Lynn wondered why he should care about a ranking compiled by someone he didn't even know. The girl laughed at him, saying that he was afraid because he had argued with the legendary priestess Frida. Esther listened to all this and said that she was betting on Lynn. It was an obvious choice, as she always bets on this child. He asked her why him. She replied that for various reasons, the young man realized that she was evading the answer. The guy asked her to just say it. She said that she had a bloodline restriction and could not live long. Kays is the eldest of their group, so he is next in line to have a short lifespan. But Lynn is young, so he probably lives the longest. Therefore, his biography will be longer than all the others, but no one knows what the future holds for them. The girl hoped to see his biography, but Lynn died first. He mentally congratulated Frida because she won. The young man put the 2 books together, so he realized that the archer's story had become even a little thicker. The life and achievements of the palace archer. Known as a saint, he founded the School of the Drunken Archer, which emphasized archery while intoxicated. Ryan was surprised that his friend got married and had children. It seems like Kays had a good life. Priestess of the Fire Dragon Frida. The guy began to quickly flip through the book. Then looking straight ahead, a question arose in his mind. There are no records after 1968. The girl headed the Republic for a long time, but her subsequent whereabouts are unknown. For someone who loved being the center of attention, dying alone was alarming to the hero. This is possible. People change. He closed the book abruptly. The young man didn't believe it. He knew her better than anyone. Such a psychopath could not die alone. There must have been some kind of incident. Or maybe she was made to disappear. The priestess who once saved this world has disappeared. Didn't any of the people even notice this? While the young man was thinking about this, he accidentally crumpled several pages of the book. I decided that this book would not be suitable, and that I needed to look for literature from the Republic. The librarian approached him and recommended another book if the young man was so interested in Esther's group. Turning to her, the guy thanked her with all his heart. What he just saw shocked him greatly. After all, the manuscript was called The Story of the Ash Shaman Terena. He remembered everything that connected him with her. The way she called him master. The memories kept coming and coming. The librarian distracted Rain from his thoughts by asking if everything was okay. He replied that everything was fine and thanked the girl again. Then he began to frantically turn the pages of the book. He couldn't understand how the girl could become a shaman. Those who command spirits belong to the highest class of witches. The guy wondered if she had managed to become stronger than Frida. He was interested in the length of time this person lived. He asked himself an interesting question: can people really live that long? The guy considered this information dubious and decided to look for books from the Republic. Then, looking at his watch, he realized that the duel was about to begin. It was time to immediately move forward to fight the big guy Logan, although it really is none of his business. The young man held this book in his hand. He asked the librarian to keep the literature for himself. It's hard to keep them for long, but he'll keep her for now. He also told the girl that they would return in 15 minutes. After the end of the magical duel with the bully Logan, the guy rushed back to the library and saw something. Karen, the librarian, was frantically looking for something. She asked the main character if he had accidentally taken the book. The literature was gone. When she finished her business and returned to her place, it was no longer there. It couldn't have been stolen, because if it had been taken outside the library, a magical alarm would have been triggered. The guy tried to reason while listening to the girl. All this happened in a short time. It doesn't look like the girl was lying. The maiden was clearly frightened by the current circumstances. She was also ashamed that the book had disappeared after she had promised to keep it. Rain suggested that the girl buy new, similar literature. The hero told her what he was going to do, but she tried to dissuade him from this idea. She asked him not to do this. No matter how expensive the book was, the responsibility would be on her. She would not be punished for this. In the end, she decided not to persist, gave in, and accepted Rain's terms. She added that she was surprised that people like the main character even exist. She sincerely thanked him for his kindness. Meanwhile, night fell rapidly outside. Rain lay in his bed deep in thought. Words of gratitude flashed through his mind. It seemed to him that he had been hearing such words too often lately. Even though it was a waste of time, it doesn't make him feel bad. Maybe it's all because his body has changed. He thought that he had become more free in life. In any case, something had to be done about this incident. A lot of strange things have happened lately. For example, the fact that the diary that the hero entrusted to Esther returned to him. Or when he began to investigate the past of his companions, the Chronicle of Terena disappeared. Could the girl herself have stolen it? Then he realized that she had already died a long time ago. Her image appeared in my head again. After all, these events took place approximately hundreds of years ago. I remembered my friends, the trio with whom I traveled for many years. Everyone that Lin's hero ever knew is dead. They are all gone now, and it is unlikely that they would be able to be resurrected. The hero wondered who it could be then. All these thoughts gave him a headache. A familiar Rudian appeared next to the hero. He was a little surprised when he looked at the level of progress. Why did it increase in such a short period of time? After all, today all he did was hit people with magic. I wondered if using magic against people actually increases progress. The more people the hero defeated, the faster he gained skills. Does this mean that the path to the true goal lies through violence? All these conclusions upset the hero and made him sad. He decided to calm down and think it over. Although power may rule the world, it didn't seem like it worked by power alone. He sat with his head bowed, deep in thought. Other than that, he didn't do anything. When he used magic against an undead target, the increase was only 0.1%. But after the fight with Logan, who is a living being, it increased by 0.8%. There haven't been any other clues yet, so I'll have to check. But using magic against other people inside the school can be problematic, so the hero decided to try to become an adventurer. That is, an adventurer, well, he will still need money to buy books. Rain thought it wasn't as bad as it might have initially seemed. The next day, people began to recognize the young man and tried to get to know him. Someone said that he was a neighbor in the dorm. Someone even dreamed of Rain. All these conversations and conclusions greatly stressed the young man. He told them that he had no desire to remember their names, nor did he want to get close to them. The girls only began to suck up to the main character even more. The guys who were in the same audience with him said that Rain was cheating on girls. From the very morning he seduces them, as expected, he is the best at this. Krista approached him with an arrogant, hateful face. She asked the girls, in a rude manner, to clear the way for her. With a menacing look, she began to sit down at her place. The girl's friend decided to play a joke on the guy by asking if he was Casanova by any chance. Krista surprisingly distanced herself from the protagonist. Rain didn't understand what was going on, but decided not to interfere for now. As soon as he addressed her, she immediately asked the young man not to talk to her. He was very surprised by this reaction. When asked if she was angry, the maiden repeated her statement. She said that there was no point in it anymore. The guy only added that he forgot that they were no longer friends. The girl said that she was not angry and was sincerely happy. It was unpleasant to watch the hero pretend to be weak despite having such skills. Strong people must show their strength, so straighten your shoulders and walk confidently. The young man defeated the girl and Logan. Besides, thanks to this, she can now trample the hero. Thank goodness she won't hear any more talk about bullying the weak. The next time the maiden was going to trample the young man into dust, the rest of the guys noticed a small squabble that occurred between the heroes. This would make for a great confrontation. The young man reminded her whose class they were in now, so he advised her to sit down. She remembered this but didn't show it, but she still accepted her defeat and hurried to sit down. The girl with purple hair asked the guys that they had been rehearsing this dialogue all day. The central library was closed today. Junior librarian Karen reported that they currently have a problem. Rain looked at the girl, puzzled. It seems that all books on terrain were removed from sale. She contacted all the publishing houses of the Empire. They reported that this literature is no longer available, and will not be available again. Rumor has it that the Golden Children, the heresy investigating body of the Light of the Dragon Church, have suddenly placed all books related to Terraina on the censorship list this year. It's strange that the girl earned the status of a heretic after her death. Rain asked the librarian if she had read the books. Since she worked in the central library, this literature was mandatory for reading. Moreover, the girl was a follower of the Archmage Lin and Frida, and Terraina left behind as many great achievements as these two. The young man asked if there was anything strange there, for example, related to dark magic. Since this is a biography, all the oddities would be censored. The hero said that it was necessary to go to the black market. There is everything there, from books that have fallen under the status of heresy to magical objects destroyed in the pool. Rain realized that he could easily find works related to Terraina there. On the one hand, the girl was happy. On the other hand, she was not, since she was interested in the price. It has grown significantly since it was censored. The hero remembered the words of his father, who asked him to contact him on these issues. The librarian guessed that the book would cost at least 3 gold pieces. Rain thought that at least in this life he wouldn't have to think about money. How to get a large sum of money in a short period of time by selling magic on the street. Or teach. No, all this will take quite a lot of time. In this case, you will only have to switch to a strategy with high returns and high risks. Rain realized that he had to go where he would have to risk his life. The guy thanked the girl for her help and got ready to leave. He added that he needed to try something. He was going to take part in an adventure and make some money at the same time. The girl was worried that a guy from a noble family would engage in such lowly deeds. The girl wanted to take the initiative, but Rain asked her not to worry. It was already beginning to get dark quickly. Events began to unfold the next morning. The old man studied the manuscripts and asked whether Rein Ludwig had taken the biography of Terraina from the library. First-year students of the first semester cannot take such books. The assistant said that Karen had given the young man this literature. The man asked to call her, but she had a day off today. The assistant said that perhaps Rain had asked her very strongly to give out this literature, because the girl was one of those who would not make such mistakes. Another girl suggested that perhaps Professor Aylin's name was written down incorrectly, since she often comes here. Karen's handwriting is very messy, so it is difficult to determine who exactly came here to get the book. Everyone is talking about Reina now, so she could be wrong. Besides, she has been spending a lot of time with him lately. The man with the manuscript in his hands said that everything was fine then. After the meeting, the reader's name will need to be changed to Aylin Ludwig. If we talk about adventurers in the past, their work was always considered dangerous, but profitable. However, now it has taken a different form. They are either masters of combat, or mercenaries to exterminate monsters. If you reach the highest level, you will be treated almost like a hero. The hero decides to go on a mission to the Adventurers Association. The locals were discussing the current situation with earnings. There's nothing but chaos because of the rat spiders now, but the reward is worthy. The hero heard what he wanted, and that was enough to understand what the young man needed to do next. Approaching the counter, he told the girl that he wanted to join the association. The girl asked the hero to show her his student card or identity card. She added that registration takes no more than 10 minutes. Seeing his last name, she felt ashamed that she was poking at a man from a noble family. She also found it strange that a guy from such a noble family came to such a place. She asked him to fill in the missing information on the form provided. She also asked to check the last part, which she pointed to with her finger. This was a special form for noble families. The association is not responsible for any problems that may arise at work. Rain asked her if there were people who tried to hold the guild accountable. According to rumors, the last time this happened was about 100 years ago. The girl said that the registration was finished and handed the guy a ticket. The pass is currently made of iron, so it can be upgraded to diamond. The young man asked if everyone starts their adventurer's path at the iron level. It is only possible to gain a higher level at the beginning if the applicant already has combat experience. The girl also said that it is necessary to pass a level to increase the level. She asked the young man if he had any other questions. She wished him success. The higher his level, the better job they will offer the hero. Holding his ID card in his hands, he was very happy. Rain decided to count how much money he had at the moment. 44 silver coins. First, I decided to catch a rat spider. It seemed they were very weak, since they gave 2 silver coins for their head. All that remained was to catch as many as possible. Then, without a second's delay, he decides to set off on his journey. The hero, after his short journey, reached the peak of Sonya. This place has also changed. It is no longer the same as it was 300 years ago. Someone tried to sell a life force potion for 10 coppers. With the departure of the dragons that controlled this territory, everything here was occupied by monsters. This merchant offered the hero to buy a potion, but the guy refused. Suddenly something caught his eye. It was the stone staircase leading to the dragon's abode. It was still there. It was even kept clean. Then the hero looked at the top of the stairs. I remembered how several hundred years ago I walked along it with my friends. Mentally informed Frida that everything was fine. Her house remained safe and sound. After the young man had examined everything, he was going to destroy all the pests on this land. Suddenly someone called out to him. The girl asked Rain if he was a magician and added that it was useless to hide, to which the young man replied that he had not even tried to do so. He also added that the girl couldn't tell from his form who the young man was. He was offered to join the group, since a magician was missing to complete the team. The girl was about to introduce the rest of the squad members. Bart, a huge man with a serious face, looks like a giant. Quite a strong silver-level vanguard fighter. Rain, frightened, said that the man looked like a monster. Next was a good-natured fellow, Sam, a clergyman. And the girl's name is Rem. She is a brilliant shooter, vaguely reminiscent of Kay's. Looking at this trio, the hero thought that they looked like a group of criminals. Rain immediately began to assume that the guys could do something bad, like trade people. The main character's words greatly irritated Bart. Rain caught his irritated gaze. He challenged the magician to a fight, and then for some reason he started crying. He is a sensitive person after all. The archer girl began to calm him down. Such misunderstandings were nothing new to them. The young man wanted to know why the guys needed someone with such a low level as him. The girl said that she felt a strong smell from him. The Iron Pass had nothing to do with it. I asked the young man if he seemed strong. For some reason, all this reminded him of Esther. Besides, Bart couldn't bear the thought of the boy walking alone on a road teeming with monsters. Young students often get into trouble when they come here to earn money. The guys didn't insist if Rain wanted to go alone, then let him go. The young man thanked them for their advice and said that he preferred to travel alone. The girl said that if that was the case, then nothing could be done. I told Bart not to worry. Everything would be fine. The young man heard that the heroes were going to exterminate the rat spiders he was looking for. Just as the girl was about to say something else, Rain grabbed her jacket with his hand. He gave his name and added that if they needed any magic, they should contact him. So, with 3 comrades, he was getting ready for his first hunt, for his first order. Meanwhile, the monster sat in its lair and waited for its victims. The eyes of these creatures were wild, and in one of them you could see 4 more small ones. Meanwhile, the boys walked slowly through the forest. The creatures they were looking for were eating the tree. They didn't notice them, so they thought that there was no one there at all. Bart stated that monsters are very timid and prefer to hide. The bully suggested that Rain split the profits 4 ways, and the hero didn't mind. The girl, meanwhile, studied the remains of bark left by the creatures after their snack. At this time, the young man was told about the appearance of the creatures, that they live in colonies, and that they have a queen. This was the first time the guy had heard that the creatures had a head. The army is destroyed, but the queen, who is hiding, is not touched. Basic strategy. The danger of a leader is nothing compared to an army. Finding it requires a large-scale operation. It costs a lot of money. So the heroes were tasked with destroying only the colony with workers and soldiers. Rain thought that if such a monster were caught, the reward would be appropriate. The Virgin reported that it was practically impossible to do something like that. After the maiden looked forward, she immediately began to shine with joy. All because she managed to find what she was looking for. These creatures were hunting and finishing off the dog's corpse. The girl, snatching a bow, decided to attack them instantly. Her arrows neutralized her opponents without any problems. Bart also decided to join the battle in order to somehow help his friend. For him, destroying his opponents was not something difficult either. The priest and Rain could only watch as the boys did everything themselves. Suddenly, Bart noticed something interesting. The girl archer too. On the slope, someone with a spear stood and called out. She suggested that the thug deal with everyone as quickly as possible. Raina didn't seem to be very interested in all this. He watched as his new acquaintances scattered the creatures without any problems. He asked his comrade if he really could not fight and still get his share. He added that the two had not originally intended to engage the young man in combat. Rain didn't understand this. so Sam said that they just wanted to sincerely help. Exactly the same situation happened to a priest. He wanted to earn money to pass the exam. Hearing this, the two friends immediately accepted the young shy boy into their group. The required amount has long been collected, but he is still with them, because only with them can he feel the love of God. If it's unconditional, he'll like it. Sam, being around the boys, felt a sense of unity that no religion could describe. It was more like a desire to be one, because it was considered funny in Sam's opinion. All these adventures and travels together, and also the days and nights spent together in such company. All this makes my chest feel warm. Sam apologized for getting talkative and possibly confusing the protagonist. It was all really great. Travel with someone, with loyal companions, Rain said. He remembered the trio with whom he had traveled long ago. Suddenly something surprised him. The young man remembered another person from his former company. I asked Sam if he knew about Terena. The guy said yes, who doesn't know about her? The church at some point declared her a heretic for unexplained reasons. It seems that this was the case, although at the same time it was not. Exactly, that's definitely how it was. Sam thought so when he told this. Suddenly the monologue was interrupted by a shrill scream that sounded not far from the heroes. The other adventurers were very frightened by this cry. A massive paw appeared, apparently belonging to the queen. Bart, Rain's friend, saw her too. He saw her eating a man and it scared him a lot. The girl, on the contrary, seeing this picture only made her believe in her powers more. Clearly, before them was the very queen who should not have been here at all. One of the adventurers started sweating. Her terrible eyes sparkled, she thirsted for blood. The queen of the rat spiders has come to the surface. Rain immediately became indignant, since Sam said that this colony did not have it. It was at least 2 or 3 times larger than the average. The creature began to confidently emerge from its lair, feeling its superiority over weak people. She was clearly furious. Perhaps hunger was causing her to feel this way. The archer and Bart were frightened by her shrill scream. Sam and Rain were stunned and covered their ears with their hands to avoid damaging their eardrums. The rest of the adventurers were more worried about their lives than the heroes, so they ran away from there in fear. Bart tried to stop them by telling them that they needed to fight face to face. The smaller individuals merely watched what their queen was about to do. It seemed that only now did Sam begin to understand what was happening. He was concerned about the fate of his friends, so he asked the girl and Bart to retreat. Something strange began to happen to the ordinary soldiers. They began to mutate little by little. When a queen appears, the rat spiders turn into mass murdering groups. After the mutation, they began to attack adventurers without any mercy. Rem noted that the young ones were absolutely useless here, so it was better to let them escape. The girl decides to start participating in the battle and began to pull the string of her bow. Bart entered the dialogue. He stated that it was useless to fight the little ones. It was necessary to attack the queen. Sam needed to heal the newbies, and Rain was going to protect him. The girl's skills were amazing. She could fire 4 arrows at once. She rushed to attack the huge monster without any fear. Several fired arrows hit the monster in the eye. The main character was amazed by the girl's skills. He saw something of his former comrade, Kay's, in her. Meanwhile, about 4 mutated opponents were already running towards her. Bart came to her aid and easily destroyed them with his axe. Rain was clearly seeing such physical power for the first time, unlike Sam. The heroes continued to attack the boss and his minions, despite their fatigue and the number of opponents. The maiden continued to shoot 3 or 4 arrows at the enemies. Meanwhile, the giant, having accumulated physical strength, intended to carry out a forceful attack. His blow caused the monster to die immediately after the blow, or so he thought. The other adventurers were amazed by what they saw, and Bart's action gave them a little hope. They felt delight for their workmate, for the fact that he attacked the queen without any effort. Rain also did not stand aside and was happy for his new friend. Something strange began to appear near the blade. The main character managed to see it. He couldn't understand what it was, but it was eerily familiar. He warned Bart that if he touched it, he would die. The black poison only continued to spread rapidly. This really scared the thug, and at that very moment he became afraid for his life. He quickly jumped away from the creature, so as not to worsen his already dire situation. Sam assumed that it wasn't blood at all, but black water. The boys were surprised by the fact that after such an attack, the monster continued to move. She pulled the axe out of her head, and it seemed as if the creature didn't feel any pain at all. Bart was upset that he had lost his precious weapon. The cold weapon fell to the ground and began to melt slowly. Something began to fall out of the creature's head, part of its organs. It looks like these were brains or whatever else is in the heads of such monsters. The archer noticed this unpleasant picture. The creature began to regenerate instantly, and so, completely cured, she stood and looked at the one who tried to kill her. The girl realized that her friend alone couldn't cope. She shouted his name loudly to get his attention. She told him to start running away, since they wouldn't be able to handle the creature. The monster pounced on the hero and intended to bite off his hand. The man tried to push the creature away from himself, but to no avail. The brute screamed hysterically from the pain he received. The girl ran to help her friend, not noticing how she was slowly being attacked by the creature's minions. The arrows fired at her were of no use to the creature. The girl continued to advance, and because of her rage, she did not feel pain. She easily scattered the little things that were trying to kill her. The minions increased exponentially. Sam asked Rain to somehow help his friends. He thought that he was safe. The hero thought about what poured out of the monster's head. It was clearly not water, as Sam thought, and black poison, magic that destroys the soul. There can be no mistake. The hero remembered something important from his past life. It's the same thing as then, the same thing he died of 300 years ago. This means that somewhere nearby there is a dark magician who gives the queen power, and he is close enough, perhaps even observing the battlefield. He was distracted from his thoughts by the irritated young man, Sam. The boy asked the main character to come to his senses. He can't use attack magic, only Rain can fight here. The guy begged the hero to somehow help his comrades. He added that he doesn't want to lose his good friends. Rain turned his gaze to the hell that was happening in front of him. The archer was torn to pieces by the small creatures. Rem could not cope with them all. The main boss tried to eat Bart, but he didn't have much strength left to resist such a giant. He felt uneasy at the sight he saw. Rain asked Sam a strange question. How much? The guy didn't understand what he was talking about. He asked how much the guys would get for this creature. Sam guessed about 20 gold coins. If it is true, that is the same as for 1,000 weak spiders. This amount gave the young man at least some confidence. The archer continued to fire his shots, but only one at a time. There was something inside the end of the arrow that contained explosive material. The place where the girl had landed exploded, and the queen released the exhausted Bart. The wounded maiden began to watch the boss's further actions. It seemed that Bart did not have much time left, just a little more, and this fight would be the last in his fighting life. The main character entered the battlefield and walked confidently towards such a monster. Having called the creature a name, he ordered it to attack the young man. He promised to make a roast out of it. He began to create some kind of spell with both hands. Sparks appeared around the guy. The spell promised to be quite powerful. A bright yellow flash illuminated everyone on the battlefield. The creature closed its eyes so as not to go blind. The girl's body was seized by ash, the same one that the young man used in the battle with Logan. The hero, thanks to his magic, hastened to throw his comrades off the battlefield. He asked Sam to take care of Bart and Ram. He told the rest to ask the healer for help. The exhausted girl watched all this. Then he turned his gaze to the angry creature. He promised that he could deal with such a monster alone. The creature began to regenerate again after the arrow exploded. It seemed like the girl's attack had damaged something important. The creature appeared before the hero in full growth. She was left without one leg, but it seemed like she didn't care. The hero, without hesitating for a second, hastened to attack. The minions planned to protect their queen. But Rain had a plan for this too. He created some kind of black and yellow sphere. She was quick to explode as the small fry got closer. Sam, saving his friends, watched the actions of the young man. The guy created several dozen more similar spheres. The hero spared no one on this battlefield, quickly dealing with the small fry. He had already come very close to the boss, to the queen. Was going to fully use his power, the spell of the third star. The guy was clearly very confident in himself and his abilities. But before he could finish the spell, he had to dodge the queen's attacks. He needed to calm down. His strength had a limit. The first thing was to understand the enemy. He looked at his opponent with the help of Bel Sidious. The young man saw a strange, familiar aura around the monster. Rain noticed something terrifying. It was 3-star black magic. The guy deftly dodged the attack of one of the many opponents. He thought about the fact that there was too much poison. He threw a vine onto one of the branches in order to at least take a little rest and figure out what to do next. Right now, his body is not able to handle such a large dose. Unless, of course, you can remove it with Bel Curious. Then all that was left was 4-star magic. The guy's last hope. No, it was too reckless. If the young man failed, it would be the end. There must be a black magician somewhere nearby. The risk is very high. The hero did not know what was the right thing to do in this situation. Meanwhile, the poison created by the black magician began to rapidly consume her friend. The girl, meanwhile, despite all her wounds, believed that it was her duty not to abandon her comrades in trouble, so she began to rise from her knees. Sam offered to stop the bleeding from the archer, but she refused. She repeated loudly her negative answer. She added that the boy Sam should take better care of Bart and not think about her. She ran into battle, not listening to what Sam said after her. One of the adventurers asked if the girl was okay. She only asked not to ask her stupid questions. Meanwhile, Rain continued to talk about the current situation, but he was distracted by a sudden maneuver by one of his weaker opponents. Taking a closer look, he realized that they had thrown an eye or another similar organ that these creatures possess at him. It didn't immediately dawn on him what had happened. He became enraged when he realized how ruthless these creatures were, even towards each other. The queen began throwing her own children at him. The next victim was already flying towards him. When the support under the young man broke, he began to fall rapidly. Rain landed on his left arm. It looked like he broke it. A sharp pain instantly pierced his body. The queen had already gotten very close to the young man. Her only desire was to quickly destroy the young magician. The man and the monster met eyes. Suddenly, an arrow flashed near them. She hit the queen's huge eye right in the eye. An archer came to the rescue, and Rain had hope. The young man was glad to see her, but decided not to show it. The mutant pulled the arrow out of his wounded eye. The girl said that she shouldn't be ignored. Now the monster had to pay for it. The queen turned all her attention from the boy to the girl. Sam screamed his friend's name as loud as he could. He advised her to run away and surrender quickly, but she stood there, dark poison dripping from her body. The virgin believed that she simply had to survive this fight. The monster, meanwhile, was rapidly heading towards her. Rain realized that he needed to save his friend and tried to do something. The maiden quickly pulled the dagger out of its sheath, and she screamed that the hero needed to pull himself together. She threw it right on target, right into the monster's eye. He, unable to cope with the pain, fell to the ground. Rain was surprised by the girl's abilities. She, in turn, asked the young man to deal with this. The guy was scared and didn't know what to do. Hiding behind a rock, I tried to calm down and come to my senses, think over the current situation, and quickly come up with a strategy. He began to create powerful magic in his hands, hoping that he would not faint from the energy spent on it. I couldn't believe how upset she was. It's so hard that I don't even have the strength to hide from attacks. She prayed for a little more strength. It looks like she can't dodge this blow. That's exactly what happened. The monster's jerk threw the girl back. Sam tried to do something, but the adventurer held him back, realizing that the guy was useless on the battlefield. Rain continued to cast a powerful spell at this time. The boy finally escaped from the adventurer's hands. It seemed as if the archer was about to die. The young man lacked strength, so his nose started bleeding, and his body was still rubbish. The monster intended to finish off the girl who had caused him so much trouble. Sam ran as fast as he could to get help, to help somehow. He succeeded. If it weren't for him, Rem would already be dead. The adventurers were amazed by the boy's courage. The girl also did not stand aside, as she had already come to terms with her death. Suddenly, Sam grabbed her roughly by the collar. It was emotional. He asked her if she shouldn't return home alive. And not only she, but everyone, all those who were on the battlefield at that moment, to smile at each other again and enjoy every day we live. So it was time for the maiden to stop being a hero. The only thing my friend said in response to my help was, "I'm sorry." When they get out of here, she will write him a letter of apology. Sam responded that he was already feeling much better. They should have prepared for this properly. The creature rushed towards the heroes with lightning speed in order to finally deal with the weak people. The guys could only defend themselves and try to counterattack. Meanwhile, Rain finished preparing the spell. A huge fireball flew towards the monster. Through this fire, the archer and the priest could not see anything. The heroes were surprised by their comrades' abilities. The shape of the magic sign consists of 4 triangles. Yul, which means limitation in translation. 4 runes appeared ka yul kyun pok. The mathematical equation to be solved consists of 14 polynomials and 7 rational equations. The other adventurers also couldn't see anything from the flame that appeared. The next rune, kun, meant binding. The coordinate calculations have been completed. The solution to the equation of great power was also completed. The creature burned in this merciless flame. The blow was fatal for it. Another rune, pak, meant explosion. Accordingly, this is what happened to the queen. The shockwave began to throw the remaining adventurers aside. The archer fell to the ground and covered her face with her hand. The trees also gradually began to suffer from the destructive power of the flames. In this forest where the events took place, hell was happening. The girl covered Sam. All they could do was watch the further actions of the spell. The boys turned their gaze straight ahead. The monster controlled by the black magician began to incinerate. There is practically nothing left of it. The adventurers were shocked that such a young Rain had such power. The boys stood up. They couldn't believe that the fight was over. Rain, sitting behind the rock, considered this situation pathetic. In his past life, he could use something like this 7 times in a row, but now he could only do it once, and even then with difficulty. Parts of the charred body began to fall off from the former queen, or rather from her corpse. The wind carried away the remains, her ashes, in the wind. The monster's minions were furious at what happened to their mother. Suddenly, they turned back into weak, helpless people. One of the adventurers reported that the small fry had begun to scatter. The archer and the priest went towards Bart. The maiden was surprised that Rain dealt with the queen with just one shot. Sam was going to help. The intoxication was getting worse. Sam said that since the thug had a strong build, he would recover without any problems. Bart checked with his girlfriend about her health. The maiden reported that they had learned a lesson from this situation, that the queen regenerates well. Such information was not in the adventurer's database. And yet, the thought that the young man had dealt with the creature with one shot did not give her peace. Rain, exhausted, lay by the stone, barely breathing, glad that it was all over. He was shaking. It wasn't good at all. Sam was going to examine him. The guy had used up all his magical power and needed to rest. This fire magic was created by their comrade, the priest, and the archer agreed on this. He deliberately hid behind a stone so that no one would realize that this young man had performed the spell. While in this state, Reyna was overcome with memories. He asked his old friends not to write down his name, which greatly surprised them. As he had already said, he did not want to join the ranks of the team of heroes. The man did not understand why this was so, because it was to honor those who sacrificed themselves for the sake of all mankind. The hero was asked if he didn't like them. The guys started to put a little pressure on Lin, which made him very nervous. Suddenly the young man shouted out that no, the reason lay elsewhere. He declared that he was not like them, which greatly surprised Frida. He stated that he does not bear the evil fate that Frida and Kaze did. He doesn't have any mission like Esther that he needs to accomplish. The young man does not give his all for someone because of his pride. Therefore, he has no right to enter his name. Because of this, the reputation of his friends will go down. Kaze suddenly grabbed the boy's hair gently. The guys just laughed and advised him to relax. He shouted that he was not worried and came to this conclusion with the brains in his head. Esther said that no matter what the young man thought, he was and remains part of the team. So let him not worry about self-sacrifice and other nonsense. You can do whatever you want, as long as you want it. This world has already recognized you as the Archmage of the team of heroes. It all brought back wonderful memories. The guys had already reached the city by then. The archer was glad that Rain had already woken up. They returned to the Golden Rose building. His whole body ached. It seemed he had overdone it. But fortunately, the black magician did not notice them. Bart asked, did Rain use that strong fire magic? The virgin added that he shouldn't lie, since they would find out anyway. The young man said that he had nothing to hide. It was him. They thought he wanted to keep it a secret, so they wrote in the report that it was a scroll purchased in advance. Rain was offered to edit the report. The guy refused. The archer reported that it seemed like the guy had his own reasons for keeping it a secret. She added that the team was now in his debt, but the young man began to deny it. Sam suggested giving the entire reward to Rain, and everyone was up for it. The young man asked his friend what was wrong with her face, and she said that justice was her specialty. She asked him if he was really expecting the maiden to say that everyone was great and offered to share the reward between them that would never happen. Then the boys all laughed heartily. The young man said that 5 gold pieces would be enough for him, but Bart insisted that the boy take everything. He added that he hadn't done anything special, so he wasn't going to take everything. Suddenly, a brilliant plan came to the archer's mind. She and Bart were going to be the best adventurers, so she offered him to invest in them. This conclusion greatly surprised the young man. He agreed to the conditions he heard. Sam suddenly joined the conversation, mentioning Terena. When he was studying, he heard something interesting about this girl. It seems that in her later years, she practiced black magic. The young man said goodbye to his new friends. While reading the book, he remembered the words that Comrade Sam had told him. Of course, there is no information on this issue. He placed his hand on the diary. I was mentally transported back to the events of 300 years ago. Lin held a tattered, torn book in his hands. Feeling something, he grabbed his spear just in case. The hero slowly walked up the stairs. The village found itself in a difficult situation. Among abandoned houses, half drowned in the swamp. It was then that he found a little girl named Terena. At that time, she was only 7 years old. In order to somehow help her, he lit a fire. The young man began to approach her closer and closer. He wanted to get something out of his bag, which really scared the girl. She closed her eyes in fear, as she was very scared and did not know what to expect from the young magician. Meanwhile, it was already night outside. The young man offered the poor girl a piece of bread. He asked if she wanted to eat. He also asked her not to worry. He would not ask her for money. The team of heroes was there too. The girl refused the bread. The guy had nothing else. The boys sat in complete silence, not talking to each other. Suddenly, the poor thing broke it and started telling something. She reported that all her friends and family had disappeared. Or to be more precise, they died. Rain asked her if her village interacted with the outside world. She replied that she didn't know. Then Rain stood up. The young man had no idea that such a village existed, which is understandable, since it was on the outskirts. Apart from her, there was no one left here who could remember this place. It was quite sad. A life that no one will remember. Although this is not bad either. If she dies, this place will disappear without a trace. The maiden clutched her knees with her hands. She started to say something. She said she didn't want it. Then the young man offered the girl a piece of bread again. Even if you don't want to do it at all, you will have to do it in order to survive. The young man also asked the frightened girl for something, so that she never forgets those who lived in this village. There is no one else who can do this except her. Then she accepted Lin's gift and was about to start eating. The young man was happy looking at the child. Suddenly tears began to flow from her eyes. From that day on, the girl began to follow the hero. She had abilities in magic. Whenever Terena succeeded, Lin was happy, but he didn't show it. However, he didn't think that she would grow up to be such a capable magician. Someone from the team of heroes suggested leaving her in the church in the next village. Frida did not mind, since there was a chance of exposing the child to danger. Even after they separated, she had the necessary magic, with which she could survive alone, relying only on her own strength. Lin was happy to teach the girl what he knew. Terena studied hard and didn't complain about anything. The boys practiced putting out small fires, and they learned to use earth magic to save falling people. This is magic that can help all people. One evening, the girls began to attack Lin with questions about whether he liked this child, or whether it was some kind of youth hobby. The boy himself did not understand then whether it was pity or sympathy. Perhaps he was inspired because he had to face the same difficulties as in the past. But they couldn't do this forever, and the day came when they had to say goodbye. The girl was very sad because she lost her friends again, but Lin was able to say goodbye to the little one without any emotion. Someone from the team suggested leaving here as soon as possible. The rest were not against it. The man asked Terena to behave well. Now this is her new home. The building may be a bit big, but over time she will get used to it. Everything is fine. Now she has nothing to worry about. From now on, everyone who lived there is her new family. Suddenly the girl declared that this was not her house, and these people are not her family. At the same time, she began to create a spell. Her family is her mentor and his team. The grandmother appeared and announced that the registration of the new arriving student was complete. The man, meanwhile, was chained in a vine, an action that greatly surprised the woman. She immediately realized that the girl had done it, and the priest replied that everything was fine. He added that there was no need to look for a girl. The events moved to the moment when Terena tied up the man and said that she was very sorry. She added that she needed to be with her mentor. She said that youth is wonderful and the priest is very kind to her. She began to pursue the heroes with whom she traveled. When she found them, she called out to Lin. She suggested that he go with her, and when he saw her, the guy was perplexed. The girl seemed to have used up all her strength as she ran after her mentor. She said that she escaped thanks to the magic that the Archmage taught her. She begged him to take her along on his adventures, and promised that she wouldn't cause any trouble. Lin looked at his friend Esther with displeasure. The guys agreed, but said that they would not be together until the very end. Immediately after this, the young man began to shout at the girl that she had escaped with the help of magic, which meant that she had harmed another person. I asked her not to forget that magic was not created to harm other people. This is how Terena joined the company of heroes. During the trip, the girl's talent began to gradually unfold. It was a little restless and hectic. This child's abilities were amazing. Her innate talent began to develop in different fields of knowledge under the guidance of team members. She was like a sponge, absorbing knowledge regarding magic and new techniques. Of course, there were moments when the girl was stubborn, but despite this, she continued to develop her skills, and she grew to such a level that she could calmly resist strong monsters. It was then that she was officially accepted as a member of the team. Esther prepared a special gift for the girl in honor of this. It was a magician's robe. The young girl was very happy with such a gift. Lin began to treat her more calmly. To some extent, he fell in love with her, like the rest of the team members. But everything comes to an end, and their journey was coming to an end. Lin was fighting someone and the opponent was worthy. His comrades watched this with trepidation. The enemy turned out to be Terena. In her final battle with the Abyss, her strength increased greatly. The heroes were in some old ruined village. Lin insisted that the maiden stay here. She clearly didn't like it. She wanted to go with the young man. The guys know about her abilities. Esther intervened in the dialogue, agreed with Lin. The group really couldn't take her with them. I asked Kaze and Frida to add something as an argument. They remained silent, which greatly upset the young lady. The girl clenched her fists in anger. She didn't understand how they could leave her here after everything they had been through. Lin argued that Terena was still too young and would not be able to cope with the enemies they would have to face. They initially started this journey as a group of 4, and it was time to say goodbye to the girl. Lin put his hand on her head and told her that they weren't abandoning her. He added that after everything was over, he would continue to teach her magic. It seemed that a little more and little Terena would burst into tears. To everyone's surprise, she didn't resist and said she would wait. She said that she would wait for them all with great attention. Lin smiled at the girl goodbye. And so, she was left alone in the destroyed village, watching as her friends left this place. And so the journey with Terena came to an end. One young man could not understand how she managed to get involved with black magic. Another suspicious thing is that all books mentioning her were subject to censorship. Suddenly, Rudian reported that progress had increased by as much as 2%. Or it happened after that rat was destroyed. In any case, there is still a lot to do. In the book he was studying, he saw a carelessly drawn picture of Lin. It said that her mentor was the coolest in the world. This lifted Reina's spirits, but suddenly he thought about something and the smile disappeared from his face. Light fell on him from the ceiling. The hero didn't notice how he sat reading a book until the morning. Two strange people were having a conversation with each other about how they were tired of adventurers. They were on the battlefield with the rat. One of them noticed that someone was using 4-star magic. They were going to get rid of Rem and Bart. Continuing to cause chaos, one of them began to say that they couldn't just take and destroy the work of their entire life. His comrade said that now it was necessary to focus on something else, but definitely not on revenge. First, they were going to report everything to Terena. The next day, Rain was in a hurry to go somewhere. The place he was heading to was the Magic Development Club. The lesson has already started, and the number of listeners has increased. Joan began to introduce himself, saying that he was the chairman of the club. He had no idea that so many listeners would gather, and the guy was clearly happy about it. He was going to talk about the goals and objectives of this club. As soon as he began his monologue, someone unexpectedly walked in. When Joan saw him, he was taken aback by surprise. Rain and the others in the audience also experienced similar emotions. It was the bully Logan. He introduced himself and said that he hoped to be taken care of. The guy with glasses asked him to take any free seat. Indeed, there was one left, but having realized who he would have to sit with, he probably wanted to leave this place. Rain pointed with his finger for Logan to sit with him. Joan suggested that the boys change their tune. Rain asked his comrade if he was keeping his promise, to which he replied that he was just following the rules. At this time, the boy was already in full swing giving a lecture, and Rain kept thinking about the Black Magician. When he encounters him again, will he be able to defeat him? Then the young man decided to call on the Rudian. He showed the boy's physical and magical strength, and the young man urgently needed to strengthen his body. You can't achieve this just like that. Without training, it would be great if he could reach out to someone. Suddenly, he looked at Logan. The heroes moved to the gym. The thug explained to Rain that he was doing the exercise incorrectly. It was necessary to stretch towards the floor as hard as possible and bend your elbows. Logan's training was quite rigorous. If Rain really wanted to achieve physical strength, then he had to follow the instructions. Then, at the lecture, the young man asked Logan about it. He didn't understand how the young master could ask for help from a loser. Rain didn't understand why Logan refused him. He was one of the strongest in this at the university. He, since he lost, asked Rain to simply ignore him. There is no reason to treat an entire faculty with contempt. Rain said he doesn't have time to make fun of others either. It seemed that Logan did not understand the boy, so the boy asked directly. He said this without sarcasm, because to have Logan's shape at their age was a miracle. Logan reluctantly thanked the protagonist. A strong body is the foundation that Ryan lacked. He wants to devote himself to training, so he needs to turn to someone who has a wealth of experience in this. Logan agreed, admitting that he had some qualifications for it. He then told Rain to ask someone else for help. The young man said that he would pay him, but it was not about money. Rain is the son of great magicians, and Logan belongs to one of the 8 schools, so they are something like enemies to each other. How could they ask each other for help after that? Rain called the brute by name. Then he drew some kind of magic sign in the air, and as a joke he shot at him. The young man told Logan that he was lucky. Rain stated that if he thought the same way, he would already be dead. When asked why the young magician did not kill the brute, he received the answer that they were not enemies of each other. They are not warriors, but students. And this, fortunately, is not a battlefield, but an academy. What kind of enemies are they, these fellow colleagues studying magical knowledge together? Logan seemed to understand what Rain meant and agreed with him, never thinking that he couldn't do anything against something like that. The guys found themselves in a gym. The main character needed to improve his physical strength. Rain finished doing the exercises that Logan had instructed him to do. The big guy could see that the boy was sincere when he asked him to do it. Then the guy suggested moving on to the next muscle group. The main character asked Logan to help him get up from the floor. Someone in the corridor was embarrassed that the boys would be seen together. Looking at Rain, he didn't understand at all why the young man needed this. The guy, almost unconscious, wanted to get rid of those who were saying nasty things. Nevertheless, Rain's zeal pleased him. Logan wanted to do everything possible for him, to help him in what he was so good at. He decided to help his friend, extended his hand, and a friendly handshake took place between the guys. The tough professor watched this. He was glad that his relative had changed for the better. Krista noticed it too, but she didn't seem to be very happy about it. The young men, unfortunately, noticed her attention on themselves. She, not expecting to see them together at all, started yelling at them about what they were doing there. The girl thought that the boys were fighting here, but they couldn't explain to her that they were training. Logan offered the drink to Rain, and when he asked what it was, he answered, "Magic protein." The girl was shocked that the young man had become friends with the bully. While she continued to be indignant, the professor approached her and menacingly placed his hand on her shoulder. The man called her mistress. She realized who was standing behind her and became scared. Logan asked Owen what he was doing there. He replied that he was just passing by and saw the monkeys. He also added that he had something important for the young men. He was talking about a message, and it was by no means joyful, not only for the two of them, but for all the guys as a whole. He said that the topic of the above-mentioned message was the midterm exam. Testing and exams were supposed to start in about 3 weeks. Rain didn't understand at all how serious this was, unlike his friend Krista. In fact, it is the same as moving to a new stage in life. There will be those who move forward and those who fall behind. It is worth remembering that the ideology of this educational institution, the university, is endless competition. Those who do not meet the requirements will be expelled, so the guys had to prepare for everything that could possibly happen to them. Rain picked up the book. All his thoughts were occupied with thoughts about the upcoming exams. I decided to check what needs to be done before they happen. Something interesting caught his eye. Something he had never seen before. Rudian, for no apparent reason, began to emit a strange light. The hero did not understand what was happening to this summoned creature. He was very scared, realizing that he had ended up in another space. The butterfly informed him that the master's degree of unique magic had reached 40%. At this time, the confirmation of the new scheme of magical power took place. The hero's hand suddenly began to hurt badly, because of which he could not hear at all what the Rudian was trying to convey to him. As a result, a strange mark in the form of a snake appeared on the protagonist's palm. This phenomenon had its own name. It was called the activation imprint. The effect of this dimension ended, and the hero found himself back in his room. Rain began to look around fearfully, not believing the fact that he had finally returned to a place familiar to him. Mental barrier. Is it because he reached 40% mastery? This technique could only be used by 2 people in the entire history. The next day arrived. The sun illuminated the city streets and the university towers. Rain, in order to avoid being asked unnecessary questions, decides to hide his recently received mark. After the manipulations have been completed, the joyful one is about to set off on his journey. But the young man was heading not to the university, but oddly enough, to the black market. There was so much to do for several days that I almost went crazy. He hadn't felt so calm for a long time, but before he could finish speaking, something happened. While in the clouds, he didn't notice the huge guy in front of him, crashed into the man, and hurried to apologize. Looking at the feet of the one he hit, he saw painfully familiar features. The young man was clearly familiar with him. It was the huge Bart and his team, with whom the boy had recently fought the queen of the rat spiders. Rain was very happy when he saw the guys. The hero's face broke into a sincere smile. They hadn't seen each other for several days, but they had already missed each other very much. Bart lifted Rain into the air in a friendly manner, as if he were holding a stuffed animal rather than a young man. They carried him somewhere without telling him where exactly, and the young man asked them to stop. Rain's emotions changed, and he began to demand that Bart stop. The archer stated that the students were already busy. They were going together, as it was the fastest way. The boys were told that they would be well paid for their punitive expedition against the rat spiders. The young man, as the main one in that fight, was obliged to receive a reward. Bart asked Rain not to be stubborn. It wouldn't take long. He added that the presentation will take place at the main central office of the Adventurers Association. The journey did not take much time. The heroes reached the necessary place, the Adventurers branch. The boys were greeted by their nicknames, Bart from the Black Iron and Ram from the Drunken Gunman. The boy did not have a similar call sign, so Rain was simply called the boy from the Ludwig family. Rem tried to explain to him what all this pathos was needed for. The hero asked them what the probability was that their skills were unremarkable. Bart stated that he had seen many battles with Rem, so the guys had experience. They did not think that they might lack skills. Until, of course, we encountered the Queen, the boss of that nasty location. although perhaps the main one there was still the Black Magician. A tall man in an orange cloak and with a huge bow on his back appeared in the crowd of people. This man interested Rain. This figure clearly reminded him of his best friend Lin. Seeing him, people began to look at each other and whisper apparently. This man had considerable influence in society. The man climbed the stairs, then hurried to greet the heroes who had dealt with such a monster as the Queen of the Rat Spiders. It was Leorin, the holy bow of the Emperor's 4 battle stars. The guys couldn't believe that he was sent here straight from Central Control. The Empire gathers the best warriors and grants them this status. They are guaranteed power and honor, but in return they obey the Emperor unquestioningly. Suddenly Rem felt ill after she saw the archer. She clearly had some connection with the poorly shaved man. The warrior of the Empire noticed a dejected person in front of him, a girl named Rem. He came closer to her to find out what had happened, and looked at her in bewilderment. The man looked at her menacingly and asked what was wrong with her, his green eyes glowing. Bart was shocked by the news he had just learned. Sam too, it turns out the girl left the martial arts hall a long time ago, dyed her hair and became an adventurer. The man began to laugh at her, and from the conversation it became clear that he was Rem's brother. Sam tried in every possible way to calm his girlfriend, who to some extent gave him a reason to live. He walked up to Bart and called him very strong for being able to defeat that creature. He had to go to great lengths for the sake of that restless woman, asked him to look after his sister. Bart said that no one on their team cares about each other, they just cover up each other's shortcomings. The man said that at this rate the thug would reach platinum rank very quickly. Rain listened and watched in silence. The stranger reminded him of someone even more. He certainly looked like Caius, Archmage Lin's friend. Then, having finished speaking with Bart, he switched to the boy Rain. He was taken aback by the fact that the archer addressed him. He looked at the young magician in bewilderment, and said that he had clearly seen the young man somewhere before. Then, hastily changing his mind, he said that the face was unfamiliar, but the energy, that's something else, was quite familiar to the great archer. He looked at Rain with the eyes of a hunter and called him by his first and last name. Then he started shaking the guy and asked if he was related to Scalzi. He also added that they have a lot in common with the old man. For example, their eyes are similar. He owed him a lot, even from the time when he was a sacred magician. Rain realized that if Kaze could speak, he would have a completely different manner of communication. The guy turned his attention to the faithful companion of every archer, his weapon for killing, the bow. The cane was made of such a rare material as Ernie root, something similar to what Kaze had. He hadn't seen her for a long time, about 300 years had passed since then. I asked her in my mind if she was doing well. The archer was suddenly overcome by strange sensations that emanated from the wooden stick behind his back. For some reason, his weapon suddenly began to vibrate strangely. The archer clearly experienced such sensations for the first time in his life. He looked at Rain in a completely different way. Puzzled, he had several questions for the young magician. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to ask them, because the warrior told Leorin that it was time to start reading. As soon as the man began to read the speech, he became tired and asked why so many words were indicated here. Then, deciding not to have a long monologue, he said that everyone was great. For their military merits, the boys will receive 2 gold coins each, and the Union of Adventurers will pay each team member 500 units of contributions. After the ceremony, crowds of onlookers began to ask the heroes how they managed to survive that fight and defeat the boss, the Queen of the Rat Spiders. Sam and Rain watched this from the sidelines and decided not to interfere. The priest asked the young man if he was okay with his merits being overlooked, and the boy was not against it. Rain said that he had a lot of things to do today, and it was time for him to go. Sam said that the young man would now be recognized as he had earned the copper level. At this time, the mysterious guy in the hat had been watching Rain the whole time. Along the way, the young man decides to release the Rudian, hoping that the butterfly will tell the hero something interesting. He reported the amount of magical power required to use the mental barrier. The values had not changed since last time, and it was still necessary to work and work. The area that he could not reach in his past life is already practically in front of him. The guy who was following him, seeing Rain enter the alley, decides to call out to him. He tried to shame him by mentioning the black market, and it seems he succeeded very well. He added that the young man would not be able to get there now for a number of reasons. For example, because all the traders fled from there for unknown reasons. The guy, deciding not to intimidate the young man, said that he was from the Union of Magicians. He asked the hero to give him just a little time to get answers to a number of questions. They went to a small cafe. Rain did not order anything. He wanted to get away from here as soon as possible. The guy said that he was not at all interested in why he went there. He was there for completely different reasons. Having experience from his past life, Rain took a good look at the stranger. His magical power was quite strong. He introduced himself. His name was Torrin Slade. He was from the Department of the Union of Magicians. He added that he knew the main character's father at that time. The guy was still responsible for office work. The guy also reported unexpected news, saying that he is a fan of rain. The magic that helped defeat the queen was used by a young man. The main character received such a question. There was no record of Bart's team purchasing anything from the magic shop. Even if they were purchased in advance, no one has sold the 4-star scrolls for the last 10 years. So the boy thought that Scalzi created it for his grandson, but that turned out to be completely wrong. So there was only one conclusion that could be drawn from this situation. Rain didn't mean to hide anything. But there is one thing he is worried about. The guy decides to ask the boy if he is talking about a black magician. Rain wondered why he needed all this information. Meanwhile, the waiter hurried to bring a shashlik for the hungry stranger. The guy asked whether this was a portion for 2 or not. It's okay. The stranger was able to eat it all without any problems. Rain stood up and was about to leave. The guy stopped him, saying that he would get to the point. He invited the main character to join the department's work. Rain said that he was still a student. The guy understood this, so he meant that he was suggesting to do it after graduation. He began to list the many advantages of working for the department. Rain said that he was not interested at all and said goodbye to the guy. Now the Black Church has become more active. The higher department of the Union of Magic is intoxicated with the idea of peace and tranquility. So it denies everything. The guy was sure that something big and bad was approaching. And comparing the current forces, I want to believe that they will be able to prevent this. Rain said he had no idea what was going on and said he would think about it. The guy hastened to thank the young man for such a meaningful conversation. Will he really have to fight with this scum in this life too? Let them figure it out themselves. The young man would not want to get involved in this at all. If Rain needs to find something on the black market, then the Adventurers Union must fulfill the VIP security order. The unfamiliar guy smiled good-naturedly as he said goodbye. Rain looked back at him with displeasure. Continuing to sit in the cafe, he watched the main character. Suddenly another man appeared and asked if Rain had refused. The second guy was called Talentless. He called the current generation of first-year students the Golden Generation. He didn't understand what his friend had found in Rein. The black-haired man stated that he does not think that the main character belongs to the Golden Generation. It seems that the young man had no contact with Tarina. Another suspect must be found. Talentless began to doubt that any of the students were even familiar with the girl. The guy said that this was just his assumption. Anything could have happened before entering the academy. So it was better to be safe than sorry. He wondered how anyone could say that they belonged to the Golden Generation. Mr. Kevin, you gave birth to a real monster. For the first time, he was so scared of someone's potential. The young man returned to the library. The girl apologized to him, saying that all this was due to her carelessness. Much more important was that Rein remained alive and well after his journey. The young man asked if a strange guy in a hat had come here. The maiden remembered this for a while, then hastened to tell the young man the following information. He came and reminisced about the old days and what kind of librarians worked here. Rain said that it was time for him to go to the hostel and thanked him for his help. The young man thought, what if he was in the library and didn't meet Karen? Who did the stranger then tell about the black market? At the entrance to his dorm room there were 2 huge boxes, parcels. These were pearls. The young man ordered the most expensive ones. Thanks to them, the souls will be able to save the necessary amount of mana for the mental barrier. He placed his palms on them and continued to reason, immersed in an intense thought process. The young man was going to leave 8,000 souls here, and when he made the barrier, he would take them back. The spheres, for no apparent reason, suddenly began to shine with a bright, blinding light. Sweat began to pour from the young man's face, and he instantly began to lose the lion's share of his energy. Then, Rain suddenly jumped away from them, afraid of the possible consequences. The introduction of magical power has just been completed. It was necessary to wait until it was safe. By this time, it was already getting dark outside, and the university towers were bathed in an orange sunset. The young man sat on the floor and continued to meditate for a long time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and announced that it was time to begin executing the plan. He folded his hands in a strange way. He had never done that before, at least in this life. At this time, there was a strengthening of thoughts, a holy flow, in other words. A strange bluish energy began to rapidly emanate from the spheres, which seriously scared the boy. The round figures quickly began to crack instantly at considerable speed. The mark on the young man's palm made itself felt, and it began to hurt him a lot. Suddenly, the young man felt ill and began to spit up blood profusely onto the floor. It seemed that Rain would not be able to cope with such a load, and that something bad was about to happen. Having fallen to the ground, he was upset either because nothing worked out again, or because he had just almost died. The mark continued to shine just as brightly, if not more so. The golden color was blinding. 4 runes appeared around Rein: understanding, flow, strengthening, and peace. He began to rise slowly, not believing that this was possible. He began to be overcome by a strange feeling that was impossible to describe. With his right hand, he created magic, runes with a reddish tint. What the young man saw after the work had been done surprised him greatly. They experienced the feeling when the missing pieces finally come together. The young man knew this intuitively. This magical form was ideal. The runes are transformed into suitable ones, and the mathematical equation is supplemented. It was all in his thoughts, and suddenly the boy felt unwell. The young man hurriedly fell to the floor unconscious. The mental barrier is like a mirror, reflecting the inner state of the magician. Now he understood that the thirst for truth is embodied through thought. The holy stream does not give new knowledge. This complemented his superficial knowledge and abilities. This method was ideal for Rein. After all, now he could learn all the magic without resorting to anyone's help. Another step towards becoming a 7-star magician. The events are transferred to the meeting room. The Archmage of this educational institution was sitting and studying something with an attentive look. The rector has resolved the issue with the schedule of first-year bachelor's students. The deputy resolved the issue related to the location of the internship. Absolutely all the professors from Delayton, the educational institution, were also present there. Professor Ivan was interested in that young disaster who was hiding his talent. As soon as he continued speaking, he noticed how Rein's relative was burning with rage. Professor Aylin looked at him with hatred and suddenly informed him that he was talking too much. Caroline asked her to calm down. There was no malicious intent in Ivan's words. The rector sat and listened as the professors discussed their favorites. At this time, she was immersed in her thoughts, thinking about someone, about an unknown girl, about Canessa. It would be great if everything were like before, then the girl would be here too. Out of nowhere, an old woman, Professor Margena, distracted her from her thoughts. She said that the girl shouldn't be daydreaming right now. She needed to hurry. It was time to introduce herself to the guys. The rector announced that students' exams begin today. Logan continued to train the boy, giving him increasingly more difficult tasks. The boys were getting ready to go to the assembly hall to find out what they would have to go through for the first time in their lives. Krista explained that there would be instructions about midterm exams there. It turns out that they will start a week earlier than originally scheduled. Krista's friend approached the guys she was interested in the reason why the exams were postponed. This was done so that cunning students would not have time to learn everything at the last moment. The professors here are so funny, the purple-haired girl noted. The rest of the audience was outraged by what was happening. Rein stated that if you can show your skills at any time, then that will be considered real knowledge. The purple-haired girl, Gertrude, could do nothing but happily nod in agreement. This was what pissed her off, and she was also pissed off by the kids from powerful families, except for Krista, of course. Rein's friend chimed in, saying that you always have to put in the effort. Then the boys went with everyone else to the large assembly hall. The heroes passed by students like them, who were very excited about the upcoming events. Among everyone, Rein tried to look for familiar faces. Suddenly, for him, what he wanted came true. He found it. It turned out to be Logan, who didn't expect to see Rein. The guys greeted each other and hurried to start a dialogue. The girl Gertrude said that Rein shouldn't be so friendly with the big guy. He should be feared. The young man explained to her that he and Logan were friends and trained together. The bully decided to play a joke on the girl by offering her a magical protein. Virgo said that she was not in the mood for jokes right now. Logan replied that he was thinking of sharing a pinch with her after all. Suddenly, Krista approached the guys and said that they were making a lot of noise. She added that if they want to continue their argument, then let them go somewhere else. Rein looked at his friend in surprise, because he had never seen her in such a state. The purple-haired girl just hid her eyes and apologized. Midterm exams are easy only in words. They are arranged to weed out students without skills. Before leaving, Krista told her comrades that they needed to give it their all. Suddenly, someone unknown greeted the guys. They didn't see him, but they heard him clearly. Those who approached them hoped that the tense atmosphere would last until the end of the exam. Caroline was about to make an announcement regarding midterms. They will be held from today until Friday. Grades will be awarded according to the responsible teacher's system. If the teacher makes a decision to expel, the student will have to pack his things and leave the dormitory within a day. She introduced the professors who would evaluate the students, and behind her stood teachers unfamiliar to most. Upon seeing them, some were happy, while others became seriously worried. Krista's friends started screaming. Rein didn't understand what was happening. She loudly asked the main character if he didn't know about Professor Margan. The old lady was the head of the Magic Union, and is now a senior lecturer at the university. This is a very important person in the magical world, and one of the most important, if not the most important, after the rector in this educational institution. She added that she replaced the protagonist's grandfather as head of the Union of Magicians. It was hard to believe, but the old woman was equal in strength to Scalzi Ludwig. She asked the main character to look at those who were behind the old woman. Kyle, a genius who graduated from this educational institution with the highest marks. Professor Zeron, who built her own magic tower at the age of 20. And also Professor Elin, who has her own column in the magazine. These are the professors who are in charge of the second and third years. Were they really that outstanding? One of the guys asked himself a similar question. The old woman was about to start saying something important, and everyone became seriously worried. Realizing that in such confusion she would hardly be able to be heard, she began to create a magic spell. Having used it, she unexpectedly barked loudly to everyone, asking everyone to shut up. The guys who were in the hall became even more worried. She said that this was not a walk in the park for them based on the results of the exams. It would be clear who was worthy of continuing their education and who was not. The professors who evaluate them are not the same ones who teach them now and fuss over them like they are children. These are heartless people who will expel kids without any problems if they think they don't have the necessary abilities. Now she could tell from the boys' faces that they understood the complexity of the situation. The location will be determined taking into account individual abilities. Once the guys receive the information, they can immediately head to the venues. This is Delayton. The strong go further and improve their skills and talents, while the weak leave this place in disgrace. This is a principle that needs to be understood. They were told about it when they entered. The old lady said that it was time to stop whining and get down to business, to start the exams. The events are transferred to the exam site on the Red Mountain Ridge. The guys will have to get out of this labyrinth. Some were worried whether they would be able to return from there safe and sound. Rain recalled that there had been nothing like this in the area before. The teacher noticed the thoughtful young man and asked what had happened to him. He replied that he did not remember the caves on the bound land. The teacher was amazed that Rain knew this. The man added that it was made artificially for the exams. There is nothing inside that could threaten the children's lives. Almost nothing. He thought the boys should worry about whether they would pass the exam or not. Now he was going to talk about the grading system. He said that he liked the relative grading more than the absolute one. So first place would be an S, second and third would be an A, and so on. Looking ahead carefully, he was about to add something important. The evaluation criterion was the time spent on completing the labyrinth. By completing, he meant destroying all targets. The maze will be completed in pairs. Based on the assessment results of the students' entrance exams, an average value was calculated, and pairs were formed based on this data. Rain became a little worried, wondering who his teammate would be. A toy fell next to the young man, which distracted the boy from his thoughts. He noticed it. It was made of clay. He had seen something similar before. Someone's female foot wearing a small white shoe trampled her. This person began to mock. Being next to the hero, he immediately recognized her, his rival. Krista began to praise herself and reminded the young man that she was competing with a hero. She told him to get ready, because she would deal with him like this toy. Logan showed up and said he wanted to join the competition too. The brute was about to pass on some important news to his new comrade, namely that Rain and Logan were on the same team. The two strongest would go through this part of the exam side by side. Krista and the main character were shocked by this information. The young man was clearly happy, although he did not show it. The girl was very angry about the fact that the boys became friends with each other. She felt that this distribution into pairs was incorrect. I wondered if it was possible to put two of the best students in the same group. After Rain told her that she really acknowledged his abilities, the girl became even more angry. Logan, observing the situation, asked the guy what happened. The onlookers began to talk among themselves as the two strongest found themselves together, wondering whether they would fight like last time. He ignored the girl's words about her taking first place. I noticed that my friend was ready to give her life for these exams. The young man asked Logan how important it was what they were going to do. The brute explained to him. Then Rain was about to say something important. Suddenly he walked up to Christy and apologized to her, something he hadn't even intended to do before. He said that this time he would not be able to be a gentleman. First place was vital for the hero. The girl was surprised by what she heard because she never expected that her friend was capable of such a thing. She smiled sarcastically and told him to hope that he could come first in the exam. The professor gave the children 10 minutes to discuss, after which the exam would begin. The boys and girls began their anxious negotiations. They started discussing who would use how much mana and how to act. The professor's assistant asked him the reason for conducting this test. The moment when you can see the true abilities of a magician comes precisely when you encounter something you have not seen before. In such situations, all thoughts disappear from the head. The ability to make decisions decreases and their implementation slows down. However, this is precisely when geniuses emerge. These exams are only a basic assessment for calculating talent. Logan and Rain were also discussing. Logan suggested killing everyone they saw once they were inside. The young man suggested to his friend a plan B, or to develop a strategy. Preserve the magic of light and distribute the power between attack and defense. Krista appeared behind him and asked how he was going to become the best with such a simple plan. He was hooked by the fact that the girl had already figured out how and what they would do. Logan, dissatisfied with her behavior, stated that the girl was too self-confident. She asked him if he really had expressed a desire to graduate as the best student. She said that she had not been in first place for a long time, so she was not going to give up. She was going to show the difference between their abilities, thinking that her golems were the pinnacle of magical abilities. A restless teammate came for Krista, and the girls ran off to go through the cave, to cope with the difficulties that awaited them there. They were on the second team. The man looked at the girls with a kind look. Afterwards, the professor announced that the exam had begun, and the girls needed to act quickly. Time began its rapid countdown. Every second counted, if, of course, you wanted to be the first in this exam. With the help of magic, the guy in glasses watched how everyone was coping. Krista asked her teammate to immediately create light magic. She was very afraid of the fact that they were falling. The arrogant girl asked her not to worry, let her concentrate on the targets. The black-haired girl, using her abilities, informed the girl that she had noticed too. Krista heard her, and without delay began to create the already familiar spells. For this process, she crossed her arms to create beings that would do all the work for her. Sand warriors appeared behind her. There were many of them, considering the age and strength of the caster. Her friend, who was clearly inferior to her teammate in mana and strength, was surprised by this skill. Logan and Rain, who were watching this, also did not stand aside, realizing that they would really have to try hard. Both the speed of casting the spell and the number of creatures summoned were impressive. The professor had already heard about Krista's abilities earlier, but he became even more interested in this girl. The magic of the Varden family, passed down through generations, was created by the second Elder Riot. At this time, the Sandman deftly pierced the target with his spear. Even if we consider that it was performed by a 2-star mage, the speed of execution was still astounding. Moreover, at this age, she perfectly controls 10 phantoms. The black-haired one found 3 more, inside the cave on the left side. The girl wasn't very good at her job. The first one, huge, red in color, was hiding at the top of the cave and was in the gorge for 3 hours. Another one, purple, with sharp ears, hid behind one of the stalactites, was already at 8 o'clock. And the last one, in the form of a jellyfish, turquoise under the ceiling, levitated. Krista understood everything and sent warriors to carry out this task. The one that was flying was immediately slammed into the ceiling by the summoned creature. The purple one, the one at 8 o'clock, was cut in half, and the warrior rained stones down on the last one, the red one, in the shape of a crab. The black-haired girl was surprised that the Sandman dealt with 3 of them at once. The girl told her friend to quickly look for the others. The professor and the others continued to watch. Onlookers were shocked that the girls never slowed down while completing the task. Rain noted that Krista works very well with 2-star magic. Logan agreed, adding that she was the greatest hope of their generation. There is no one who does not know her in this educational institution, and not only here. Even the seniors are asking to be careful with her. Most people are still far from the level of this goal-oriented lady. The ancestors of the Varden family were sages, the only ones besides the Page family. The second family is on a different level, at least because their current head is the Dean of Delayton. Little Krista appeared before the men in robes and hoods. One of them asked her if the head of the family was her father. How did it happen that the 2 families that descended from the sages were so different? Another asked his comrade to stop, but the one in the red robe insisted that the girl still needed to know. He asked me to tell her father that their family does not fit into the status of a family of magicians. This burden was now too much for the Varden family to bear, so everyone thought. Her mother, her 2 older sisters, who could not use magic. It's time to retreat. No matter how hard you try, things will only get worse for this family. Remembering all these dialogues, Krista was very angry. Her friend couldn't cope. She needed rest. The girl noticed this. She already had a plan for such a case. Then Krista grabbed her thanks to her sand-summoned warrior. I asked her to continue telling me where the targets were in that state. Onlookers were amazed at how she could simultaneously fight and help her comrade. The professor watched, but did not show that he was delighted. Excellent, Krista. You can already control magic of this level. The man in the robe asked her what was wrong. She said that she would become the best magician, even a great one. Therefore, her parents will no longer be treated with disdain. With her own strength and labor, The maiden wanted to return the family to its greatness during the battle. She cried out that everything, absolutely everything, would return. Both glory and authority were lost. The 31st target was destroyed. Krista wanted her family to be respected through her actions. I remembered how the man in the robe leaned over and placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. A huge red target loomed over the warrior, flying at incredible speed. She crushed him mercilessly. Fortunately, the girl jumped back. Then the monster destroyed the one Krista was on. The heroes watched with trepidation what was happening inside the cave. Almost embracing the young girl, he said that he was counting only on her. She was furious and was about to create a new spell. Something huge and more frightening appeared. Little Krista looked confidently at the man in the robe. While advancing on the enemy, she shouted that her family would rise again. The summoned creature crushed the last target without any problems. The test is over, lasting just over 4 minutes. The professor's assistant reported that all targets had been destroyed. The second team completed the exam without any problems. Krista's comrade, the black-haired girl, was exhausted. The professor couldn't believe that they completed the task in less than 5 minutes. Nothing else could be expected from the descendant of a magical family. For her work, the girl received an S level, that is, the highest grade for the work done. The other teams had not yet finished their discussions when the girls had already finished the exam. Logan knew about her abilities, of course, but he didn't expect this. Now the reason why the elders were so worried is clear. The girl is already being considered for the position of head of the Union of Magicians. The professor said that in his practice this was the second team that passed the test in less than 5 minutes. Overcoming opportunities was the motto of the maiden's family, and she said it with incredible pride. The Varden family's strengths are incredible physical and magical powers. A good plan was developed to preserve this, but it does not explain all of Krista's actions. The professor named the girls and was going to tell them something important. He said that of course they passed this exam and he didn't expect anything else from them. He added that he gives their work the highest marks. Suddenly the girl decided to clear her throat. She reported that she was really praised. Krista quickly turned around and walked away with a satisfied look. Her path went through Rain and Logan. Of course, she wanted to provoke Rain. The boys looked at each other. Their rivalry continued. Told Logan that the exams were more fun than he imagined. The events are transferred to the time when Lin was still alive. The heroes looked at the castle. The Southern Star or Warden. That was the name of this giant. The guys discussed the plan. Frida said that going there would mean certain death. Esther watched and thought about how best to act in this situation. Then she asked Lin to just lift everything here into the air. He asked his friend if this city was not a cultural heritage site. It is necessary to leave its original appearance as much as possible, and then complete what was started at the first opportunity. She told the young man that there are moments in life when you first need to do something and then regret it. The archer and the mage were clearly on the same wavelength, so they had no choice but to simply nod in the background. Esther said that the Trinity was more important to her than any cultural heritage. If necessary, they can use this fist, which she demonstrated to her friends. She added that she doesn't like to complicate things, and rather even hates doing it. Lin decided to take on the matter, no matter what they would say about it later. This is how completely spontaneous actions change the world. After the memories. Rain turned to Logan. A good idea came to his mind. Krista began to quietly eavesdrop on their conversation. After listening to the young man, he said that they could be expelled for this. Rain added that if anything happens, he will take on all possible risks. Passing the exam in the usual way will be completely uninteresting. Rain looked at him approvingly, clearly realizing that Logan supported him and shared his point of view. The girl overheard the conversation and became worried that the guys were talking about a possible suspension from the exam. The young man asked her why she was so worried about them, whether she was curious or just afraid. The girl received such a question addressed to her. The maiden spoke too loudly, so she attracted the attention of onlookers. She said that there are other things to have fun with, but now they need to take a responsible approach to their work. Rain looked seriously at her friend and said that magic is fun. Doesn't the girl think so? The boy asked her a question. The time for discussion was running out. Everyone needed to get ready. Some team gathered to take a test. Rain approached the professor to clarify information from him to understand whether the plan would work or not. He asked if he would guarantee the safety of those who entered inside. The man controlled everything with the help of magic. So even if something happens, the guys are not in any danger. Krista watched her comrade with displeasure. It was unclear what the girl was angry about. The professor's assistant reported that there was exactly 1 minute left. Logan said he'd be back in action in 7 seconds. The professor was surprised to see his physical strength. He had clearly never seen a student with such developed physical strength. The bully and the young talent were going to teach everyone a lesson. They had to work quickly, just like Lin had done 300 years ago with his 3 friends. They were going to turn everyone upside down with their actions, activating all their abilities, and they started. The girls were surprised that the boys were not going to enter the cave. The professor was also surprised because he did not understand what the young men were going to do. He was also amazed by the magic of the Ludwig family, or rather by the fact that Rain possessed it. I couldn't believe that I had awakened this ability at such a young age. Logan began to gain strength through breathing exercises. Everyone continued to wonder how they were going to pass the exam without entering the cave. Ryan saw all his opponents as crosses, thus they were illuminated for him. There were so many of them that it was difficult to count them. Having created magic in his hand, he announced that everything was ready to carry out his plan. Then, sitting down, he added that it was time to unite and act together. Logan, his veins covered in green energy, began to swing. The professor began to gradually guess what the boys were going to do. The boys immediately began to implement the plan. Logan slammed his powerful fist into the ground with all his might. Krista called him an idiot, because what would happen if he collapsed the entrance? She was about to say something, but didn't have time. After all, for such a powerful blow, the scale of damage is very small. The professor noticed this, but said nothing, deciding to remain silent. At this time, Ryan was waiting for the right moment. Green energy began to sparkle across the ground. The speed was astonishing. She continued to spread throughout the area. The first target appeared, looking like some kind of pet, which was located on the ground. Then the second one, who was hiding behind a stalactite. The third one and the rest. They hid well from the heroes, but it wouldn't have helped them much. The energy extended all the way to the final target, a huge monster that vaguely resembled a crab with huge claws. Rain smiled wickedly, knowing that this would be an easy win for him and Logan. It looked like a powerful explosion was about to happen. And so it was. The targets began to be destroyed rapidly. The explosions occurred throughout the entire area of this small cave. The guys were enveloped in a blast wave. They were slightly injured and began to fly back. They were all seriously scared by what the team that was currently taking the exam had done. Krista was amazed at what her friends came up with. The professor crouched down and covered his head so as not to be hit. Logan was pleased with what he had accomplished with his new friend. Rain also experienced positive emotions from the process. Krista didn't understand at all what was happening. The professor's friend asked if it was an earthquake. The man asked what the reaction was to the magical power inside the cave. He looked carefully at his tablet to find out how long it took the guys to complete the task. What he saw there shocked him greatly. He did not believe what he saw there. He turned to the professor slowly, with a little apprehension. The man in glasses decided to clarify the time that had passed since the guys began to carry out their plan. 59 seconds. That's how long it took Logan and Rain to impress everyone who was with them at the exam. The professor was shocked that the guys completed the task in less than a minute. The comrade said that it was completely wrong, that what the young guys did not comply with the rules. The man asked him what was wrong, what exactly his friend didn't like about the actions of the young geniuses. He asked if they weren't assessing abilities in this exam. What if the labyrinth collapsed? The ES rating is an ideal result, but what they saw was an outrage. The professor addressed his comrade by name. His name was Zamar. A genius is not always an ideal. This is what corresponds to some superior form that is widespread in the world. However, the geniuses who change this world have always exceeded this norm. Genius, to say the least, does not fit the description of the ideal. This is the one who creates something new, something that the world has not seen yet. Take a look at the traditional ratings, and you'll see that Logan's team is far from perfect. The professor asked Zamar if he had ever thought about destroying the labyrinth, but it had never even occurred to him. Of course it is possible. Young people have just paved the way for it. The fact that they implemented an idea that no one had thought of before cannot be ignored, and is more important than anything else. Magical knowledge, as well as an understanding of what is happening, turns such reckless ideas into reality. The man in glasses asked Zamar to look carefully. The time will come when these two will become the center of the magical world. After 40 minutes, the exam was over for everyone. The exam results appeared in front of the children. This year, the tests were more difficult, but everyone passed them successfully. During the test, some were injured or exhausted, and some had to retake the test because they were attacked by targets. In this chaos, Krista and Lamru finished with an excellent result, so Professor Kyle's preliminary ES level rating is justified. However, it took Rain and Logan's team less than a minute. Therefore, Krista's rating was lowered to level A. The third daughter of the Varden family was able to master 2-star magic. The people in the robes were delighted with the news. A family that has survived a crisis can breathe a sigh of relief. When it came to the Ludwigs, they seemed to have no hope. Their youngest child was called a disaster. The little girl asked him why he cared what people said about him. She advised him to try harder to prove himself to everyone. It seemed like he wasn't listening. She also remembered how Rain helped her deal with the thief. His speed of using magic was the same as that of the professor's. During the family dinner, she could not even imagine that the young man possessed such strength. It turns out that Krista asked the professor to allow her to take the exam. He was late because he was helping a man. Next to him, new feelings awakened in the girl. What's wrong with the fact that an interesting student entered this educational institution? Now there is a desire to do everything right. She recognized in the young man a talented, ambitious, and strong guy, and her rival. Krista stood broken and looked at the results of this exam. The black-haired girl thanked the girl for the good result. The girl ignored her comrade's words. She was immersed in her thoughts and sadness. The only thing that worried her now was that she lost again. This guy who talks freely about magic, takes it so casually, and does it without any problems. How could this be interesting, she wondered. Why didn't she come up with the same idea? The professor noticed how competition was destroying the girl. It wasn't bad at all. He felt a little sorry for the girl. But it's unlikely she'll be able to keep up with Rein. The professor adjusted his glasses, pretending not to be watching the girl. What she just heard shocked her. According to the rules, only one team always received an ES score, but this time the man made an exception. They formed teams based on their entrance exam scores, but it's still a little unfair to put Rain and Logan on the same team. Genius, bully, girl, and her friend get an S rating. The professor was right. Considering all the difficulties, they did a great job. The excellent students were on a completely different level. Rain reported that they had a draw. The young man extended his hand to the girl in order to somehow correct the current situation. But she, using force, hit him and told her friend not to come near her. Rain didn't understand at all what had happened to her. She asked if the young man really thought she would accept such a result. The guy asked the girl what was wrong. Krista was furious and said that her team was given such a result only out of pity. Suddenly she became scared and childhood traumas began to surface. She began to see enemies in the people around her. She thought about how they could stop staring at her. Turning around sharply, she hurried to escape from there. Logan didn't understand her feminine logic. The young man asked his friend what he did wrong. Logan tried to say something neutral, but Rain said it was written all over his face. The young man received the truth. The Varden family is finished. The boy did not understand what this meant. The honor and glory of the maiden's family was a thing of the past. Their family, even before Krista, did not have sufficient skills to become elite. The virgin alone tried to raise the greatness of her family. She took on a lot and was the only one trying to raise the greatness of her family. Krista, meanwhile, ran into the forest so that no one would see her weakness. Rain followed closely behind her, finding her wasn't difficult at all. Aristocrats from magical families should always be treated with respect and even a little fear. They are the ones who should be respected and looked up to. Diva added that she had been trying from the age of 6 until today. And Rain is interfering in other people's business for the sake of those who don't have a pedigree. No one in the Union of Magicians behaves like that. He communicates so calmly with everyone. She couldn't understand what was fun about magic. There was nothing exciting about it. The girl began to create a spell in her hand. She didn't understand why everyone thought Reina was better than her. Because for him it was just fun. The hero easily reflected her spell. He stood and listened to the insults directed at him. Suddenly he said that he liked magic. He walked slowly towards Krista. If he manages to embody the spell according to his desire, then all difficulties immediately disappear. This is the picture of the world that you can see if you don't try hard enough. But Rain wasn't always happy. He also had moments of despair. The guy reminded the girl of her burden. He said that she had honed her skills to be able to use magic at such a level at 16 years old. He couldn't even imagine how long it took her to achieve this. But he could say one thing for sure. This is the moment when she was able to learn how to truly master magic. I advised the girl not to take on so much. I asked her why she didn't give up magic. Instead of answering the question, she wanted to destroy the hero. Rain continued. Didn't she leave her because of the feeling of pride and excitement from the first successful spell? Krista shouted at the boy to stop. After his words, she remembered her childhood. How I created my first little Sandman. She was incredibly happy at that moment. The young man told her that it was true, she was strong. He added that no matter what choice she makes, no one will laugh at her. So I asked her to remember and feel the joy of magic. The girl got up from her knees and said that Rain was annoying her. He said that he could afford it, because victory was his. He added that he had not felt such inspiration for a long time. He extended his hand to Krista and said that she was a worthy opponent. He had fun thanks to her, hopes they can do it again. Suddenly she smiled. She slapped Reina in the face, calling him a pompous turkey. The young man watched her run away and shouted after her that next time she would definitely win. Touching his cheek, he said that her hand was heavy. The maiden ran and asked her father for forgiveness. Meanwhile, the professor was talking with his assistant. Talent is revealed in different forms. Sometimes as a catalyst to cheer up a fellow student. Sometimes it's like a huge wall that needs to be overcome. And sometimes like a friend you can rely on. It will only get more interesting from here on out. The professor told his friend that he thought with all his heart that his assistant was doing an excellent job. It is necessary to put everything in order and move on. I asked to call the candidates for a retake. The children were informed that there would be no classes in the afternoon. Logan decided to bring up the subject of Rain's cheek. He replied that everything was fine and suggested going to the gym. The brute was surprised that Rain wasn't tired at all. Owen appeared in front of the boys. He was only glad that the children still had a lot of energy. As luck would have it, he was just preparing 150 assignments in mathematics and magic. He added that the guys will not return to the hostel until they resolve everything. Logan asked if that applied to him too. Owen said that if he wanted to go, he could go. But not to the dorm, but to take his things home. This also applied to the other students. He added that he would repeat it twice. While completing the tasks, he turned his gaze to his friend. He thought that she would be the first to give up everything. Owen reported that he saw her running and prepared more tasks for her. Noticing the young man's gaze, she asked him if it was really he who had just laughed at her. Let the guys not think about writing partially, because these assessments will be counted in their rating. The tired children tried to solve these problems. Rain understood that Owen wanted to see their results under conditions of total fatigue. But still, such a number of questions is too much. Here are collected the tasks that they have already solved, as if it were correctional labor. Rain decided to take the easy way out. 10 minutes later, the young man announced that he had decided everything. Owen said that if the guy was sure that he had completed everything, he could hand in the paper and go to the dorm. Krista distracted him. She again, even here and in this state, tried to compete with him. Owen called the boys monkeys and told them to shut up. On the way out, he passed Logan. He realized that his friend still had a lot of decisions to make. The young man left the office. I decided that upon arrival at the hostel, I would take a shower. Suddenly, he felt someone behind him. It was a girl with red hair. This look, there is darkness swirling in it. The best student among the 8 great schools, Lillian. The young man met her face to face for the first time. After this meeting, Rain decided to ask Logan about her. The brute confirmed that he was familiar with such a person. The young man reported that he met her and that she had a frightening aura. Asked what she was like. Lillian is the secret weapon of the Rivendell school. It is said that she has been using 2-star magic since she was 5 years old. And at 7, she made a contract with one of the 7 magical creatures. The young man knew about such a school. It specializes in fire spells. Logan added that people with such hair have a greater sensitivity to fire magic. Lillian is put on the same level as Little Varden. They say that she is a future Archmage. Rain asked if her abilities were being overestimated. Logan stated that she was strong enough. Rain thanked his friend for the information. Then he asked how the thug knew about all this. Was he really in love with her? He turned away so that Rain wouldn't see how embarrassed he was. Logan asked if it was really noticeable in style, and the boy replied that it was. After receiving the information, the guy realized that you won't get bored here. Meanwhile, it was already the 4th day of exams. The man was going to tell the guys what awaited them today. It will be held in the world of illusions. All 60 people will be divided into 3 teams, which will be assessed at the end. Rain wondered if the exam would really take place in the barrier. Today's test will be a battle royale type. There are jewels in each area, and the kids will get a point for each of them. Inside each territory there are monsters, for the destruction of which a point is also given. Krista immediately had a question. She asked where the royal battle would be then, if someone would destroy monsters and someone would collect crystals. The man said that she misunderstood the term. Heroes can also lose points while fighting. Even if the boys steal the treasure found by another student, make a counterattack. All this is permissible. Suddenly, the old woman hit the ground with her cane. She added that the space inside the barrier is not real. No matter how severe the attack, they will still not be harmed. However, the pain will be felt as if it were real. No matter how severe the wounds, once the barrier is gone, everything will return to normal. After these words, Rain thought about it. Someone was interested in the fact that it is possible to kill each other. In this world, the main duty of a magician is to enable people to dream. And in order to fail, the guys had to give it their all. In the magical world, strength has always been and will always be above all else. So show what you can do, the old woman said. The division into teams began with Weber being in the first, and also Logan and Krista. The girl was glad that she was given a task that required some effort. Rain decided to play a joke on the girl, reminding her how she lost and cried. Her friend had been watching Krista's reaction all this time. She needed to pull herself together to get the highest grade. Rain and her friend watched as the maiden mentally prepared herself to be first. Team number 1 was supposed to start executing. The second included Krista's friend, Gertrude. Then that red-haired girl with the dark aura, Lillian. And Rein Ludwig, the main character. Suddenly, he asked the purple-haired girl if she was worried. She replied that no, and she didn't want Rain to make jokes about her. She said that the young master should be worried, because he ended up on the same team with Gertrude, because if they were to run into each other on the same team, the young man would be in trouble. Rein merely stated that this would not happen, just as he was about to make fun of the girl again. Then he was immediately distracted from his fun. Lillian wanted to tell him something. Rain said he would listen if it was something interesting. Krista, thanks to her creatures, was already giving it her all. She already had 280 points to her credit. She was worried about how many points Rain would score. She was able to easily handle the giants she summoned. They took into their paws the students who were watching Krista. She looked at them haughtily. Did they really plan to attack her together? The Virgin let them go, advising them to act more confidently next time. Those who watched the actions of Team 1 were shocked by the abilities of Krista and Weber. His strategy was his talent for wind magic. He could simultaneously destroy monsters and steal treasures. In third place was Logan. He was a little rough with the students and monsters, but his talent was impressive. As the professor expected, the boys work alone. The old lady called them all losers. Elin simply watched the process. The red-haired girl said that she had never lost. Rain looked at her questioningly. For the girl, losing was equal to death. She asked Rain why he hadn't shown himself before the exams. He replied that there was simply no point in doing this before the tests. She believed that young gentlemen from influential families always thought that way. The girl with purple hair turned to the red-haired girl and asked why she was being sarcastic to the main character if she was from a high-ranking family. Lillian said that she doesn't like being called that. She prefers being addressed as an object. The maiden was very surprised by what she heard. She is not a child born from the union of love between a father and a mother, but only an instrument created for a specific purpose. Her father, Taden Karyan, is the headmaster of the Rivendell school. Since childhood, the girl was locked in a room and forced to learn magic, and was not even allowed to go outside. If she didn't get good grades at school, she would be beaten until she lost consciousness. Her father would even involve her mother for this purpose, torturing her or burning her. Rain decided to clarify with her that if she didn't graduate with honors, she would be beaten up too. Lillian replied that no longer, if he tried, he would kill her. The purple-haired maiden didn't understand how the red-haired one could deal with the 4-star mage. She said that her goal is to graduate from university with a stunning result. She needs this in order to remove her father. This was a warning to Rain. She asked him not to disturb her. Gertrude asked the tough girl not to forget about Mrs. Varden. The red-haired one said that this hothouse flower was no match for her. Gertrude decided to ask Lillian again. She was very hurt by the words addressed to her friend. The red-haired girl asked if the little one really wanted to argue. Rain tried to separate the girls, who were about to have a conflict. The young man looked at the purple-haired girl in bewilderment. The red-haired maiden looked at the boys haughtily. Rain said he couldn't give up his place as the best student, all because his friends are waiting for him. The girl turned away and said that she had explained the reason and warned him. She added that if the young man interfered with her, she would have no choice but to get rid of him. All observers were informed that the exam was over. Krista and Weber received an ES rating. The girl earned more points. The purple-haired girl immediately ran to praise her friend. The professor was informed that all participants had left the barrier. The next group was given a choice of where to begin taking the test. Zone A is located at the foot of the mountains, and Zone F is a mixed area. Zones C and B may have the advantage of visual control as they are mountain peaks. Forest ones are good for cover, but difficult to see, which can be very disruptive. What place would be best suited now? Krista was going to take a rest. Her friend warned her that she would be back soon. Suddenly, the girl's name was called. Warden asked her to show her class on this exam. She, hearing words of support, was inspired. A moment later, the purple-haired girl disappeared. Professor Caroline turned to the girl from the Ludwig family and said that Rain would now be taking a test. Everyone knows what Professor Marjana expects from students. Ability to maneuver, situational analysis, combat ability. This is truly a test of a wizard's core talent. The cousin wanted Rain to deal with this granny. Lillian and Krista chose Area F as their starting point. This is a show of confidence. This area is the most dangerous, so you can get the highest scores there. This area is the most convenient for getting to other places. Compared to Lillian, Rain's choice was clear. His strategy was to avoid battles and gradually gain points. An unexpected but not bad strategy. Somehow this turns out too boring. It would have been better if he had chosen Zone F, like Lillian. The cousin asked Caroline if Rain was really annoying with his choice. She replied that yes, it was strange that he was being cautious, because he was capable of defeating any student from the 8 great schools. Suddenly, the young man met a girl who was in the same place with him. Their faces revealed that the boys had not expected to see each other. The observers saw what was happening under the dome and were interested in what would happen next. Caroline was also interested in how Rain would handle this situation. The girl began to create attacking magic in her hands. Rain, instead of fighting her, decided to simply run away from the battlefield. With this, the young man greatly surprised both the observers and his potential rival. Caroline also experienced similar emotions, as she certainly did not expect this. Rain quickly moved away from the girl. His reaction was strange. His cousin was completely indignant at his behavior. Krista wondered if the boy was even going to get an A. The old woman burst into laughter, calling Scalzi and his grandson fools. But despite all this, she was incredibly interested in what would happen next. He is saving his strength, waiting for the best moment to make a breakthrough. Let's see if he can make up for the lost points. 40 minutes had already passed. Some boy found the treasure. His joy did not last long, because the crystal disappeared from his hands. Gertrude, using her magic, deprived the young man of his treasure. Caroline watched the girl's actions carefully. Suddenly, a huge round creature appeared behind the student. As she walked with him, the professor noticed that the maiden was always in Krista's shadow, but it was obvious that she was a very good magician. Suddenly, the professor conducting the exam in the cave asked his assistant about Lillian's place, and received the answer that the girl was not even in the top 20. The man couldn't believe what he saw. She was in last place. She didn't have any points at all. She just sat and meditated. From the very beginning, she sat in this position. One of the girls discovered her. But after her discovery, she hurried to escape from the battlefield. The red-haired girl showed no initiative at all. Rain continued to collect treasures, fought a monster only once, and was already in 13th place. Caroline reported that the young man was now in Area C among the mountains, and noted that he moved very well in such terrain. Kuzina understood that with his current points, it would not be easy for him to get into the list of leaders. Suddenly, it started raining in the area where the boy was. It affected everyone else too. Krista and Logan felt it too. Gertrude was only glad about the sudden change in weather, just right for hunting monsters with keen hearing. Ryan, pleased, reported that the rain was bothering them. At this time, fireballs appeared in the air. They were created by the great red-haired magician, Lillian. The girl was able to find everyone who belonged to the top 10. It was time to start implementing my plan. A volcanic eruption began. Everyone who was in this area had to evacuate. This exam was designed in such a way that no one could survive by simply sitting in the bushes. Because the once safe zone became dangerous, the boys had to fight each other. This affected everyone, without exception. As expected, the top students took action immediately after the time came. Logan grumbled that if they hadn't lost momentum in this part of the exam, the result might have been different. The professor's assistant reported that someone was displaying powerful energy. It was Rein Ludwig. His points were growing at an incredible rate, the old lady ordered to show him. There was a huge crowd of monsters around the young man, which he destroyed with the help of earth magic. The cousin, seeing this picture, was very happy for her relative. Finally, that bastard stopped chewing snot, she said. The young man quickly rose from 12th place to 8th. The old woman called him impudent, and it was clear from her face that she was happy. Logan wondered how he managed to do this. Krista said that he caused an earthquake, which is how he summoned the monsters to him. The hero acted so slowly and now uses the magic of vibration propagation. The young man noticed that one of the monsters was about to attack him, so he dodged the blow. He sensed another creature behind him. He had no choice but to use powerful technology. Behind him were several huge monsters. One of them looked like a crab. At that very second, huge spikes began to emerge from the ground, mercilessly piercing their opponents. Logan and Krista were shocked by what was happening to their comrade. Ryan created trees without any problems. These abilities interested the professor in glasses, because in this area there was not a single hint of vegetation. He began to understand why the young man had been so cautious in the beginning. Instantly, Rain received 164 points for his attack. Caroline noticed that the boy was simultaneously calculating 3-star magic and fighting with opponents. His cousin said that there was nothing surprising about this. Rain was already in first place given Team A's result. The young man stood up and wandered away, saying that this would be enough. The professor in glasses noted that it would be difficult for Gertrude to get around Ryan. His assistant turned to him to Kyle. The guys in 3rd and 4th place disappeared from the list. The professor in glasses looked carefully at the board. There was a huge gap in points between them and the person in 5th place. Even if they have dropped down the rankings, they are not in the top 10 or 20. Kyle asked his assistant what area the people in 3rd and 4th place were in a few minutes ago. His comrade hastened to carry out the order and displayed the picture on the board. There they saw a man burning alive. The picture they saw frightened the professor and his charges. There were 3 people on the battlefield, 2 girls and a burning student. The maiden was very frightened by what her opponent threatened to do to her. In order to somehow improve her situation, she tried to use her magic. Her opponent created fireballs with one hand without any problems, the power of which exceeded the girl's magic. Before she could curse, she too began to rapidly burn in the flames. The professor and his friend were speechless at what they saw. Oddly enough, the person who created such powerful fire spells turned out to be Lillian. Logan and Krista knew she had every chance of overtaking Rain. Caroline and Elin noted that the maiden was quite strong. The grandmother added that the girl took after her father in character. Gertrude was sitting on a tree at this time and looked at her ranking. She saw that Rain and Lillian had surpassed her. She also did not understand where several students had gone. She didn't understand what was happening. A huge phoenix appeared behind the girl. Fortunately, Gertrude noticed him in time and dodged, leaving the top of the tree. She was curious about how fire magic could be used here if it was raining now. But before she had time to move away from the first fiery creature, another one was already flying towards her. It seemed that that was it. Gertrude was also out of the royal battle. Krista, watching her friend, loudly and emotionally shouted her name. Lillian arrived on the battlefield. She looked carefully at something burning out, and I realized the fact that I didn't feel the heat of the fire. Suddenly, Gertrude appeared at Lillian's side and tried to strike the fire maiden. The girls simultaneously created a spell in their hands. A fierce fight began between them. The maiden was glad that her friend could still take part in the battle. She also noticed that both were at the same level. The red-haired woman said that perhaps she should have acted differently with those she had eliminated earlier. Gertrude said that it was too late to regret anything. Throwing the seal upward, Lillian said that she would have to act differently. It seemed that Gertrude had no chance of winning this battle. Blue and red magic clashed with each other. Gertrude decided to put moral pressure on her opponent, saying that even if Lillian didn't try, the score wouldn't change no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, the red-haired maiden reached for her neck. Lillian tore the jewelry from her neck. Gertrude was perplexed, as she did not know why her opponent did this. Red and black levitating spheres formed around the girl. The professors seemed to understand what was happening on the battlefield. The Rivendell school uses special talismans. This is magic in the remedial style. This allows you to reduce the time required to create a magic circle, calculate formulas, and manifest runes, thus maximizing combat effectiveness in a short time. Gertrude was surprised to see sparks appear in the air. The beads were transformed into this. Lillian called her technique the fire insect formation. The effects of the technique quickly flew towards the girl with purple hair. Gertrude knew something had to be done, so she immediately began creating water techniques. But it seemed that Krista's friend would not be able to withstand such an attack. The place where she was engulfed in intense flames. The red-haired girl looked haughtily at what she had done. But Gertrude was not as weak as she seemed. She managed to jump out of the flames and quickly flew towards Lillian. The red-haired girl miraculously managed to dodge such an attack. Swiftly turning towards Gertrude, she took out a seal in order to destroy the girl. But she didn't have time to do anything, since it seemed that the purple-haired girl's speed exceeded that of her opponent. To perform this attack, the girl bounced off the tree, leaving a huge footprint in it. Lillian realized this and was amazed by the maiden's abilities. With her blow, Gertrude sent her opponent into the trees, and the force of the blow broke several of them. Krista was genuinely happy for her friend. Deciding not to waste any precious time, the girl continued her offensive. But the red-haired girl was not going to give in to her opponent and used fire magic. Gertrude dodged the pillar of flame that was flying towards her without any problems. A moment later, the maiden broke the ground on which the red-haired girl stood, but she jumped back. Elin was unhappy that Lillian dodged. She was clearly interested in Gertrude winning. She noted that this was a bad position, and the purple-haired one would suffer. With the help of magic, Lillian trapped her in a pentagram, which did not bode well. Suddenly, Gertrude smiled. She clearly knew what to do in such a situation. The red-haired girl noticed her opponent's grin and stood in a slight stupor. Immediately, a column of water flew up from the ground. The professor in glasses called this technique underground waters, adding that Gertrude had talent. Praised her. The virgin strives for harmony in the use of martial arts and water magic. She uses all her strengths. But you shouldn't underestimate your enemy. Gertrude thought she had already won, told her opponent to know his place and come back down to earth. Krista was incredibly happy for her best friend. Gertrude said that if Lillian didn't want the maiden to break her arm, then she'd better give in. Lillian called her naive, and if she were in her opponent's place, she would have simply killed her. Gertrude said that with such a love for the stage, the red-haired girl would be better off going to the theater. The girl twisted her opponent's arm with even greater force. The red-haired girl said that she uses talismans not because she is slow at counting. Krista didn't understand why the maiden was telling her this. It's all because the red-haired one is unable to control her power. The girl noticed that there was a pentagram depicted on her tongue. The picture she saw greatly shocked Gertrude. Out of fear, the purple-haired girl decided to jump away from the enemy. The red-haired girl slowly rose from the ground, and many fireballs formed around her. Gertrude noticed that this was the remaining part of the beads. The spheres began to spin clockwise. Lillian was calling someone. She intended to summon a fire python. A huge, bright flash of light illuminated the battlefield. Gertrude tried with difficulty to see what her rival had done. What she saw shocked her greatly. The python was of impressive size. Logan and Krista had no idea that Lillian had such power. The violet-haired girl fell into despair. She could not imagine that something like this would confront her. Lillian raised her hand, clearly intending to command her being. In a slow voice, she gave the python the command to catch the girl. The creature was considered the best summoning animal among the 4 fire divine animals. It was said that it was used as a main force by the founder of the Rivendell school himself, the Archmage Orbos Karain. It is amazing in that it carefully chooses its owner. It seems like he only has a third of his strength right now, because he only has a third of his strength right now. Cousin Raina couldn't imagine that this little girl at 16 years old could already summon such a creature. Krista fell into despair, wondering what she would do if she found herself in a similar situation. Gertrude did not despair. She called the situation as such. The fire python began to rapidly approach her. Gertrude couldn't think of anything better to do than simply dodge to the side. Suddenly, she felt part of her cloak start to burn. Shaking it off, she reported that it barely affected her. I decided to look in the direction the monster attacked. The rock could not fall apart and turn into ashes on its own. It was the work of the fire python. The summoned creature began to rapidly destroy the forest. He swept away everything in his path: trees, rocks, monsters, and possibly students. Observers reported that the python was about to encircle Gertrude. He has chosen the girl as his main target and will act to the end. The assistant asked the professor if perhaps they should intervene. Even though she won't die, the pain will be real. If she were to suffer at the hands of the fire python, it would not be limited to just one injury. Was it worth stopping the exam because of this? The professor in glasses decided to address this question to the old woman. She thought for a while and said that it was correct. Meanwhile, Rain stood on one of the burnt trees and watched. He remembered training with his grandfather. 3 times, now that was the maximum for such magical power. Of course, the higher the level of magic you want to compete with, the faster you will feel the limits of what is possible. And at the limit, you can no longer use higher level magic. You will hit a ceiling with no chance for further growth. In other words, you must use it correctly. The young man had collected enough points. Now all he had to do was wait in a safe place due to the legal defense. There was no magic power left at all. There is absolutely no point in deliberately exposing yourself to danger now. However, what would have happened if he had been in Gertrude's place? The girl had already begun to burn and was experiencing incredible pain. The young man decides to leave his comfort zone and help the girl. In the jump, he used the power of his eyes. Bell Curious. The formula of the magic circle consists of 5 triangles. The runes are formed. All proportions were observed. The entire path, rebirth range, and analysis have been completed, and adjustments have been made. This power took too much. The guy's eyes started bleeding. But despite all this, he had to hold on. He realized something for sure after the fight with Logan and the Rat Spider Queen. Every time the young man overcame obstacles, his strength grew. The more he fought against strong opponents, the faster he would be able to reach the 6-star level. Gertrude was completely desperate, no longer ran, did not try to resist the enemy in any way. Therefore, the hero did all this not for the girl, but for himself. The red-haired one, satisfied with her abilities, was going to destroy Gertrude. In his mind, he asked young Panton not to be mistaken. The young man flew straight into the middle of the summoned fire python's face. Krista and Logan were shocked by what they saw. They didn't think that Rain would take part in this fight. Elin and Caroline also did not stand aside and experience similar emotions as the guys. The fire in front of Gertrude began to fade little by little. The girl did not understand at all what had happened, but to some extent she was happy. The professors watching the fight were speechless at Rain's actions, especially the old woman. She didn't think that there would be someone who would be stronger than the red-haired one. Lillian fell into despair that someone was able to destroy her main weapon. Helping someone during an exam does not bring any benefit at all. This is a place where, under conditions of limited time, resources, and special circumstances, it becomes possible to test whether students can make a choice, leaving behind all their pros and cons. Watching Rain's actions, the old woman wondered if this was Scalzi's doing. She smiled for a moment, glad that the young man had such a good mentor. She added that this would definitely be a high score. It took more effort to suppress the 5-star magic than the boy had originally planned. All this only indicated that he was not yet ready for something like this. Gertrude called out to him, calling him young master. The girl stared at him with an empty, tired look. Rain shouted at Gertrude to run away from the battlefield immediately. Lillian stood at a distance and watched both opponents. Her magic and the Panton family's abilities were completely opposite, and she didn't have the strength to summon the python again. And what's more important? Because of this idiot, the first snake disappeared. Will Rain continue to interfere with the red-haired one? She walked slowly towards the young master. She found herself thinking that Rain had spent all his strength trying to destroy the creature, so now he was completely unprotected. The girl was going to take advantage of the situation to take first place. A fiery summoned creature flew towards Rein, not as impressive as the previous one. The keepers noticed this, a second python, smaller in size than the first. Rain, not knowing what to do, clumsily dodged Lillian's attack. However, the monster's firepower was still terrifying. Caroline and her cousin were unhappy, the latter shouting that it was dangerous. The young man, covered in blood, could hardly understand what was happening. Lillian looked at the young master with a wild look. Suddenly, Gertrude appeared behind her. The red-haired girl did not expect her opponent to return to the fight. Realizing what was about to happen, Lillian quickly turned around. The purple-haired girl was about to strike, her hand enveloped in water magic. The girl delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's chest. The blow was so strong that the red-haired girl flew towards the forest, smashing a small python with her body. Rain was amazed by his friend's action. Looking at the girl who had gathered her strength, he asked why she did it. She replied that, first of all, Lillian was her rival. She also added that if Reina excludes, then Mrs. Krista will suffer from a broken heart. The girl, having heard this information, became seriously embarrassed. The crowd of onlookers quickly turned their gaze to Krista. She had no choice but to start making excuses, saying that the young man was simply a competitor or even an enemy to her. Logan, looking at her, showed his class, to which he received the question, did he really want to punch her in the face? "What's wrong, Krista? You look great," Logan asked her and quickly got punched in the face. Krista was going to kill her friend as soon as she got out of the exam. But still, Rain was the one who got rid of the fire python. It is said that if one can master the magic of the Ludwig family, one can easily gain control over any other type of magic. But in all of history, only 3 people have managed to do this, and they did so either in adulthood or old age. Gertrude asked Rain to leave it to her, even though she was wounded. She reported that everything was fine, adding that the young gentleman was even getting in the way. She added that she didn't give that crazy woman a good beating. Rain ordered her to survive this battle and ran from the battlefield. Lillian was already bleeding from her mouth and told Gertrude to step aside. Then the maiden asked her a question. That is, the red-haired one started the fight herself, and now she is driving her away. Lillian smiled slyly and ordered the girl to get ready. She stuck out her pentagram-shaped tongue, and another python appeared behind her. Gertrude created a water magic spell. She clearly had no intention of losing. 2 girls met on the battlefield, both attacking with opposite spells, one with fire, the other with water. Rain continued to run quickly through the forest. Suddenly he realized that he had come to the wrong place. What the professor's friend in glasses noticed greatly disturbed him. After all, Rain had run towards a handful of the lowest-ranked students, and it looked like they were all about to attack. The young man, taking the stick in his hands, thought that all his magical and physical strength was running out. As he got into an attacking pose, he realized what a terrible situation he was in. The young man asked them whether they really hoped to win if they retreated, and the hero would be lenient towards them. One of them said that the guy was telling the truth. The young master was much stronger than them. However, what is strange is why someone as strong as Rain is trying to negotiate with them. As a result, one of these guys, having created a small lightning in his hand, jumped towards the hero. The young man did not expect this at all, so he prepared to defend himself. A stick torn from a tree, a youth against the magic of the weakest student. The guy called Rain an idiot and suggested that he just give up, offering his life in exchange for points. The young man did not answer him, but only tried to take the blow. Elin called those guys complete idiots. Caroline said that was their strategy. Rain missed the blow, noted that you shouldn't underestimate these low-rated ones. They hit hard. The guy made a sly smile, clearly intending to hit the hero in a vulnerable spot. That's what happened. Rain got hit. The stick didn't save him. Having tasted victory, the guy was going to finish off the wounded youth. But Rain decided to use a trick and kick dust in the idiot's eyes with his shoes. And oddly enough, it worked. He started coughing. The guy lost his guard and Rain punched him in the face. The rest just watched as the weakened youth defeated the newcomer without the help of magic. Caroline wondered how Rain knew about the Osiris school's martial art. Elin has also been worried about this question for a long time. The observers were having a dialogue with each other. One reported that Rain was not capable of going on the counterattack now, while the other called the young man's abilities amazing, and the School of Martial Arts and 3-star Magic noted that the distribution of magical power left much to be desired. In this sense, Krista is slightly superior to him. The newcomers began to laugh at the hero because he did not use magic. They saw that the wounded man had no strength left and were going to attack together. Elin thought that if her relative hadn't used Bel Curious, he wouldn't have used up all his mana. Deciding not to wait their turn, the bastards jumped off the slope to attack the guy. The old lady watching this thought that helping is of course good, but if you don't have enough resources for it, then it's a waste of time. She wondered what Scalzi's grandson was going to do now. From the remaining mana, Rain created lightning in his hand. After the work was done, he immediately decided to put the idiots in their place. The old woman, who had already accepted his defeat, was very surprised. The relative and Caroline also did not stand aside. The professor's bespectacled assistant asked if the boy had any mana left, to which he replied that it was Rain's sword with electrical properties. It was in a plasma state, and was used the moment their feet touched the rain-wet ground. But even if you know how to do something, it's not a fact that you will succeed. The professor had nothing to add except that the young man was quite experienced for his age. One of the bastards said that he understood why Rain was a contender for first place. But now, in his opinion, the young man had no trump cards left. He continued that if he attacks now, then... But before he could finish speaking, he received a blow from his comrade. This man said that he wanted to win alone. Logan asked what it was. Krista replied that it looked like magic that increased physical abilities through soil. However, it does not combine well with martial arts, which are expressed in physical strength. The guy suggested that Rain give up the points in a good way, so that it wouldn't be so painful to lose them in battle. The young man asked with a smirk on his face what would happen if he didn't want to. The enemy left the point where he stood, having called the young man funny. In a moment he was right in front of the guy. He added that in that case he would grind him into powder. Rain decided not to hesitate and attacked first, making a swift lunge forward. This blow pushed the thug away. The impact was so strong that the protection cracked. Rain reported that Osirius's technique was created with him, so the golem man had no reason to look down on the young man. Both Logan and Krista were amazed by their comrade's actions. They couldn't believe that after everything he had been through, he was still on his feet. Rain thought he would finish him off with one blow, so he began to wonder where he had gone wrong. Suddenly, he asked his opponent a question. If the golem man fails the exam, he will get an F. The next question was why professors watch them with trepidation with such a supposedly simple grading system. The reason is that later they will have to make changes to the grades. In short, the test itself is also one of the grading criteria. But the guys were not only unable to score points, but also failed in attack, losing to someone who had completely used up his mana and relied only on martial arts. But it's not just about the grade. If you fail the exam, you will be kicked out of the university and will be ridiculed by the students. However, if you survive, you may get an E, and depending on the number of people eliminated, your grade may rise to a C or B. The guy didn't understand why Rain was telling him this. On that side, 2 people with the highest rating are fighting with all their might, and very soon they will turn everything here into ruins. The exam is coming to an end and Rain doesn't want to get involved in their fight at all. So the young man gave his opponent a choice. Either the guy gives in and gets B, or he will be expelled from the higher educational institution in disgrace. The guy thought for a second. Well, a B was a good option, but he thought he deserved more. Precisely, he could not give in to a weakened enemy. He was overcome with aggression, and in his thoughts he called Reina by far from flattering words. Anyone who looks at him will say that he is holding on to the limit of his abilities. He has already put in a lot of effort to repel the attacks. The bastard decided that there was no point in delaying. He would grind him into dust, and the points would be his. There would be no such chance again. Krista and Logan watched what was happening with trepidation. Anger got the better of him if he lost now. He would be expelled from here in disgrace. Rain looked at his opponent with crazy, tired eyes. The bastard caught his gaze and felt sick. Suddenly, something important caught his attention. The loudspeaker announced that the exam was over. All students had to finish the battle and return from the dome. The young man was glad that he kept his points, his place on the leaderboard, and that he didn't have to fight. After this information, completely exhausted, he fell to the ground. The bastard in earthen armor felt ashamed of himself, and at the same time sorry for the young man from whom he wanted to take points by cunning. It seemed like he wanted to say something important, but decided to remain silent. Elin was glad that the exam was over. Caroline asked her if she was very worried about the fate of her relative. She answered that she was kind of. Watching what was happening under the dome, one problem remained. Lillian and Gertrude continued to fight to the death. The professor with glasses said that points would be deducted for this, which was worth thinking about. Someone reported that at the moment they are in a state of excitement and do not control each other. The old woman was seriously angry and was going to teach the youth a lesson. She gently tapped her cane on the ground, causing it to vibrate strangely. The dome slowly began to crack. This happened in the place where the girls were engaged in a fierce battle. Krista and Logan were amazed. Of course, they knew that the senior professor was strong, but not that strong. Lillian and Gertrude also experienced similar emotions. The old lady said, so what if they had abilities? They were still very green. The exam was over. If the girls did not want to get the worst score, they had to leave the dome immediately. Gertrude stopped feeling pain and touched her cheek with her hand. After this action, she turned her gaze to her hand, which had been burned some time ago. She was amazed when she realized that all the wounds had instantly healed. Exactly, it was still an illusion, because the guys were in the barrier. The girls looked at each other with hatred. Their fight was not over yet. The old woman repeated her words. The girls needed to leave in a good way. She called them assholes because they made her repeat it several times. The observers reported that another group failed the exam. Then the old woman started yelling at them to return the barrier. The boys slowly, tired, left the confines of this magical place. Lillian, noticing Rain, stopped near him. Coming closer, she asked what he did with her python. To begin with, the young man himself wanted to ask her one interesting question. He asked her if she respected her father, a question that shocked the red-haired girl. She became aggressive and asked if the young man was really looking for a fight. Rain replied that no, the maiden asked. Then why does he ask such questions? He told her that he had heard something similar before. I asked her if she really needed to get rid of her father in order to get first place. Whatever the reason, she destroys everything that comes her way and strives to rise higher. Isn't this the life her father wants? The way she belittles her rivals, her actions are no different from what her father did in the past. He added that if she wanted to continue his path, then she didn't have to listen to the next thing Rain said. He also reported that it was he who destroyed the fire python. And if the girl continued in the same spirit, then one day they would meet again. And then he would show everything he was capable of. The girl plunged into the abyss of her emotions and was unable to say anything in response. She began to create a spell in her hand, adding that the young man could not know anything about her. The young man grew up in a loving family and enjoyed the love and comfort of his family circle. An image of little Lillian appeared in her head. The magic in her hands disappeared. She was desperate and repeated her question. What could the guy know about her at all? She remembered the words from childhood. Someone asked her what kind of magician she wanted to become. A crowd of children formed, and Rain and Gertrude joined them, all except the red-haired one. Suddenly, someone called out to the couple, someone familiar. It was Logan and Krista. The girl was beaming with happiness when she saw her friends. The purple-haired girl asked her friend if she had managed to give it some heat. As soon as she continued to say something, she received a fist to the head. She began to scold her for her words about her love for Rain. The young man and Logan did not understand what was happening, and therefore did not intervene. Krista said that she felt incredible shame for Gertrude's words, and she responded that it was the truth. Rain preferred to keep a low profile, not even to get caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, she asked him what it was. His thoughts were occupied with why his girlfriend was constantly clinging to something. She didn't like the fact that Rain got rid of the python just to save Gertrude. He answered her that he had committed this act only because Lillian's strength was running out. Krista released her friend and said that she did not want to discuss the situation any further. She added that she would later continue discussing this topic with Gertrude. Logan was intrigued by Rain's sly smile and asked why he was doing this. He replied that he remembered something funny. If the young man had not come here, he would not have received all this experience. Logan added that Delaith was different from other schools, and Rain agreed with him. If Esther hadn't left the letter, if the top graduate hadn't been given the privilege of meeting Lynn, he wouldn't have experienced any of this. The heroes walked together towards the sun. Rain thought that Esther was right. The world was quite interesting. The girls walked in a different direction. The purple-haired one noticed that Krista had left her. The arrogant maiden approached Lillian and began to accuse her of bullying her friend. The red-haired girl looked questioningly at Krista. Krista warned that the girl would pay for this next time. The Varden family does not remain in debt to anyone. The students were completely exhausted, but the exam continued regardless. There was a written exam in the afternoon of the fourth day. It was clear that Logan and Gertrude were not finding it as easy as the popular couple at the university. Of course, we were talking about Rain and Krista. The first half of the fifth day of the exam was like hell. However, compared to the Battle Royale, This applied exam was easier to pass. In such a hurricane rhythm, the inter-semester exams came to an end. The man began to post the assessment results on the board. Only 4 people received the highest score in all written exams: Krista Varden, Rain Ludwig, Nora Reeden, and Caden. However, only one student can become the best in a class. Therefore, in order to select a leader, we will conduct an additional assessment. Professors who are related by blood to any of the students and who are in close contact with them during their studies will be excluded from the assessment. Everyone can use 1 point, Deputy Kyle 2. The lead teacher, in turn, can use as many as 3 points. A discussion began. Someone wanted to give a point to Kaiden, someone to Nora, since in the opinion of one of the professors, she was more talented. Someone asked Caroline how she managed to create such a diamond, and accordingly voted for Krista. Aylin listened to all this with difficulty. She wanted the discussion to end as soon as possible. It was approaching 8 o'clock. The man reported that at the moment the points were distributed as follows. Krista Warden is in first place with 6 points, Nora 4, Kaiden 3, and in last place is Ryan Ludwig. The young man had 2 points. Kyle was asked to vote. He thought for a moment before giving his answer. He started, "Miss Warden is really great. She handled everything perfectly. The precision of Nora's magic is amazing. Kaiden also showed amazing abilities. A harmonious combination of magic with music." After thinking a little more, he said, "For the sake of the future of magic, the professor will vote as follows. Rain Ludwig gets 2 points from Kyle." This statement surprised Professor Owen a little. There is no doubt that the young man is ahead of everyone else in his abilities. However, Krista still retains the highest number of points. The last to vote is Professor Morgan, who has never taken part in the distribution of additional points, since there is no candidate worthy of these points for her. Grandma smiled slyly. She knew that most people thought she would give the points to Krista. To everyone's surprise, the old woman laughed. She chided Kyle for thinking about the future of magic when he was flirting with the opposite sex in his younger years. The guy smiled and said that everything was under Morgana's leadership. Grandma, thanks to magic, picked up the piece of paper and the pencil. She added that she would also make her contribution to the future. Putting the sheet of paper on her knee, she began to write the name of the student who, in her opinion, was the best. Everyone was waiting for what she would write. Also, thanks to magic, she gave the manuscript to the man. His hands began to tremble as he took the sheet of paper. He began to read out the highest score, 7 points. This year, first-year student Rain Ludwig is taking the midterm exams. The young man, meanwhile, had already returned to his room in the dorm. Rudian reported that the study of unique magic in the environment has increased by 0.8%. Rain became extremely curious as to whether battles were the only way to raise the unique level. The young man got dressed, took with him everything he needed, and got ready to set off on his journey. The events are transferred to the past. Frida has finished drinking all the water from the flask. A moment later, the glass bottle flew from the place where the maiden was sitting. Lynn asked her to leave him at least a little. She said there was nothing left. When he suggested that she had something left, she said with displeasure that she had managed to empty all her supplies in 4 days. The girl suggested that Lynn go to the temple on the Red Mountain Ridge after the trip. The young man had no choice but to look at her with surprised eyes. There is so much elixir there, which is called Dragon's Breath. From it, the magical power increases greatly. Lynn was worried that Frida was going to give him something valuable for free. She asked who the young man took her for. She is a witch serving the fire dragon Bel Takidun. Rain came to this place, caught himself thinking that perhaps she had prepared everything for the young man during his life, so it was necessary to get it. To do this despite the fact that more than 300 years have already passed. But over such a long period of time, he did not forget about Frida or her possible gift. The journey to Snowflower Peak took 18 hours. Since the fire dragon led his legion and sang here for almost 1,000 years, magical power has spread throughout the ridge. That is why to this day this place is sacred for many believers. The walk up the stairs took a lot of energy, and the young man stopped to catch his breath. Suddenly someone called him out, calling him a kid, and Rain turned around to see who it was. A fat man sitting on the ground and eating a piece of bread asked the young man where he was rushing to. He asked if Rain was really planning to rob the Snowflower Peak Sanctuary. The guy looked at him in bewilderment. The man asked another question about what could have happened in the young man's life that made him decide to commit this act. He warned the main character not to go there. To that place for 300 years. Once having stepped on the threshold of the sanctuary, no one came out alive. Rain was puzzled and asked the man why this happened. He said that it was a witch who did this. She put a guard, a demon, who apparently guards this place. Having heard about this creature, the young man became very worried. Rain asked again. That's what the common people call him. No one really knows who's there. At one point, the man himself decided to take a risk and go there. but almost died on the spot, something like being one step away from death. The man decided to continue, but Rain no longer listened to him and continued walking up the stairs. He warned him once again that if he did not want to say goodbye to life, then it would be better for him not to approach the entrance. Rain didn't even turn around, just waved his hand and thanked him for the warning. After all, he had already heard about the monster that lived in the temple. It looked like he would have to defend himself. By the time the guy was walking, it was already late evening outside. To see at least something in this pitch darkness, Rain took out a flashlight. On his way, he was accompanied by the sounds of nature, birds, and trees. It's very noisy, so this is what nature looks like without human intervention. As he walked, he remembered how Esther introduced him to the future team. The red-haired maiden said that their parrot Bibi would be cuter than Lin. He immediately felt uncomfortable being compared to this dove. So Rain thought it would be nice if it was someone like Bibi. He didn't have much longer to go, he thought at this time. And so it all happened. Around the corner, the entrance to the temple, to which he had been walking for so long, was waiting for him. He couldn't believe that it had taken so much time and effort to get here. For a moment he was at a loss, wondering what to do next. Gathering my strength, I decided to go inside. A temple built by a dragon. I wonder if this place has been able to transcend time. The young man remembered the man's words. His story sounded like an ordinary tale. Suddenly, right on the roof of the temple, something exploded, and Rain was frightened by this sound. Through fear, he decided to take a look at what was happening above. A creature similar to the one Lillian usually summoned. A red fire phoenix appeared. To the surprise of the young man, he rose into the air and began to spin. Having gained sufficient speed, he quickly flew towards the guy. With difficulty, he dodged the fiery creature. I noticed my white university coat, the fabric was slightly burnt. As he began to create a spell in both hands, he reported how rudely the creature greeted its guests. When the phoenix was very close, the young man created a stone wall into which the fiery one crashed. The creature screamed in pain from such a blow. This action awakened something in the young man. He felt uneasy. Then, jumping off the magical wall, it flew upward. What seemed familiar to Rain was the cry of this bird. By the way, the flame also reminded him of someone. Looking again at the flying away creature, he guessed. It was Bibi the parrot, Frida's personal pet. Looking at it again, he realized that there was no doubt. It was definitely the pet of his past best friend. Rain remembered his first meeting with Frida. It did not go very well. Esther also introduced him to Bibi, the parrot, Frida's little bird, which she raised as her own child. The creature decided not to give up and continued its attack, and this time the young man managed to dodge the bird's merciless fire. I knew that one day he would get it from the feathered ass. I was sure that it was their team's mascot. Even as he continued to dodge, he still couldn't believe it. After all, 300 years have passed since that moment. A great idea came to the young man's mind. He decided to try to make it a reality. Turning around abruptly, he asked the bird if her name was Bibi. But she didn't care at all. The pet flew in front of Rain. If he hadn't dodged, he would have burned. Then the guy decided to try again, and asked Bibi to listen to him. For this, he had to call himself by the name of his past, that is Lin. Seeing that it wasn't working, he repeated it louder and louder. At some point, the bird finally paid attention to him. She seemed to decide to stop teasing the hero and landed next to him. Opening her mouth, she tried to pronounce his former name, but it didn't work out very well. After some time, she finally managed to call him by the name Lin. In him, she saw that same little boy who once saved this world. Rain reminded her how they competed for the title of team mascot. To the surprise of the young man, she said that he was not Lin. Bibi's face was unfamiliar. The guy looked different. Then the phoenix became even more aggressive towards the young man. He had no choice but to defend himself from this stupid bird. The bird began to attack Rain with fiery flames, while he tried to defend himself with water flames. He spent a colossal amount of mana to do this, to maintain his shield. During this, he realized that it was definitely Bibi. Even though 300 years have passed, she somehow miraculously managed to survive. He decided to try again, said that now the face was different, but it was him, Lin. But the bird seemed not to listen to him and continued to attack. Rain began to think about what he should do. He must still have common memories with this bird. Something that will immediately make it clear that it is he, that young man. Another idea came to his mind, and to implement it, the guy began to create a spell. It was water magic again that he used to attack the bird. She fell to the ground like a stone from the flow of energy. Then he moved on to creating another spell. After its creation, he addressed the creature by its name, Bibi. He asked her how she could not recognize him, her friend. Showing her something familiar, I asked her how it felt. These were drops of water that fell like snowflakes. It was just ordinary magic. There was no mention of this in any of the grimoires. After all, what the former Lin demonstrated to the bird, It was only in the memories of friends who saved the world, and in the memory of a bird. The bird began to understand a little. Seeing how she no longer tried to attack him, he asked if she liked what he had done. The parrot, as if feeling like that little baby again, began to dance a little. Then, having gotten rid of his attacking and frightening image, the bird began to fly briskly above the young man, and Rain was glad that he was able to return it to its former appearance. While hovering in the air, BB decided to check if it was really Lin in front of him now. He extended his hand for the bird to sit on, confirming this information. This is how the reunion of old friends took place. She called him the timid magician Lin, BB's friend. Afterwards, having fallen to the ground, he remembered what a long journey he had taken to get here. And for some reason the bird began to call him a coward. He looked at her closely and realized that she had not changed at all. Of course, over so many years everyone will change. It would be strange if this did not happen. Suddenly BB asked how the guy managed to live so long. She added that Lin said he would return, and accordingly, he returned. Clutching his head, he called her a fool for spending so much time here waiting for him. She sat on his head and said that Frida had ordered her to do this. She waited, she really waited for his arrival, because he is her friend. After reuniting after that, the heroes spent the whole night together talking, enjoying every minute. During this time, BB told what the young man had missed, and then they told everyone what had happened after his revival. Unfortunately, they had little time, so the conversation was brief. Rain apologized to her for making her wait for so long, 300 years. He asked her if he had said it correctly, to which the bird agreed with him and pointed to itself. What he saw was very familiar to him. The bird gave him this gift. It was Frida's ring. The bird did not answer him and flew towards the doors of the temple. Looking at her, he realized that her only occupation for 3 centuries was guarding this place. Taking the ring in my hands, it suddenly began to shine very brightly. As a result of this action, some of the statues that were at the door came to life. The doors began to open slowly. After they opened completely, the young man went inside. For a moment he lost sight of the bird, which scared him a little. I feel at home she began to fly away into the depths of the temple. Rain rushed after her. Quickening his pace, he asked her where she was going. The corridor along which the main character ran was hung with an abundance of torches. The creature led the young man into the bedroom. Looking at the bed, he wondered if it was Frida's bed. The bird sat on a small box, clearly urging Rain to open it. Coming closer and opening it, he saw some kind of bottle. He did not understand what it was and why it was given to him. Having taken it in my hands, I decided to clarify its use in birds. In the box, besides the bottle, there was something else. It was a letter. Taking it in his hands, he realized that a little more and it would fall apart. Suddenly, what he saw almost reached the depths of his soul. It was the date of its writing, 1168. That is, it was written about 250 years ago. With trembling hands, he pulled the note out of the envelope. Contents of the letter: Lin, I am writing a letter again this year, this time for the last time. I know that you are really bad at finding things in general, so I decided not to hide the envelope away from the thieves and left BB as a guard. She will protect the letter and the gift until you return. She asked if he had already met the parrot, and the magnanimous dragon took pity on them and extended the baby's life. She regretted that she would no longer see his surprised face, and BB and she had aged greatly. But she wanted to meet the young man again. Age was taking its toll, so the magician often cried and remembered the old days. I only thought about what I didn't have time to do for my boyfriend. Now she had to leave this place, as she planned to go to the Flame of 10,000 Li located at the South Pole. She would like to write more, but she had to finish. Otherwise, Esther and Kays would scold her. The thing that was given as a gift was called the Dragon's Breath, and it also congratulated the young man on his 19th birthday. She hoped that her gift would somehow help her overcome all the obstacles on the journey called life. Before leaving, she thanked him for everything, and added that she missed him very much. The last words were, "Your old friend Frida." Rain noticed that she wrote it almost formally, which was not typical of her. Reading all this, the young man burst into tears as usual. The parrot flew nearby and asked Lin not to cry. The boy said he wasn't crying, and the respectful style made him laugh until he cried. Having thanked his friend for the gift, he opened the lid of the potion. Then he drank it in a flash, without thinking at all about the consequences. After the drink, the hero began to cough heavily. The potion had a powerful effect on him, and he felt seriously ill. His legs were giving way. He could barely stand on his feet. His eyes wanted to jump out of their sockets. The young man asked the bird to take the diaries out of his backpack. While Lin struggled to stand on his feet, BB rushed to fulfill his request. The hero convulsively took the manuscript in his hands, opened it, and as usual, Rudian flew out of it. The young man looked at his level of magical power. What he saw really shocked him. She was twice his age. The elixirs created by the 8 major schools, which take hundreds of years to make, only add 5,000 at best. And now his strength has doubled. He didn't think it would be so effective. He realized that before drinking, he needed to increase his strength. The young man caught his breath and smiled heartily. He remembered his hand, looked at it. The mark was already shining brightly. It dawned on him that he could now use the mental barrier to its full potential. Before leaving this place, he turned to the bird and told it that he needed to go. I asked this question in order to find out whether the bird would go with him or not. The answer was negative. She said that she was waiting for Frida. This answer greatly surprised the young man. He didn't know what to say. She added that she was waiting for Lin, and now she will wait for her owner. Rain said that the bird could wait with him. But this will have to be done somewhere else. Frida is very famous, so if something is known about her, the guys will definitely find out about it. So Rain had no choice but to look for her together. Taking off, Bibi landed approvingly on his head. When asked whether they were together, he replied that they were together with Lin. Thus, they left the doors of the temple together. When they went outside, the young man was blinded by the sunlight. During all the time of exploring the temple and talking, morning had already arrived. Suddenly, the main character noticed something unusual. The doors of the temple closed by themselves. There was no way back. Taking this as a sign, he intended to leave this place. On the way, I asked Bibi what she would like to eat. Sitting on the boy's head, she repeatedly said that she would like corn. The guy remembered how much she loved her. While Frida was writing this letter 250 years ago, the bird was nearby and was content with the corn. While Bibi was eating, Frida told her that it was time to hit the road. She looked at her pet and asked if she would wait for Lin so that he would not be lonely. Sitting down next to the letter, the cutie replied that yes, she would wait for the young man. Frida warned that it would be hard and lonely. She would be all alone until the baby was born. Bibi replied that it was okay. Then the old woman asked her friend if she was sure that she would stay here. The bird said that despite all the difficulties, she would wait here. She added that Lin is a friend of Frida, and therefore a friend of Bibi. Then the owner said that he would definitely find the bird, since Lin is very stubborn and persistent. Afterwards, Frida took the bird with both hands and said that she was counting on it. She burst into tears and said that everything would be fine. Meanwhile, Rain came to some building, where he was asked if he wanted to register Bibi as a postal bird. The young man said that yes, they even arranged water procedures for this. The first impression is deceptive. She is actually incredibly talented. Rain asked the bird to repeat what she was about to be told. She kindly spread her wings, which greatly surprised the girl who worked in this building. Rain looked at her in bewilderment and said that he had not asked for a dance, but for words. Then the bird began to repeat the word corn over and over again. Rain looked at Bibi with bewilderment and asked for the bird without any fuss. The guy tried to catch her, but she started to dodge. Then he started to justify himself to the girl, saying that the bird really was doing well and was just playing now. The girl said that it was up to the guy to decide whether to register or not, but she wouldn't advise it. Because a parrot can be caught and eaten by an owl, there are other dangers besides these. In addition, parrots have a rather low sensitivity to magic, so using Bibi as a messenger bird will be difficult. One of the owls sat down next to the parrot, clearly demonstrating its superiority. Compared to other birds, the cutie is too small, so the girl gave Rain time to think. Catching the owl's contemptuous gaze, Bibi came up with something. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, just like they had during the battle with her former Lin. Bibi released flames from her mouth, which frightened the owl. Rain, surprised by this, asked the bird what she was doing. The girl was amazed by the fact that the parrot possessed fire magic. Looking at his shining eyes, the maiden assumed that there was a solar parrot in front of her. She continued that this specimen is rare, and there are not more than 100 of them on all the continents. Deciding to play along, Rain began to nod, saying yes, it was a sun parrot. When the enthusiastic girl asked where the guy found such a bird, he reluctantly answered that he picked it up somewhere. She wanted to touch the parrot, adding that it was an honor for such a famous magical family to have their own such pet. Rain allowed her to do so, and watched as the girl took childish delight in it. After all the manipulations, the girl handed the registration to the guy. Taking the bird in his arms, mistakenly calling it busy, he said that it was time for them to go. She clearly wanted to say something to Rain one last time, but the young man was no longer listening to her. The conversation with her clearly tired him out. The young man conveyed the information to the bird that this was now her new home, and that from tomorrow they would attend school together. She started to pull his hair and said that they would do it together with Lin. Meanwhile, night had already fallen outside. While in the room, Rain glanced at Bibi. The bird was tired. She had been defending the temple for so long and could not rest for a day. After turning off the light, he wished her good night. I wanted her to finally have a good rest. The next day, The professor met the young man on the square. He noticed that Rain looked tired after the exams and asked if everything was okay with the guy. The boy thanked them for their concern and said that he was just thinking. The professor said that now the guy can't relax. If everything is good, then something could start today. When I asked what to start, I received the answer that it was about the student council. The man added that it was good to withdraw into oneself. But how about looking around and paying attention to the world around us? There was no one among Rain's peers who could match his skill level, which is probably why school seemed so alien to him. The professor, hearing that this was not at all the case, was glad. A senior student who was able to push Rain to the position of student council president. The young man asked again about the position of this person. The professor hoped that the two boys would be good stimulants for each other. He added that he had a good eye for people and was looking forward to their cooperation. After a short period of time, Rain found himself in a large hall. There he saw his friend Logan, who was waving his hand at the hero. The guy sat down next to him, and his friend praised him for passing all his exams with the highest score. Logan asked Rain not to be modest. Even Lillian dropped out of the race. The boy hoped that given the results of the young man, he would be chosen as the head of the first-year student council. Rain told about the conversation with Kyle and did not understand how it all fit together. Starting from the first year, students who perform the best in exams will be awarded the right to join the student council. Most student council presidents take this path. Rain asked his friend if it was necessary to do this. Logan, hearing this, was very surprised. The guy added that he was already busy, and the student council would take up even more of his time. Logan suddenly snapped at his friend, telling him that he didn't understand how important it was, that many were ready to tear each other's throats out for a place on the student council. The young man began to make excuses, and his friend told him that he was in his element. Meanwhile, the Archmage of this educational institution wanted to show something to the guys. When they saw what she presented to them, they were very surprised. In 8th place was Krista's friend, Gertrude. In 7th place, oddly enough, was Logan. On the 6th one is the arrogant guy who bothers Krista, Hubert. The girl who was going to take 1st place, Lillian, was in 5th place. 33 students were expelled during these exams, and the kids started whispering among themselves. Rain was surprised that they stopped listing students from 4th place. The Archmage asked the hall for silence. She was about to announce those who took 1st place. First, she named a beautiful smiling girl, Nora Ledon. Then Reina, hearing his name, the young man was very taken aback. Next up was Caden, a boy with long white hair that covered his face. And of course, Krista Varden, a maiden who strives to restore her family to its former glory. The Archmage asked all of the above to come to the podium. Ryan, standing on the stage, experienced a previously unknown feeling. It appeared because the guys looked at him with admiration. He smiled at them a little in response. The Archmage was about to read out the distribution of additional points that had been decided upon by the Council of Professors. These 4 students earned an E grade on all of their midterm exams, proving their superiority over the others by demonstrating their knowledge, understanding of magic, and skill. However, only one has the talent and potential to create the future of magic, and it is he who will be awarded the title of Best Student of the class. Creativity that surpasses knowledge and excellent craftsmanship. This was the basic requirement for the best student at DeLayton. Among all this multitude of uncut diamonds, there is only one unique one from which the light comes. The protagonist's cousin sat in the distance and hummed a song. Kyle approached her and said that the girl seemed to be in a good mood today, to which she replied that it made her sick to think how high her relative could climb. The professor noticed how Elin was again hiding her true feelings. Looking at these students, I remember the days when the guys themselves fought for such titles. The guy was Margena's student, and she was Scalzi's student. The professor also said that, unlike her, he was in a great mood today. He believed that at the moment they were witnessing events that would probably go down in the pages of history, and suggested that the maiden begin with these words on that day. The new future of magic revealed its appearance to the world. The best student of the 1388th mid-semester exams was Ryan Ludwig. He immediately remembered his grandfather's words. He said that if the young man graduated from the university as the best student, he would get a chance to meet Archmage Lynn. Isn't the boy curious about what brave Esther left in her letter for Lynn? After these memories, the guy clenched his fists tightly. He wondered if he was one step closer to his goal. The Archmage reported that when Caroline first told her about him, she doubted the young man, did not expect that he would be so good. Extending her hand to him, she added that the hallmark of a top student is that he must do everything possible if he does not want to be deprived of it. Once again, I congratulated the best first-year student. From now on, she expected active actions from the young man. Hubert called the guy a dunce and didn't understand at all how he became the best. Gertrude, in turn, was sincerely happy for her friend. Logan also did not stand aside. He was glad that his friend managed to get around the best students of 8 schools. Next came Krista, then Nora and Caden. She continued her speech. Delayton is a passing point. Don't relax, keep developing and moving forward, that's all. The Archmage expected active actions and initiative from the boys. Nora suddenly looked at Rain with confusion. Smiling sarcastically, she said that things would only get more interesting from here. Caden, his expression was completely blank. It was as if Krista was having another attack. She thought that this time she would accept her defeat, just as she had accepted it during the exam in the labyrinth. However, the difference was not that great. There was still a chance to catch up with Ryan. Her face changed a little. It seemed like she was about to cry. Suddenly her face became aggressive and angry. With a menacing step, she hurried away from the podium. Caroline had been watching her all this time and noticed that tears would not help grief. Without difficulties, there will be no victories, and victories breed perseverance. As they say, a fighter is tempered in the fire of defeat. The next day arrived, and it seemed like the kids were about to start their lessons. Someone's loud actions attracted the attention of those in the office. Hubert had no time for this. He was deep in thought. Krista sat silently and hid the way Gertrude was annoying her. Suddenly some girl entered the auditorium. She asked the young man if he remembered her, and also said that he was cool. She added that he was the one who was rooted to the spot and staring at him. Seeing her, the guy remembered her. He saw her at the family council. I think her name was Sandra Keppel, a second-year student. She was still familiar with Krista and said hello to her. The second-year maiden was sure that it was Warden who would become the best student. This girl was the daughter of a Western magical family. Rumor has it that she became the best student in her first exams. Rain looked at her with his power. For some reason, her mana looked unusual. She wanted to take the young man with her somewhere, adding that everyone was already waiting. The Virgin took his hand. Rain did not understand what was happening. It turns out that she came for him because he forgot about the student council. He asked if the girl was the president, to which he received the answer that for now she was a secretary. I asked Rain if he really didn't know who the president of the council was. The young man asked her to tell him who it was, and in response received the answer that the guy clearly liked him. He has no family, no school, and is left to his own devices. This is the kind of person he is, and no one can compare to him. A master of his craft, that's what they call him. In his mind, Rain pictured him. The student council room was on the 4th floor of the Mountain Dragon building. The girl introduced him as the best first-year student, the new face of their company. According to Professor Kyle, the guy is an excellent candidate. Next, Levo was going to introduce all the members of the council to the guy. The first was Felix Drake, a third-year student and vice president. He greeted the boys awkwardly. Next up was Travis, who used to be a clerk but now does bookkeeping. She didn't react to Rain at all. The guy was amazed at how much work she could handle. He decided to ask how she was coping with it, to which the girl who had brought him here said that part of this work would fall on Rain starting tomorrow. The guy was very puzzled by what he heard. This will continue until a new council member appears. The kids will have to meet every day after classes if they have nothing to do. They only come to meetings. When there is a lot to do, they stay until they are completely finished. Rain said that he doesn't have enough skills and abilities to be part of this team. In simple terms, the young man tried to give at least one reason why he would not be accepted into the student council. Suddenly the president turned around and asked if the guy was Rein Ludwig. The girl apologized for forgetting to introduce him. The student council president's name was Valencidus. Some strange feeling overtook the main character. He wondered what had made him wary. After all, there was no reason at all for this. Only at that moment his whole being was screaming. The first thing that came to Rain's mind was that this man was somehow connected with black magic. The girl continued to praise the president, to which he told the girl to take the young man away from here. This was not at all what he expected. Krista Varden, whom she brought last time, turned out to be better. The girl was at a loss. Now the whole school is in an uproar because he surpassed all the other students from the 8 grade schools and became the best. The president said that it doesn't matter at all. It's just a matter of attitude towards work. She asked Rain if the boy really thought that he would be loved and cherished here. The young man replied that he didn't think so. I asked him another question about why he changed his mind so abruptly after hearing about the paperwork. The guy didn't know what to do. If he told everyone that the president was connected with black magic, no one would believe him. Rain replied that it all irritated him very much, and that he did not understand why he had to take on so much extra work. The president declared that the young man was hopeless, as he was disgusted by the idea of helping his schoolmates, and that it would be better to die. Rain said he's been hearing this since he was a child. The president looked at him with a cold, burning gaze. The young man continued to look at him kindly and good-naturedly. The girls were whispering among themselves at this time. The guy said that Rain should know what to do in order to help the exhausted him. in order to get the right to stand on top. Aristocrats are considered the ruling class only because of their good pedigree. But those who can lend a helping hand, regardless of status, deserve to stand at the top of the social pyramid. These were all the president's thoughts, which left Rain perplexed. The student council is a place that teaches exactly this kind of worldview, where you immediately realize that you are respected for more than just your grades or skills. The president offered the guy to either take this job or run away, and advised him to choose wisely. Rain didn't understand what was wrong with the white-haired man. All the black magicians the young man knew did everything possible to achieve their own goals. Or he hides his true intentions behind sophistry. Perhaps there is a reason why he came to black magic. Thinking about all this made him imagine the image of an old friend. The young man continued to stand there, lost in thought. He then said that the impassioned speech made him think that the president wanted to see the guy on the council. He agreed, saying that he would start with office work. Rain decided to do this only to observe this mysterious person. The young man said that he had no experience in this, so there might be problems, and asked if the council was okay with that. The president said that the hero need not worry about it. He will correct each mistake, one by one. The events moved to the Bellevin mansion of the Ludwig family. The family sat at the large dining table in complete silence. They were all enveloped in the darkness of the night. Their faces were not visible, but they were clearly Ludwig's parents. There were also children present. Apparently, Raina's sister was also present. Scalzi asked Bran to read it again. This guy was Rain Ludwig's younger brother. The boy reported that his brother was chosen as the best student in the mid-semester exams. Then the grandfather asked Sari to read the same thing. The girl cleared her throat before beginning. She repeated what Bran had told everyone. Grandfather didn't respond to this, but clearly showed positive emotions. Suddenly, for everyone, he smiled, showing everyone his teeth. The hero's mother and father also did not stand aside, and were sincerely happy for their son. Bran decided to cover his smile with his hands. Suddenly, Sari laughed very hard, apparently unable to contain her emotions. All the family members shouted their congratulations to Rain. Scalzi came to the estate when he learned that his grandson had become the best student. He told the unknown man that his participation in the development of Rain as a person was invaluable, and thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The parents sat together with a small smile on their faces, proud of the kind of son they had raised. Bran drank something at this time. His older sister was worried. Scalzi proposed to drink to such a good event. Father said that this year, outstanding students entered Delayton. He thought that it would be difficult for Rain to become the best, so he was worried in vain. Grandfather added that there was nothing to worry about, except perhaps Margana, who organized all these exams fortunately. Her personal attitude did not affect the grades in any way. The mother joined the conversation, expressing the idea that Scalzi had known the old woman since their school days. For a moment, the former head of the family thought about something. His thoughts were distracted by his granddaughter, who announced that she would also enter university and become the best student. Grandfather praised her, adding that she would bring glory to their family name. Miss Sari became the best student at Leewardin High School. She is so talented that everyone started saying that she is following in Krista's footsteps. These brothers and sisters are creepy. The mother of these children was deep in thought, and did not hear at all what her relatives were talking about. Suddenly, Scalzi informed her that she had raised amazing children. She invested more in his grandchildren than anyone else. Nothing less could be expected. She definitely deserved to be the daughter-in-law of the Ludwig family. The woman opened her mouth slightly at her grandfather's words. It seemed to hurt her a little. Suddenly, she stood up and informed everyone that she needed to step away for a moment. Rain's father decided to accompany his wife, so he also decided to step aside. The man ran after her, calling her by name. The woman's name was Prim. Having caught up with her, he asked her why she was crying on such a beautiful day, to which he received the answer that Scalzi, for the first time in all this time, had done something for her. Namely, he called her daughter-in-law. Today was the first time, all because Prim was from the family of a fallen baron without status and abilities. There was a huge gap between her and Kevin. Scalzi, who wanted to tie his son in marriage to a daughter-in-law from the royal family, or one of the great families, was categorically against the wedding. But Kevin did not give in. The opinions of the two people were radically different from each other. Eventually, the old man said that Kevin was no longer his son and left the estate. Because of this situation, guilt and regret became commonplace for the girl. How could a father who loves his son so much do this to him? Scalzi broke off all relations with his son because of a woman. If only the couple hadn't gotten engaged long ago. Then Kevin would now be in a higher position, and his relationship with his father would not be so tense. To which the father replied that if everything had been exactly like that, then Rein would never have been born. And also Siri and Bran. Children are the best gift Kevin has received from a woman, and his father agrees with this like no one else. Hugging his wife, the head of the family asked her not to cry. He added that their children will still have time to surprise their parents. Meanwhile, Rain got his first job. He was given letters of proposal sent by students, from which he had to choose the most adequate ones and sort them by topic. When I asked if there were always so many of them, I received the answer that they only accumulate during exam periods and after holidays. The young man asked the girl if she had brought him here just for this reason, and she replied that she had. She added that this is a tradition for newbies, and she also went through this. Rain will do this until a new top student arrives. An hour later, the main character was already sitting on a bench in the park next to the educational institution, and was indignant at what he had to do. The letters that he was given to sort were all of absolutely different content, stupid ones, for example. What kind of guys or girls the student council president likes. He was outraged. Who could send such nonsense? It only adds work to the young man. Finally, he came across something interesting. He noticed that someone was following him at that time. It was the president who told the hero that this was really how he did his job. Rain turned around and looked with displeasure at the one who had been watching him all this time. The white-haired guy with an arrogant look burned the main character with his gaze. The young man asked whether he had come only to check whether Rain was slacking off or not. The protagonist told his president that anyone could do the job, to which the white-haired man replied that Rain was absolutely right. He added that this is absolutely opposite to the old aristocratic way of thinking, the image of the main character. This is something that workers have to do anyway, so they don't need the help of students. I wondered if there was any point in magic at all in that case. I asked the young man, "There is no point then, is there? No one cares how hard ordinary workers try, or whether ordinary workers' sacrifice is the only one for the sake of raising outstanding wizards. Wasn't that de Layton's philosophy?" The protagonist agreed with the white-haired man's words. He added that this is the basic philosophy of the academy and a well-known truth. The magical formulas and figures are very complex, so someone who is not a magician will not even be able to understand what it is. No effort has been made to ensure the use of magic by a wide group of people. For them to be able to blow even one whistle, eventually ordinary people are perceived as having no value. The reality is that as long as we develop high-level magic, there is none that can restore the soil. In rural and mountainous areas where magic is not as developed, all the work was still done by hand. Looking at the sun, the white-haired man said, "Truly a beautiful world." He added that he believes that one day a truly golden age will come, and then finally the miracle will be fairly divided among all people. This was exactly the world that the white-haired man wanted to achieve. He handed Rain a document and asked him to take it to the local magic development club. It wasn't enough right now, but at least it was something. The young man continued to sit on the bench and watched as the president left him. He was puzzled as to why the guy had told him all this. The young man was even more worried about the question of why, with such good intentions, the white-haired man got involved with black magic. Valancitis was becoming more and more interesting to Rain. He was going to find something on this guy on the black market. 2 days later, the main character visited the Union of Adventurers. The girl who worked there asked how she could help the hero. They accepted various orders, from searching for robbers to exterminating goblins in the eastern waters. The young man stated that he would like to go as a guard on the road if possible, his destination being the Leda Cable area. When the girl asked him to show his badge, the guy realized that they were letting just anyone in there. It seems that the head of the Special Assignments Department did not lie. Rain showed the girl a copper-level card. After this, the girl went up to the board and began to check something. She reported that the young man was a little late, since most of the assignments were completed yesterday. Luckily, there is one order left that expires tonight, but it seems that it will not be possible to start working on it right away, since it was necessary to complete the ability test. It turns out that the customer could only trust those who earned his trust. Reina was satisfied with this. He asked the girl where it was. The customer prepared a cart for the adventurers, which would take them to the right place. The departure was soon, so it was better to go straight to the cart. As she was leaving, she wished the main character good luck. On leaving the building, the young man focused his attention on the document he received from the girl. Suddenly, a girl with blue hair walked slowly towards him. She called the main character a cutie with a boy's haircut. These words made the main character feel embarrassed. To make sure that they were talking about him, he began to look around. Then, unexpectedly for the blue-haired girl, he turned around. She caught up with him, said that she was talking to him, added that she now saw that the main character was a guy, and that she had scared Rain with her actions. The girl asked the guy not to be so cruel. She suggested that they team up because they had the same task. When I asked why I was doing all this, I received the answer that it was so that I would have someone to talk to. Having received the answer, the main character turned around and walked quickly, not forgetting to say goodbye to the blue-haired girl, who shouted after him for the guy to wait. Having caught up with Rain, I asked him why he didn't want to go with such a beautiful lady. The hero had already reached the cart by this time, and the girl had been trailing behind him all this time. He hurried to take his place in it, and the maiden did not lag behind. And now, finally, both of them were inside. Attempts to tell about herself strained the young man. She said that she wanted to become a sword hero, then a bronze-level adventurer. For the first time, Rain wished to go deaf. Then the girl remembered that they didn't even introduce themselves. Her name was Harpian. She wanted to know the name of the main character. With a displeased face, the young man said his name, Rain. She reported that she had heard this name before. At that time, someone unknown approached the cart. A huge man with a serious face hastened to open the curtains of the carriage. He apologized to the guys and said that he was going with them. His weapon was a huge pike, and the man hastened to announce that 2 more people would be joining them. The first of these was a shy boy with a cute little green cap on his head. The second was a fighting girl with a menacing face. The maiden who had desired Rein's company was glad to see the addition of people to the carriage. The shy guy told everyone that he was a little afraid. Another guy with a pike tried to cheer him up in order to calm him down. Someone unknown opened the curtain and announced that the time had come and they were leaving. As soon as the boys began their journey, they all immediately felt sleepy. The shy boy wanted to take a nap, but the blue-haired girl didn't let him. The girl with a serious face was able to do this without any particular problems. Rain only yawned he couldn't fall asleep during the trip. The guy with the pike asked the coachman where they were heading, to which he replied that they were going to meet the owner. When I asked him again how much longer the trip would last, I learned that there was very little time left. After a short period of time, the guys were informed that they were there. The girl with a serious face immediately began to be indignant that they were brought to the forest. The coachman added that the one who hired them would arrive any minute. The girl, having opened the map, became even more furious because they had not even left the Golden Rose. When asked why they were brought here, she received the answer that she did not listen to the explanation of the terms of the agreement in the Union of Adventurers. If she wanted to be taken on as a guard, she would first have to pass an ability test. A yellow flash suddenly flashed in the sky. The first person to notice her was the main character, Rain. He hurried to block what was flying at him, and he did it very well. The arrow flew off into the nearest tree from the blow. Realizing that something interesting was coming, the serious maiden smiled sarcastically. Now Rain realized that the ability test had already begun. All the boys tensed up. The girl with blue hair and the shy boy got into fighting stances. Suddenly a strong breeze blew, lifting the leaves into the air. Harpian asked Rain if he was a magician, to which he replied that she was very naive and should not expect help in the future. The guy with the pike decided to make fun of the girl with a serious face, saying that it would be sad if a silver-level adventurer went to the next world because of an arrow that hit him. She immediately rushed to justify herself, saying that she simply reacted later, saying that in ordinary life, such things do not happen to her. The shy boy became even more nervous than usual, worried by the fact that it was a real arrow and it was flying straight at his forehead. The driver said that this was how it should be, because this was a test of their fighting skills. Only the one who gets out of the forest without any problems will be hired and will be able to meet with the customer. The basic skills used in security work are assessed, so the heroes had to think in that vein. Those who were unsure of themselves and their abilities could return to the cart, since it is not subject to attacks. The guys weren't at all embarrassed by this. They were ready to give it their all. None of them planned to hide or return to the cart. The serious maiden, having taken out her daggers, began to reason she did not feel any aggression from the attack carried out in their direction, which meant that it was not a human who attacked. It was something like a booby trap and a summoner. When the target narrowed, it was much easier to react. After her words, she hurried to stick one of her daggers into the ground. The boys were under surveillance at this time. Suddenly another arrow flew towards them. The girl came to the conclusion that the customer decided to save money. There were only 5 guys. Trusting gold-level adventurers in such numbers seems like the guys were underestimated. Rain remarked on the maiden's abilities, as she was able to detect traces of someone's presence too easily for such a large space, which was expected of a silver-ranked adventurer. The guy with the pike asked with a dissatisfied face whether if this test meant killing them, then they also had the right to get rid of someone. The coachman nodded his head in approval. A sly smile appeared on the strong man's face. Starting to twirl his trusty weapon above his head, he decided to let loose. He created a huge whirlwind above himself, which easily reflected the arrows flying at him. What the guy did affected his teammates as well, and they covered their faces with their hands to protect them from the wind. The coachman of this cyclone decided to take care of his horse. After he finished, he hurried to hit the ground with his staff. Having demonstratively appeared before his comrades, he announced that everything could now be seen much better. The main character, looking at his comrade, noted that it was quite good. The spearman was about to continue, but Lin asked him to wait. In his hands he folded the runes, one green, one orange. He understood what was happening, so he was very surprised. Another comrade, also noticing this, was amazed at how quickly the boy calculated 2-star magic. It turns out that Rain was an Iorhelian magician, that is, someone who could perform calculations in his head. Using the power of his eyes, he looked around to assess the situation. He confirmed the girl's information, said that the shots were not fired by a person. Something acts with the help of telekinesis magic. In addition to this, several more traps were set up here. The boy's friend asked him to point out the places where they were. Rain drew a few crosses on the ground and said that he was counting on his assistant. He slowly began to unpack his bag with the mysterious instrument. The blue-haired girl was surprised that the magician Lingwind appeared before her. This was the one who used sound as a catalyst. This man's performance was not yet perfect. The heroes were amazed by the melody they heard. The sounds of this musical instrument quickly reached all corners of the forest. The monsters that were inside it also heard this melody. Suddenly, something strange started happening to one of them. The green monster fell to the ground, squinting in pain. The girl who brought the boys here was amazed by their musical abilities. The spearman and the aggressive girl also noticed this. The flow of magical power breaks. While it is not a classic trap that works without magic, so the guys can be safe. Rain noted that his comrade knew his business. There were outstanding magicians outside the university too. The spearman suddenly stated that all the mages he knew were either lazy or cowards. But these guys seemed completely different. He said that his name was Wheels and suggested that the guys join forces and earn some money. The aggressively minded girl also introduced herself. Her name was Brian. Raina's comrade, who possessed sound magic, also did not remain on the sidelines. His name was Yanar. The blue-haired girl asked if there was any point in meeting with the customer. Another maiden asked her what she was even talking about. First, she had to get to the place so that the test could be completed. Suddenly, she announced to everyone that she was the organizer of this test. Addressing the coachman by name, Wubitrep asked if all the traps had been destroyed, to which she received an affirmative answer. She added that she likes the 4 of them. They have good skills, and they are interesting people in themselves. The eldest daughter of the Dial family stood in front of the boys. Everyone was amazed, because this family was an aristocracy, and Rain's comrades were already expecting all sorts of bonuses. Rain assumed that this girl was from such a family. In any case, everyone did a great job. There is no better way to test someone's abilities than to personally observe from the front row. From this moment on, the guys will have to perform security duties. She also called them capable adventurer friends. Meanwhile, the guys were already in the blue-haired family's mansion. It was raining heavily outside. Suddenly, the door swung open. She walked inside the house and asked if everyone had already managed to get to know each other. Rain replied that, in general, yes, at this time remembering something. Namely, as he specifies, what rank his comrades have, silver. She also introduced the boys to Badvel, who would accompany them all the way to the Leda Cable area. He decided to introduce himself, calling himself the head of security, and added that the guy's job was to protect the lady in any situations that might arise during the journey to Leda Cable. The lady was planning to visit a black market in the area. He asked if the guards were aware that it was currently run by a religious order. Recently, there have been rumors that religious order movements have begun. There is a chance that they will appear on the black market. So you need to be prepared. Probably the reason was the Children of Gold, who fight heresy. It was necessary to be careful, because the organ for special magical purposes probably also began to dig under this. The warlike maiden asked if they could buy anything on the black market, to which she received the answer that only at their own expense. The blue-haired girl said that if the price of the item was less than the cost of the reward, then they could pay for the item instead of the reward. The protagonist decided to clarify the deadlines, to which he received the answer that they would return in about 9 days. The man said that if there was no question left, then the guys should go to bed. They were leaving tomorrow morning. At sunrise, they set off on their journey. The sound mage offered Rain to teach him a little. The young man was not against it, but it was completely useless if the student did not have at least a little knowledge in this area. But Rain didn't care about that at all. He was interested in the basics. He looked at his comrade with kind, crazy eyes and said that he had never encountered anything like this. Rain's friend was a little embarrassed by this speech. The lyre consisted of 4 strings. The first one was water. The next one was fire. This is how the attribute is determined. Rain listened to her speech for a long time. Everything was absolutely clear to him. Vibrations form a rune, creating a melody. The creator adds up a mathematical formula. The hero wondered if these actions were confusing, to which I received the answer that one does not interfere with the other. The comrade also listed all possible formulas for creating his magic. At some point, Rain lost all sense of what he heard. His friend apologized for not explaining the material well. She suddenly added that it came from the realm of feelings. Itinerant musicians use the expression reading the wind. It's a similar feeling. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl intervened in their conversation. She asked the girl to sing her a lullaby because she couldn't sleep.